Oh no, yeah. No, to be clear, he is a slop channel. Like, I'm not a slop channel, but Morale is 1000% a slop channel, okay?
Good.
Alright, I need you guys to send me your
sorry.
PNGs.
You
send me your
disavow me, what the hell?
PNGs right now.
Sorry, dude. Sorry.
Initial
Sorry,
PNG is just gonna show up in Fuji Reactive.
I'll
Alright,
be
there we
honest.
go.
Both of you guys, I'm like way more engaged to watch this than I am any JSCLK
I yawn at you. I yawn at you.
video
I
I've
yawn
ever
at you
seen.
because I'm bored. I yawn at you because I'm
Yawn
bored.
He's
Yawn
giving
again.
you
Yawn
a
again.
compliment, Morale. Why are you doing this? He's
Yeah,
giving you a
true.
compliment.
I
You're
gave,
such a
I
bad
gave
hear
boy.
him
Bro,
over- I couldn't
gave
hear him
Bro
over
a
the yawning.
compliment, and he just fucking
Such a bad man.
Take it.
What did he
He's a bad
say?
guy.
What did
He
he
said that
say?
you suck.
Yeah,
What?
I actually said I hate you. That's what I said.
He said he hates
Tell
you
me
a
what
lot,
you really
yeah.
said, and I'll take back my yawn.
I said
You
that
can't
you
take
and
back the yawn.
Smug's videos are more engaging than any JSTLK video I've ever looked at.
That's my bar. That's
Probably
the minimum
because I have
standard
an
that I need to
editor.
meet.
Probably because I have an editor that I pay to cut out the dead air.
I said that
Can't
you
take
and
back
Smug's
we don't even cut out the dead
video-
air. We just don't have dead air because we're professionals, okay? All right.
Oh,
I
wait,
probably
never
have a
mind.
lot of.
I hate you because you
Smudbug,
have
I'm gonna
a
be honest. I
horrible
literally don't
PNG.
watch the VODs that he uploads, so I'm just hoping he's doing a good job. I haven't vetted him.
It's insane.
Yo,
It's insane to me that anyone ever has dead air on stream. Like, I actually can't
anyone has
physically
ever
understand how
watched
that's
it-
possible.
I have
If
dead
you
air out of
watch
like
the
a lack of things to
JSTLK
say. If I'm like
stream,
really
That's why
disappointed.
it's bad.
You're a
Yeah, that's
retard.
really bad.
Wait,
You should
SmugBug,
never
do you
have
ever
dead
stream
air.
alone? Do you ever stream alone?
I used to, but not in the last year. No, the last
You
year.
guys have
I
your own
only stream
Discord so I could
alone.
join
I
instead
never
of
had
this one?
I never had dead air
Smudbug,
when
do
I
you
streamed.
think I need a
solo
do I need a
streamed.
co-host?
Shut up, Rao! Shut up, Rao! I solo streamed for a year and I never had dead air either. Okay.
I would-
I'm gonna ask Olive if she wants to co-host.
You should be banned for
I
dead
would
air.
rather be in either of your
Olive.
Discords than this
Hi,
shitty
Olive.
fucking Discord.
Our
Holy
Discord,
fuck.
my Discord is filled with actual schizophrenics, so I would highly recommend it. It is
Oh,
actually
I
good
love
content
that.
there.
That
Are there
sounds awesome.
girls?
I
Are there
like
girls
that.
there?
There
No,
also,
no
also
need for women. Women are
we do
bad.
actually have more women than any of the rest of the fucking
The
community. and it's
tier
because
list
we're nice
goes
to them.
schizophrenics and then women.
That's true, actually. Yeah, schizophrenic women, however.
Oh,
Oh
no,
boy.
no, no, they're lower than normal schizophrenics.
Yeah.
If you know they're a woman, then it's bad.
Oh, that's true. That's true. You want to find out they're a woman at like the most inopportune time. That's the ideal. Reverse
You know,
trapping.
I'm looking for a spot on one of these shows, so just hit me up if you need some.
There you go. Well, you know the pond is open. Okay. All right. We love our critters. You will have to turn into a horrible little bug creature. That's the
Yeah,
rule.
I'm already one
Nice. Okay.
in real life.
I mean,
Wow.
okay. Just face cam. You're good to go.
I look like mantis lobster. Sorry, mantis.
We already have a praying mantis.
Shit,
Sorry.
I already forgot.
Sorry.
What would I
No,
be
no.
if I became a ponder?
Mantis
Yeah, because-
shrimp. Mantis
So we actually
shrimp. That's what
we
I
don't
meant.
let you. Yeah, that's true actually, Morale. I think you'd have to wear like a little hat with like a different animal on it because we wouldn't accept a cat. It has to be a pond critter, like something.
Can
gross
I
and
can I
weird
wear a
and buggy.
gimp mask?
No.
What?
You know what? I don't think you're right for our show, but maybe next year. Okay.
What if we showed
We'll
up
think
in
about it.
tandem?
So all that talk in our DMs, it was a lie?
When did I ever offer to bring you on our show?
Well, that might have been the wizard one actually. Never might not have been you.
You realize that Wiz is trying to get close to you because he doesn't like that I have a connect that he doesn't have control over. That's the only reason. I'm sorry to
Yeah?
help you find out this way.
Personal turmoil.
It's bad.
Do you want to cut?
So much
do you want
turmoil.
to Smugbug? Do you want to collab?
On what?
I think. Do you like the dynamic where I act really meek and insecure, and you're really loud and bombastic?
But you're loud and meek and insecure, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. Yeah, you're loud and meek. It's
I'm Rao.
not a dynamic. That's not a dynamic. Look,
I'm Rao.
we'll bring you on the show if the content warrants it. Okay. I don't even
So
like
you
Queeman on
fucking-
our
so
show.
you
He's
fucking hate me.
He'll
Queeman's
email
asked us-
me. I'll email
Queeman-
you.
Queeman's asked us like 3 times and we've said no. Loaderbox has asked us and we said no. Okay. All right. We have standards.
So do you want to be my friend?
I'll be your close personal friend, but professionally I can't be seen with you.
You shouldn't do it. He's
that
gonna
better?
rape
Do
you.
you wait? Are you serious? Do you actually want to be my friend?
Yes, but
Wait,
it's
he
love.
did
Okay, I
this
love
bit
you.
to me earlier. Hold on.
No! Wait a minute, he's lying, he's lying, he's gonna trick me, he's gonna trick me! He's gonna do this to hurt my feelings. Always say no, and then they won't have any power over you. He's an evil bad man. He's a bad, evil bastard man. He's the
out.
worst. He's the worst.
I'm out.
Why did you choose that name?
You sound a little self-obsessed.
Why? I sound a little
Streamers, dude.
self-obsessed. You
We're
sound a little.
streamers, dude. What do you
sound a little
mean?
gay.
Got him.
Maybe I am a little gay. Is that
Easily winning my low priority
Who is
game.
this guy?
Thank you, thank you.
Who is this guy? I have to fucking ban this bright
Well-
guy. I have perms to ban. I'm gonna ban him.
Band me,
Thank
go
God.
ahead. I won't
Get
ever
him.
come back here.
Wait, how
That'd be
come
great.
you have notable?
I don't know.
I got cooked, bro. I got
Yeah,
cooked.
I think I have notable
yeah.
because I
No,
made
please
J-Stock
ban
laughed
me.
a few
Oh, yeah,
times.
Bright One, before you
Right.
go, are you like gonna stay in DGG,
J-Stock
or
literally said he likes
how
our
you
show.
feeling about the whole situation? You don't really care?
I don't
or-
really care. I'm probably not
Yeah.
gonna be around as much, and I still don't care either way.
Did you care more about the butt plug while streaming, or
Oh, that was funny. That was epic. That was based.
you didn't mind that he had a butt plug in while he was like talking to us on
Yeah,
stream?
that was based. That was like extra based. Like honestly, that kept me around more than anything else.
If you know a woman's
Okay,
going to
okay.
get raped, but you have the ability to give her any amount of money, how much money are you going to give her for being raped?
Would you rather
enough
rape
money
a
to not
woman
be
or
raped.
wear a butt plug in front
No,
of 10,000
she's
people? They
she's
don't
going
know
to get
you're wearing
raped.
it.
She's going to get raped.
Oh,
she's going to get raped.
$0.
You're not going to give her any money at all.
Wait, what
I
is the
mean,
question?
If I'm not at fault, I'm not giving her any money. Fuck her.
You
Yeah.
have you can give her any amount of money. You get to choose.
Wait. I can give her any amount of money even if I don't have that amount of money?
Yeah,
Yes.
no, it's not your money.
Oh, infinite dollars.
You have to pick a number.
Come on.
2,100,335.
You think a woman's consent is worth $2 million?
I do now.
Okay.
Wait, does that mean you can rape someone for 2 mil?
Let's
But,
do it,
I mean,
baby.
the world
Let's-
can't
wait, hold on,
afford
this
that
is
much
this is a
rape.
market-based economy.
I'm
Yeah.
crowdfunding for my rape bounty.
Yeah, yeah. yeah.
If you want to rape
Fund
me
me.
for that amount of money, I'll fucking take it.
The economy can't handle
Zero
that much
offers.
rape, bro.
I'm looking at the market right now. Zero offers. Silence.
Hey, no
If
one
you
said
want-
the rape was for the masses. Jesus, this is for
Yeah.
the 1%.
Put us in a call with 1%ers and maybe there'll be an offer.
There you go. Yeah.
What's your number?
Oh.
God, we need access to rape sympathetic billionaires.
Now, Mrao, what number would you give a woman who's going to be raped no matter what?
I have to think
Oh
about it.
no.
Oh,
I made
no,
Pixie mad at
I
me.
said infinite,
Uh-oh.
but I mean, you told me that wasn't good enough, so where are you gonna go?
You have to
Little
give a
baby?
number, though. I say as I giggle and wiggle my butt a little bit.
Oh,
I already.
fuck.
Do you think I wasn't giggling and
Wait,
wiggling my
Mrao!
butt?
Morale, do you want a leak from the pond?
A leak? What does that mean?
I'm gonna
What do you...
leak you some pond DMs. Okay, this is what the people want. All right.
Are they just gonna be
This is-
saying that they hate me?
Yeah, literally yes.
Hopefully.
What
It's
the
just
hell?
Olive laughing at ignoring your DMs. Holy fuck. That's brutal. That's fucking brutal, dude. Send it to Olive. Send it to Olive.
I
Here's
already
the real question.
Yeah, circular leaking. Circular leaking. Okay, now send me those DMs, please, and then I'll leak them back to the pond, and we'll complete the circuit. Send me your DM to Olive. Do it.
Hold on, I have an idea.
We need to close the loop. The timeline has to be fixed. Okay, and then... Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, loop closed. We're done. Timeline
Wow,
secure.
did you ever make that merch that you said you were gonna do?
Yeah, people have been getting it, and it's apparently really bad, so I'm probably gonna close the store.
Wait, what?
Wait, what did you use?
Wait, what merch? You've got merch? Oh no,
Well,
dude, that's horrible.
I thought, hold on, I thought it'd be
Why
funny to
do
have
you have
socks,
merch?
so
Who
I just
are
got
you?
socks. I just made socks.
Olive just posted. Why did you cut out the part where you said skank whore in my DM? Huh? Why'd you cut that part out, bro? Huh? You didn't want me to know that you called my fucking co-host a skank whore? Unbelievable. Yeah, she posted the full DMs.
I just sent
okay?
you the
tried to
same
cut the
thing you
context
sent
out.
me. I just sent you the
You tried to cut out context. You're no better than Sunday.
No better than Sunday. Dude, he's actually a
Unbelievable.
fucking autist.
I fucking hate him. I want him to boil in acid.
The more I learn about him, the more I'm starting to dislike him.
I will boil Sunday in acid, okay? Alright, one day
Wait,
I will kill him.
You guys are kind of base.
He's the worst, dude.
Alright, I know what I'll be, okay? I'll be a little shrimpy in a cave.
I'll be your
You are
mom
so-
getting fucked by me.
You're
Shrimp
so
is good. I
Fucking
like-
funny. You're so fucking
like the-
funny, bright one.
I like the idea of a shrimp. No, shrimp is good. I like shrimp.
I am
that
funny
makes
if
sense.
I'm
Because you
making
can have
mad.
like little toys on his tail.
We have little, yeah, we got so many different bugs, dude. It's crazy.
Honestly, the reason I've stayed along here is just waiting for this nihilist guy to say something.
That was it. That's-
SMUGBUG,
that-
maybe we can play video games and be friends?
What video games do you play? And
I
what's
don't
your
want to talk to
personality
you
like?
anymore.
There you go.
Wait, there's no way you guys just met. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Olive is
two
now
peas?
angry at me because you said that I said she'd put out.
2 peas in a pod.
Hold on, she said, you said what? Hold on. I thought you would. Was I wrong? There you go, alright.
Yo, I play some low-rated Dota though. That sounds like fun.
Ooh.
Oh god, I can't play Dota with people that I have any relationship outside of Dota with. I don't play Team Dota, okay?
You call
That's
this a
where-
relationship?
I go to Dota so that I don't beat my wife, okay?
like
It's just I poured 7,000 hours of hate into that
Imagine
video game.
this. A bunch of Peruvians are saying things.
How much money would you
no,
pay for
yeah.
a Peruvian to rape you?
And
No,
there
no.
are-
NA Dota, not happening. Nope. I'm
I've
sticking with
played
you.
these games before!
And there
I'm
are
gonna
two
play-
two
playing with
men
Devil
laughing at Peruvians.
Russians only. Actually, I'm a woke streamer. I'm not racist, so you probably wouldn't want to play with me. Okay, I tell you off for being. Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry guys.
I love Peruvians.
I know I seem super based, but actually, I'm a big old wokey. I'm just like Chud Logic. Okay, I'm a Marxist. I mean,
You should
he doesn't
play.
wanna
You should
admit
play
it.
with
You
me
talk
and
about
I'll
Chud
play
Logic
with
a
the
lot.
N-word.
I do. I'm still seething
Hey,
about the fact that he stole my fucking video and it got like 2K more views than mine. I'm so
I'm
mad.
stuck in a
What video
VC
was it?
with
I'm Rao.
It was the.
some.
It was the. Look at this shit.
I don't know if they're on drugs or if they're just
Lose
Sims.
it, dude.
Oh, you just bought the Factorio
I think I
DLC
literally said
today.
in my stream that I was watching, and I was like, SMUGBUG told me to watch this.
This is.
I told you to watch it on your own time. Not I fucking hate you. So that's
I
our
gave
video.
you a shout. I gave you a shout out. You you told
This
me
is
to
my
watch it on
starter
stream.
base. Tati Tato.
It's fine.
You
I
told-
subbed
hold
to
on.
the wrong channel.
Hold on.
Thank you for finally linking it.
How did you sub to the wrong chat? I'm gonna whatever.
I saw this video on Morale's channels first.
I'm gonna lose it. I literally we broke the story, and then Chud Logic and Rao steal it. Look at
I
this
honestly
shit.
need to turn
These
this guy's
fucking
volume
hacks.
down. He
Look at this hack
screams
I
frauds.
like Morale's video better.
everything.
Why would you like Rao's video better? It's literally
It's okay,
worse.
I'm subbed to you now. It's fine.
I
I'm
don't know,
gonna
I just saw the
Lose
first
it.
5 seconds of your video and I just decided that.
We can be best friends now. Everything's
Wait,
everything's
actually, no. I think Beckett watched your stream, thought the video was good. Beckett sent it to me, told me I should watch it, and then the same day he did that, and I started watching a
screamy
different
guy-
video of theirs. You DM'd me and also sent me the video.
Look at
The
timeline,
screamy
look at
guy
the
is
timeline. Okay, he
SMUGBUG
stole it,
from
he stole
Pond
it.
Scum
They all
Podcast.
stole
If you
it.
want to look
This
it
is
up.
my
I sound
story. This
a
is my
little
break.
bit obsessed. I think I might
upset.
unsub. I might unsub.
I'm obsessed. I'm crashing out.
I
I'm
miss-
crashing out. It's over.
Do you wanna SMUGBUG? Do you wanna make a video essay on a video game we like?
I kind of want to play Fear and Hunger,
We
to
don't
be
like
honest.
any of the same video games, and your opinions are probably
Do you
bad.
like? Nope. Nope.
But yeah, what do you
think I
want to
could
see?
beat Hunter Avalon in a bestiality debate?
Probably, yeah.
Try actually.
I
Also,
really
look
want
at this
to.
slop.
It took me a
Slop
while to get up to
content with a
electric
legendary
furnaces, so
situation.
like I feel like
Jesus.
this doesn't exactly
What's
apply to you.
This
And like this
Did I
area,
post that?
these have all been rebuilt.
that's-
Wait, Ralph, for the
Oh.
bestiality debate, are you pro or anti? 'Cause that's
Pro,
not
I-
clear.
Pro bestiality.
Look at
Both.
how artistic our thumbnail is
Terrible.
compared to these slop farmers. Look at this
I
shit.
think in my mind, and that I saw in my mind's eye, basically Hunter Avalon uploaded a debate with a zoo file and he fucking lost. So I think
so
I could
angry.
probably. I think I could probably beat him because he was really bad at it.
What are you
He
talking
lost.
points?
Unironically, he lost and he kicked them from the call and he uploaded it thinking he won, but he lost.
What are your talking points to like beat him?
I
What? You're just stealing again. You're stealing my whole thing. The dog brothel conjecture. You're stealing my.
well,
bit.
I don't even have to. I wasn't even gonna do that. I was just gonna say like, what if the dog's wearing a condom, and also, like, if a 12-year-old's in the woods tied up and a dog rapes her, who's the real victim?
The dog, obviously.
I think I'm the real victim for being subjected to this awful hypothetical.
Just the thought. Yeah. Yeah. We've all been mind raped now against our consent. Okay, this was not good.
You don't just go with
I'm
the like,
out.
hey, if I can kill and eat them, I can fuck them, right? Yeah. I think
Yeah,
that's-
like, is it
basically
then?
the
Is
same,
it?
yeah.
Hold on. Is it morally neutral to rape the dog if you kill it and eat it after?
Yeah.
Is it morally neutral? Well, you're taking like satisfaction out of like depraved acts at that point. So
Just yes. The answer is yes.
debate me on it, Morale, and we'll see if you can
what
win.
if the only way
Alright?
someone can get off sexually is to have sex with dead animals? And if they don't have sex with dead animals, they will
Literally die.
they'll literally die.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That sounds like a fucking benefit. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean they should just die,
If
right?
if you're that fucking broken, well, shit.
Cope or seethe?
Does the value of one pervert's life really supersede that of a dead dog? And society in general?
Lots to think about. I say as I
Hold
stroke
on,
my chin.
you're onto something.
Yeah.
You-
Yeah,
as you
debate me
stroke
on it,
your
Morale,
massive-
debate
your
me.
multiple chins.
I can probably
I
debate
stroke
this.
them and I say this.
I don't know what Hunter Overlone like is like, but like I'm sure I
Dude,
can
Olive, stop
outdo him
responding to my
on the
DMs
fly.
again. I'm so fucked up by this.
Yeah,
Oh, do you
I'm
love
sorry,
it,
dude.
bro?
This is why I told you. You have to go vegan. You have to go vegan to get girls. Okay, it's the only way.
I'll DM her and say I'm
Oh yeah,
thinking of
vegans get
becoming
pussy.
Try that. Vegans do get pussy. Don't lie. All right. You go to one animal rights.
Yeah, they
club,
get
got,
stinky, unwashed, hairy.
Pretend
they
vegans get
get,
pussy.
hey, listen. If you like alt girl pussy, all right, go vegan. If you want a fucking trad wife, then you should kill yourself because
Yeah, alt as in no one else wants them, bro.
They're not real. They're not real. The trad wives aren't real. It's just porn. It's just porn.
Alright,
It's porn.
you
for
guys were a
conservatives.
good time. I'm heading to bed. But Morale,
Bye.
if you're actually looking for a microphone, don't get an SM fucking whatever shit.
Why? It's a
Look
good
up in-
mic. It's
Look up-
fine.
Just get a more expensive Yeti.
You were already fucking begging for money. Just look up the AT 2020, okay? You'll be fine. buddy.
Dude, an AT 2020 is not going to be better than this.
Well, quite
Just
literally,
get a top end
no.
Yeti.
It's the bottom barrel version of an SM7B.
Why then? Why would I get it if it's not going to be better than? Why are you? Please
Bro,
just
just
leave.
get this.
Just leave. Just
Bro.
leave. Just leave. Just leave. Just leave. Just leave.
You clearly
this is
don't
the real
understand audio.
recommendation.
Goodbye.
Ral, just get the Yeti Studio.
I'm
Bro,
ignoring
you-
this guy's friend
It's-
request. I don't want to be friends with this
The-
guy.
Professional one.
You just got shit on, bro. He just mogged you and then left. You don't even know,
That-
bro.
The Yeti Studio for 300 pounds. You sent me the UK link.
Oh yeah.
You don't
The
even
UK
know.
link, the American one's bad. Get the UK one, okay? Get it British made. Get it British made, bro. Just you have to ship it to the UK and then ship it to America.
Is there a point to get the Yeti?
No, I was joking. Do not buy this slop, Jesus.
Don't. But what if I want one that looks cool?
It does look cool because it's made for streaming, and they made it look cool, but it sounds like ass.
Why don't you get one of
Oh,
those
does my mic right now sound bad?
Oh fuck, there's a helicopter coming in.
It sounds better than mine.
When I put it up in my mouth, never mind.
Stop.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
You
still-
always
my microphone sounds
kind
so
of mention that your
fucking
microphone
crazy.
sucks, but I think it sounds fine.
I mean, isn't the entire gimmick with the fucking all the Yetis basically people going for proximity effect? Just going, oh, look how real close I can get. It bass boosts my voice. Isn't that
Yeah, but
like
I
the
don't
whole
do
point?
that. I just-
That's not what I want.
scream
I just
from
want
far
people to be
away.
able to hear me.
Yeah, because
I
if I
don't-
scream like this, then it's way too much. Like this is, if I screamed now, it would be horrible.
Yeah, because you have your gain cranked all the way up.
My
my gain is at the minimum. That's just my voice. I'm just loud.
Oh.
It's at minimum gain. I swear to God.
am I too close to my mic?
No,
Yes,
that's
you're
fine.
Okay, my lips are almost
I want you-
touching it.
I want you further away. I want you further away from me. Okay, I'm inside your microphone. All right.
I see all
want you
these
to step
videos
back.
of people talking with blue Yetis, and their Yetis are far away. But if I do that, you literally can't hear me.
So you literally have to speak into your Yeti like this. You have to constantly talk. You gotta do the Vosh voice.
That's what I do. That's what I do. Unironically.
because my hands are
You
full.
gotta talk. You gotta talk with your stomach.
Is the SM7B really bad?
I think it's just overpriced for most people. I think that's why they like I was
How much
suggesting.
is it?
It's 400.
That's not that bad.
Yeah, I was planning on maybe getting it used. I don't like buying used stuff, so big maybe. But I was thinking of maybe getting it used.
I just want to buy whatever the top end thing is before you start wasting money and getting diminishing returns. That's it. That's my usual vibe. So probably you could probably get a decent microphone DAC setup for like 600.
Yeah,
Probably don't spend more than that.
I was gonna get like a cheaper interface and kind of go from there.
I mean,
Yeah,
do I
don't
sound
really-
okay?
I'm just gonna get what Lonerbox has. I should probably improve my audio.
I think you just have,
I
like,
paid
the
Lonerbox
standard
$5 and I said, show the camera your nails, and then he looked at the camera really disgusted and said, no, pay me $40. Do you like Lonerbox or are you memeing? I can't tell.
Who me?
Yeah.
I literally got my start as his orbiter. Like I'm a Lonerbox orbiter. That's he's my father.
Really?
He raids us.
I'm like
every
a
week,
J-Stock and Queeman orbiter.
No, I'm yeah, no, Lonerbox used to literally raid us every week before he left.
Oh, it was
Before he
some
left and he
shit
killed
order.
himself.
Half his mods are our mods as well.
Alright, the helicopter has passed.
But to be honest, I think I don't know. I was pretty disappointed with how he handled the forethought stuff.
Got a little more.
He just
What did he say in the
he-
forethought thing?
He just rolled over and showed Destiny's belly and got a little belly rub.
He showed his belly?
He showed
Mm.
his belly.
We got
Lonerbox-
Glibber.
A yummy gulp and I
Puppy
rub it
girl,
all
he
up.
just- Lonerbox is Destiny's puppy girl, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
What's that?
Even with the recent drama, like I guess Lonerbox did retweet Pixie's thing, but like not really a strong stance to just silent people.
That is one thing I'll agree with you on. I think he could have dude, retweeting it gives the same effect as like literally just like saying like fuck Destiny. So like he could have done
Yeah,
more.
which
All
is
right.
which is basically
People know his
just a
opinion.
signal.
He could have done more.
You know what's crazy is that like but this is gonna happen again, and it happened last time. Mark my words, okay? During the forethought argument, he got more angry at like the women that were being, you know, fucked over in that situation because they were easier targets. He was too scared to go directly for Destiny's throat, and I reckon he's probably gonna blame like I don't know, Erudite or Sunday or Straight Raid. He's probably gonna blame one of those people rather than actually talking about Destiny. He's too scared. He's keeping his name out of his mouth. He's too scared to.
Do you
actually
think
speak
Sunday's
Destiny.
reasoning is post hoc rationalization, or do you think he's actually thinking that when he made his video?
No, Sunday is an insanely psychopathic clout demon. Genuinely, it's crazy. Like I've seen all of the DMs. I've seen more DMs than have, you know, been public, and he's deranged.
Did you see the early video of Sunday covering like the initial leaks? And where Sunday is basically covering it because he's like, I just love to see Destiny fucking humiliated. I'm covering this because Destiny is a disgusting, filthy gooner, and he
Yeah,
wants
dude.
to like be taken seriously. Fuck this guy. I hate him. I'm covering this
So
because I want him to die.
So here's how evil Sunday is, right? Like Sunday literally cut out because Sunday had all the text. I know who has what. Sunday had the same text that Beckett had, including that text where Pixie says she was willing for that money to just go to charity. Sunday has that text, cut it out of his video, didn't mention it, and then claimed that Pixie was just extorting him for her own benefit. He literally cut out information that was super relevant to Pixie's state of mind. In order to
Yeah,
make Pixie
I don't
look
like
bad,
that. And then
so
his
that he
his
could
reasoning was
justify it.
like, no, I'm talking like legally. Like, yeah, she did, and it's gonna fuck her over. And well, I agree that she
wasn't
did
legal.
probably the
No,
extortion.
literally, if you look at the extortion, if you look at extortion law, if you look at blackmail law, the courts want you to try and sort stuff out without going to court. Your first step, if you go to court and you haven't tried to negotiate outside of court, generally you'll get in trouble. Like they'll be pissed off at you because you didn't try and sort it out without going through the legal system. So you're supposed to go to them and go, hey, you fucked me, you know, you crashed your car into my fucking fence, give me some money or else I'm gonna take you to court. That would be extortion under Sunday's framework. That's not extortion, that's just negotiating a settlement for a fucked up thing that you did.
I haven't thought about it that way. That's interesting.
It would be like imagine that like, oh god, it's like extortion under his definition would be like, hey, I've got another company and they're offering me more money. If you don't give me more money, I'll leave. That's extortion under Sunday's framework. He's retarded. He's a fucking idiot.
I mean, he doesn't really care about like the legal definitions, right? He just cares about how people perceive Pixie's behavior.
Well, no,
Well,
he,
okay.
no, he
He
cares. No,
literally
hold on.
explicitly-
He cares about like the extremely convenient for him framing of like
Yeah.
how he can make these people look to other people so that their perception of the target changes to whatever Sunday's feeling about these people is. So if he doesn't like them, he's going to like misrepresent the way they've talked about things, the things that they've said, to try and make other people also hate the people he hates.
Yep.
I think that if you were to find like a fucking personal journal that Sunday wrote, he probably wrote in there like a little note that says, Pixie is fucking up my shit. I need to destroy her. Or something. That's how he set her up in the video.
I basically, the reason that he set her up that way is because everyone, including me, everyone in the background was saying, we probably shouldn't go out with this because Pixie doesn't want anyone to go out with it, and she's been suicidal as fuck, right? So there's like an actual risk there. Sunday throws her under the bus so that if she fucking kills herself, no one gives a shit. Or rather, he looks like he did it for good moral reasons, he doesn't care. Like, literally, he was happy to risk that for a fucking crumb of clout. That guy needs to be boiled in acid.
I
Honestly,
mean,
it's good
for
fuck.
him, Pixie killing herself would actually be convenient because it would be like more ammunition.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, he probably would be happy about it. He's such a fucking prick. Like, look, I'm happy that, like, Destiny is taking shit for stuff that I've been complaining about for years. Like, obviously, his shit with women has been fucked up. But, like, it was not worth risking the life of one of the victims in order for Sunday to get
She
the
was.
clout,
It
to
seems
get
like
the first
she was trying to make her a fucking martyr, which is weird.
But he was trying to make her look bad. Like, he did this. Again, he risked a suicide.
He
for
did it. He
500
did it. No, he
subscribers.
did. The reason he did that was
It's fucking
because
pathetic.
when he was telling Mr. Girl like, "Oh, don't come out with this shit without people's consent or whatever." He was doing that shit, but then he did it, so he
Oh
had
God,
to
yeah.
justify it to
He really
himself,
do that?
right?
Yeah, literally, he went.
He had to
went off on
justify it
Mr.
to
Girl.
himself, so he made fucking Pixie seem like a villain to justify
Yeah.
it.
He's a fucking demon. I hope he kills himself.
Based.
In a video game,
No, there's no video games here.
True.
in Factorio, in Satisfactory.
Oh, well, yeah.
Sounds
You're
I
right.
love Satisfactory so fucking much,
Yeah.
dude. Holy shit.
I hope his fluid
Shit.
picks up in Satisfactory.
Satisfactory seems kind of fucking gay, to be honest. Seems like there's no real pressure on you to do shit. Like Factorio has
It's-
fucking bugs everywhere. Satisfactory seems like kind of a game for
I like it.
babies.
It's like The Sims.
I like it.
It's like the girls' version of a factory game.
Just leave them alone in their playpen. What's the problem?
It's like the gay metrosexual Zoomer version of a factory game.
I like
Wow.
having a game where I can just kind of chill and relax and have like a good time.
Best.
Sometimes you don't want stress.
I can actually respect that. I'm sitting here like stun locked for like 2 hours in Factorio because like I gotta like reiterate everything, and
What
it's
is?
Is this a mod or the DLC?
this is the DLC. What mods am I
Oh God,
running?
sorry, I just saw a Pixie reply guy that made me want to kill myself. Jesus fucking Christ.
Those exist. Those
No,
exist.
they do. Yeah, they're not great. They're not their best. Okay, it's pretty rough out there.
Listen, no shade on her, but come on.
Yeah. No, she's got a bad fan base.
She has a fit. Sorry.
Yeah, she's got yeah, at least seven guys are following her around.
Listen, I don't know what you mean.
Look, just because Pixie's a victim doesn't mean that she's a brilliant genius. Okay, all right, two things can be true.
There's a time for everything.
Yeah, Pixie
Well, I think in
seems
order
like
to be a
good burrito.
victim, one of those. No, that's a bad joke. That's a bad joke. Never mind. Never mind. Never
Brow.
Never
Brow.
Never
Take a step
mind.
back from the cliff. Take
Never
a step
mind.
back from the cliff. Yeah. Come on. Come down. Get off. Come down the ladder.
What do you guys make of the Destiny defenses so far? Like, do you guys feel like anyone has
Fucking
actually
retarded.
made any kind of like reasonable argument outside of like the couple of guys who are just like, oh, I'm kind of just like a little bit lost. He was kind of my streamer daddy, and it's hard to cope with the
Yeah.
loss. Like that seems like the
I'm
most
sympathetic to that.
reasonable semi-defense
Yeah.
thing, but like. like
Yeah.
the Sasha edits thing. Did you see her comments?
No, what's this?
This is someone who's been here in like the Discord and the Kick chat a little bit, but they was basically saying like, well, you know, these chats are like a HTML export, and really anyone could have edited anything into them, and whoever's leaking is obviously like a really bad person. So do we even really know that we can trust that they got the stuff like from where they
I
said
don't think
they
that's
did?
real. That has to be a kind of concern. Like, I don't believe that people. I think people are just like. Okay, so I think there is a group of people who have this idea that like Destiny is the savior of liberalism, right? He's too important to be dropped. He unironically rapes but saves kind of logic. And I think those people who have adopted that logical frame are willing to lie, cheat, and steal in order to keep Destiny at the top of the sort of liberalism code tower. Like, I think that's basically what they're trying to do there. They believe he's the savior, and so they're willing to make up insane shit, whatever will stick, in order to make arguments in his favor. I think that's what's happening there.
Yeah.
What's your definition of a concern troll right there? Sorry, I was kind of curious.
Someone who's just in bad faith trying to, you know, throw, what's the word? Like throw smoke, obfuscate, you know?
Right,
or do
right.
we really even know that this is real? We don't have all the data, we don't have all the information. Can we even trust Sherry? Can we even trust Pixie? That kind of shit.
Yeah.
They're asking questions to attack one side in favor of the other
they
side,
really don't care.
pretending that they don't. Yeah.
I care so much, and like this is the real problem, and then they're just avoiding the real problem, and it's like, that's kind of how I look at a concern troll, which is pretty similar to what you're saying. So I'm just curious on the phrase.
I think I think it's probably gonna be hard for people to drop him. I kind of found myself in this situation earlier when he streamed, just because I was watching to find out what he would say. But I ended up like not realizing that I just left it on for like an hour afterwards.
That's rough, yeah. Well, that's it. The problem is that your comfort content is the shit that programs you as well, right? Like, if you leave that shit on for hours a day, you've got a dude's voice in your head constantly, which is kind of gay.
I mean,
That's it. That's my whole take.
And I'm done. And I'm done.
I don't know.
Listening to a dude all day in my head? I don't know, man. I don't know. Putting a dude in my head?
It sounds
Suspicious.
It sounds a bit weird to phrase it like this, but I kind of got fucked up over it, just thinking of like, well, I mean, if you were to ask me 2 days ago, I would have said I never wanted to listen to this guy again, but here I am, and I just was, you know.
I get that, yeah. It's rough. It's hard to make like a big change like that. Genuinely, it's significant. Like, you basically have to kind of figure out a new place to go, community-wise, media-wise, like just to kind of get your stream of content. But then you're putting all of your content in the hands of one person who's basically curating everything.
Yeah.
So that's like a lot of you know, kind of information to allow one person to have control over for you. You know, even if it feels kind of casual.
I'm gonna be honest, dude. I was fucking J-Stock's callers today. They were all like, I'm lost. Like, I don't know where to go. Like, he's my fucking guy. Like, I listen to that and I'm just like, dude, this is so fucking pathetic. It's a streamer, dude.
No, be nice, be nice. This is like.
Am I fucking autistic? Like, these people are treating this shit so fucking
Okay,
serious. It's infuriating.
This here's like the good faith explanation of this. A lot of this is down to like people's like political identity and sense of like ideological and political belonging. And when people have said that like Destiny like fills some kind of like valuable role, they are actually kind of right, because he does like these cool, interesting debates. He, at least when he makes his arguments, he tries to like to flesh stuff out, to rationalize things in like a way that is actually probably genuinely very helpful for a lot of people for working through a lot of this stuff. And then the broader like political commentary space is like very sort of fragmented and clicky, and so for a bunch of these people,
Most of it sucks.
yeah, but for a bunch of these people, these different little communities actually form like a pretty big part of what they consider their own like identity to be, like not just in like a more sort of individual sense, but like in the sense of like whatever their country's like overall politics is.
Yeah.
And so when they have this kind of thing happen, for them it's like a genuine rug pull. Like for a bunch of these people, it's probably genuinely very destabilizing, especially for the people who have had that as like their second monitor content for like fucking years.
Rug pull's a really good word for it, actually. I haven't heard anyone describe it.
yeah.
But actually, that is the ideal. That, like, I think that's how everyone feels. They bought into this thing. They bought the hype. They believed the, you know, they saw all the, like, the FUD, and they believed all of the kind of internal arguments against it. And then finally, it's indisputable that actually the thing they into sucked in some, you know, major fundamental way.
Well, J-Stock, I think, when he was talking about this in his stream today, I think described it really well. Of like, you've got this person who has built up a public persona where he has basically constantly sort of moralized about his opponents on these topics, whether it's the red pill stuff, whether it's conservatives in general. And he's basically gone like, hey, I kind of actually like live my values. All of these people have like no fucking principles. All the shit they say, it turns out like they don't really believe in or they won't fucking act on. And so you can kind of trust me. I'm like the good, wholesome, like sincere guy. And all of these things that I've kind of been arguing against, turns out that I've just been doing shit in the background that undermines everything that I've basically ever said about how you should treat other people.
I think most people would just kind of say, "Well, you're retarded for thinking that." Then, you know,
Yeah.
that person.
yeah, but that's too. It's such a. Look,
Yeah, it's very reductive. Not reductive.
It's
I don't
extra-
wanna use that
it's-
word, but
I
essentially
think it's extra bad in his community because the way that he's worked over the last 10 years, and this is only really possible when you do it over such a long period of time, is every time he has a purge, the most sycophantic people are the ones who are going to stick around, and the people who will stick through multiple kind of content cycles across loads of different topics, eventually they just stay for him. And I think more than Hassan, more than Bosch, I think that the people who watch Destiny really do want skinwalking. You know, you look at anything else, and every single dude that shows up there is a nobody who has the same microphone as Destiny, who has the same cadence as Destiny, and has the same streamer setup as Destiny, even though they're not a streamer, right? Like, they're literally trying to become him because he's basically the nerd rock star, right? He's
And they're all like, how do I get laid? I'm trying to get a girlfriend.
He's got respect. He's got respect. He's got money. He's a nerdy fucking transcendent freak that never has to leave his house, and he still has a Peehor harem. He is the dream. For
He
most
is,
of these guys, they want
yeah.
to be him. So
That's
when
part
he-
of the
when
huge
he-
problem,
when it
though.
turns out-
Like, yeah.
Yeah, but then when he does something that even they're like, oh, this is gross and weird and bad, right? Like, indisputable. It doesn't make you look cool or awesome to like do this shit to Pixie, right? It makes you look fucking weird. It makes you look like a weird little degenerate gooner. And so suddenly they have this like dissonance between the thing they've been trying to skinwalk for years, and now it's like, oh, actually he's like kind of a fucking weirdo with problems and drives and things that he doesn't seem to be able to control. And that suddenly makes him a lot less appealing.
I feel like that was already revealed though with like Anna round 2.
Exactly. The people that you're describing do not give a fuck what he did to Pixie, right?
But
Those are the
difference-
people who are
no,
going to stick
made him look
around.
good. Anna made him look good to his community because they were like, oh, this girl is so obsessed with him. Right? That
Maybe
actually
round-
is
Yeah,
part
it
of the
was like
fantasy.
a bit of a good
Wait.
Chad moment.
Maybe round 1, but not round 2, man. Like round 2, when they found out he was still talking to her, I think that was like that should have been the big wake up moment.
No,
Was
they
pretty-
didn't realize with that.
pretty fucking crazy.
You keep these obsessed girls around you, BPD girlies. Like it's literally part of the meme. Like I think that was appealing to them. The reason the Pixie thing isn't appealing in the same way is because the girls are themselves like disgusted and uninterested and separating themselves from him. They're like, oh my god, this guy's a fucking gross freak. Whereas the whole point with Anna was that she was obsessed with him. So it still put him in the position of like high status, appealing. I want girls to be obsessed with me. So I think that's why even round 2 didn't really matter that much for most of DGG.
I didn't follow the Anna stuff super closely, but wasn't the whole thing with her that it was the issue of like conflicted messaging and the kind of roller coaster relationship that they had of like her being like super obsessive and shit for a while, and then he wouldn't talk about her for a bit. And
The big
then
thing was he was calling
were
her a
kind of-
stalker and insane, and then on streams, and then the moment he would turn off stream, he would sext her and then like exchange nudes, exchange pictures, and tell her like, yeah,
Was
like maybe
that stuff
tomorrow I'll tell
actually
them to stop.
happening-
Yeah.
Was that actually happening at the same time, or because the
Yes.
impression I had was that there was like a bit of a time lag of like weeks or months between that kind of behavior.
Yeah, that's what I understood.
I'm definitely being hyperbolic when I say like the moment he's turning off stream, but it was happening at the same time.
I think the way
Like
he
weeks,
phrased it at
maybe
the
months,
time-
maybe, but it was happening at the same time.
I think the way he phrased it at the time is that, oh, I finally get it. She just actually has OCD. It's mental illness is actually real.
True.
Yeah, it's too easy to dismiss people based on shit like that. Like and that always played into his narrative, right? Everyone who disavowed him was crazy enough, which makes sense because the only people who are going to go against their own interest enough to do something that they perceive to be moral, like call out a big streamer who's going to fuck them over, are the people who are also crazy in other ways. Right? Like the sane rational people like Lonerbox, they just kind of stick around because that's, you know, it makes more sense to
Or
try
they
and
just
resolve
leave
things privately
silently.
or be rational. Or yeah, exactly. Like or leave silently so they don't start a big shit show because they don't want to fuck with the community, they don't want the heat, but also because they don't feel most sane people don't want to start big drama for no reason. So the only people who are willing to start the conflict over big problems are the people who are so insane that it's very easy to point at them and go, well, they're just crazy, it doesn't fucking matter. Usually the crazy people have like a nugget of truth in what they're saying. Like, you know, I look at any MAGA freak and like the stuff they're talking about, like fundamentally there is something at the heart of what they're saying that's real.
Yeah.
They've just been completely co-opted by, you know, freaks and idiots and fascists.
There's a core
that-
feeling that's triggering their reaction, but
Yeah,
in terms
the
of the
feeling
actual
is
reason,
real.
they have no idea.
I don't know. I still feel like a lot of the talk that's happening. Like I watched Chud's stream a little earlier today, and the thing he said repeatedly was like Mr. Girl like one was vindicated, President Sunday like one was vindicated, but actually I don't feel like either of these people have been like meaningfully vindicated in any kind of way. It's just that both
When
of them
Mr.
have got
Girl
their
was
bugbears
calling
about
Destiny a pedophile, or not a pedophile, fuck. When Mr. Girl was calling Destiny like a sex abuser, there's no way he could have known that this was happening, or if he did know
Exactly.
that this was happening, he obviously wasn't referencing it because he was only talking about public shit.
He had part of the story and he had the vibe and the vibe check was correct.
No.
think
I actually
Mr.
don't think
Girl's
the
vibe was correct.
I don't think the vibe. I don't think even the vibe check is correct because Mr. Girl's essential premise was like Destiny is essentially exchanging like continued sexual access to people so that they can have continued access to his platform. Destiny is kind of engaging in like a fucked up and I don't think anything like that has ever been like, even remotely substantial.
Okay,
And
so
so,
when I say the
wait.
alright.
Tiny
Alright,
little
alright.
bit extra. So there's like a tiny sort of like category overlap of like Mr. Girl has accused him of like one kind of sexual impropriety, and then the thing that has eventually come out is like technically in the same category of being like sexual impropriety, but I don't think that's like any kind of meaningful enough overlap to say that like Mr. Girl was even remotely onto anything. Like he's kind of just lucked out that like Destiny was doing something that was like vaguely in the same like category of like weird sex shit.
So I think logically you're totally right, like rationally you're totally right. When I say that he got the vibe right, what I mean is that, and even particularly crazy people I feel like are more attuned to this shit, but like when you're around those dynamics, you feel like something's wrong, and I think Mr. Girl probably had the correct feeling that something about all of this doesn't work, but then the way he rationally constructed his argument, he lacked the evidence, he lacked the consent, he lacked the, you know, real, because no one gave him consent, that means he was limited on the information he had access to. So he wasn't able to actually create the accurate story that reflected why he was feeling the way he felt. I think that's what I mean, right?
I think the issue of why he felt the way he felt though was because he kind of fell out with Destiny's community, and then he got this whole fucking vibe of like, oh, I have to like ingratiate myself to you to keep your people happy or something.
Which I think is
I
fair.
think-
That's a good
Which-
source, you know, feeling to have to go. Something about this dynamic actually feels kind of wrong, and I'm realizing that actually the girls probably have this even worse than I do. Like that.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That was correct.
but then the girls having it worse than I do is a thing that is like a fabrication, like out of whole cloth. It's something that fundamentally has no basis. And what Mr. Girl was kind of getting at is like, oh shit, I kind of have to do my own reputation management in order to keep people happy. And that was mostly just him running like face first into like some sort of, you know, brick wall of reality. Of like, oh, you know, to
You
the
don't think-
extent
yeah, but-
to to the extent that he wants to play this like insane kind of character, like not everyone's gonna like mesh super well with that, and he wasn't getting received exactly the way he wanted to be received, which is what led to his like weird fucking behavior in the subreddit, and then that's why they got rid of his access to that subreddit, because he was trying to like monopolize that space to do like insane reputation magic for himself, because he didn't like the way his own stuff was landing with like a different community.
Look, I think his whole ego got tied up in it, so I agree with that. But I do think that, first of all, I think it's pretty clear that women do have it worse in that situation. Not in the way that Mr. Girl built out. You know, he claimed it was like a very obvious quid pro quo. Let's be honest. Like Pixie was literally throwing Lav under the bus for stuff that Lav was saying that was true about Pixie in order to protect both her and Destiny's relationship. Like, the women do have it worse, because if look at this fallout, right? Like, how much grief did Destiny actually get for the cocksucking stuff? Not really any more than he got for just, you know, the cuck stuff. Whereas the women had their shit destroyed, right? Pixie got fucking clapped. Like, she can no longer go on any of the million subscriber podcasts that she was doing pro-feminist content on, because all it takes is, you know, a few freaks to post that video under every tweet or every comment or whatever, and no one's ever going to do that amount of reputation management on her behalf. So she's fucked. She's out of the public sphere. She doesn't get to do the stuff she wanted to do. I don't think she was ever very good at it, but she's still denied that because of the relationship.
She's never going to have the chance to be good. She's never going to, like, she's never going to get that.
Yeah. And Destiny literally had videos of him sucking dick, and he was literally the next week talking to Democrats and happily working with like the mainstream political institution. A woman would not really be in that same position. They would have to back off because they would get way more grief. Because it's easier to
I don't think that's a woman thing. I think that's Destiny actually being very used to controversy and having his game plan of like, just for the most part, like, you don't really like address these things and sort of super engage with them. You kind of just carry on like streaming through the controversy, like not really addressing it. And I think people like Pixie were in a bit of a different position, partly because they don't have their career sort of built up to that same degree where they have as much shit that they can focus on, and the weird fucked up like harassment shit, which Destiny definitely got. He definitely had shit tons of people, including like other people from the streaming space who fucking hated him, like tweeting pictures of him like sucking dick. Probably way more than Pixie did, but I think it's like a signal to noise ratio thing. Of like,
well, the thing is too is that Destiny kind of has made it publicly known that he's not like 100% straight as well. When Pixie like kind of had a vested interest in people not knowing that she and Destiny had gotten together in any sort of way, I think she had actually just outright said that was not the case.
Yeah, I recall her.
Why did she have that vested interest, right? Like, what's the vested interest?
Well, the vested interest is in not wanting to be accused of that quid pro quo.
Which is a gendered problem, because women sleeping their way to the top or sleeping their way into is literally a gendered meme.
Right, so that's not a Destiny problem or a Destiny community problem. This is like a Democrat problem, right? But we're tapping into like
this is a general problem.
So yeah. So wait, so to wrap all this around, you're saying that Mr. Girl was so off base because of this, right?
I'm saying that Mr. Girl correctly assessed the dynamic and got the feeling, and then was unable to validate it with enough evidence to ever really do anything useful, and he got caught up in his own ego and his own narcissism, and he fumbled the bag because he fucked up, right?
I think even his vague feeling was totally fucked. Like, if
can you re-explain that, Doug? I think that would help.
If you wanted to, okay, so if you wanted to ever give Mr. Girl any kind of like credibility, you could have accused Destiny of like it being like kind of weird that you kind of seem like you're trying to fuck everyone like in this space. It just seems like sort of weird horny behavior, and that's kind of the problem is, as far as like a legitimate criticism of stuff that was like open and available, that's basically as far as you could have taken shit. Mr. Girl took that vague idea that there was some kind of like sexual weirdness into this like insane fucking predatory direction of like there is like an exchange that is happening that is also making all of these people like actually beholden to you, and they have to like constantly appease you, and they have to constantly like continue to give you sexual access to them.
I agree
And
that
so-
that framing was insane. I fully agree with that. I think the whole dynamic is way more subtle than he was making it out to be.
But the problem there is that there is nothing about his initial vibe that actually maps onto any of the stuff that has exploded.
I
and so
disagree. I think Destiny was a
What?
sexual abuser. I disagree. I disagree. I think he
Well, I mean-
100% sexually abused Anna.
I think the Anna stuff is pretty apparent. I think also like the way that Lav got deorbited, despite the fact that
Lav,
what she was saying
like,
were literally
I think Mr. Girl was right. Listen. Okay. I think Mr. Girl was right. I think he had the correct feeling. I think he was being fed shit behind the scenes that he couldn't talk about. I think there's probably stuff that's still not even public that he likely knows about and can't talk about because he doesn't have permission, right? So I think he had a feeling correctly and then just couldn't substantiate it, which made him look like a fucking retard.
No,
All right. So I don't think he was
completely
vindicated. I don't think he was
off
vindicated
base.
at all, but I think he was ultimately right.
I think the only person who was ever like meaningfully trying to feed him information was probably Lev.
Was probably Lev, yeah.
And
The only way you're right,
Valentine-
Morale, is if Anna was too mentally
I'm really
unwell.
confident that he's been in contact with a bunch of other people that didn't give him permission. I think he said that multiple times as well, and I believe him.
He broke permission in a bunch of. Why would he only half break permission?
No, he didn't.
Like, why
He
would
never broke
only-
permission. He never broke permission. He never.
Is that true? Is that true?
Yes.
He did-
No.
Yeah,
That was
he's-
one of the lies. That was one of the lies that Destiny tried to spread around to discount the fucking Destiny report.
Yeah, Mr. Gill is incredibly principled.
The one time, I think the one time it was going
Funnily
around that he
enough.
broke permission was Anna. Anna gave him permission, and then because she was scared of Destiny leaking her nudes, she was like, "Hey, actually, don't do this." And he didn't go back. He didn't like accept the recount, like the taking back of the consent. He went with the
So
original consent.
The woman was coerced by threats of non-consensual intimate images being sent around. Interesting. That sounds
She
like a
well
problem
no
to
she
me.
to be clear, that was in her mind she said she was scared that was going to happen. I don't know if she had any knowledge
Hold
that
on,
could
wasn't that
lead her to
'cause-
that way.
Hold on, wasn't that because of like some other fight that Destiny and Anna had where she was potentially going to talk about like whatever her sexual encounters were with
She has
Destiny?
been consistently
then-
scared of like fuck, what's the term? Like
retaliation.
retaliate. Yes, sorry, I'm
Yeah.
autistic. Fuck. She's consistently scared of retaliation. I have like shit that I can't talk about, but I want you to trust me. Like she has.
I mean, that sounds
She's
insane
constantly
until you
scared of
consider
this shit.
that- like that sounds silly until you recognize that 12 years ago, 6 years ago, and today, Destiny has been sending nudes of people around without their consent. Sometimes in revenge porn capacities, like with Blue Tea, and sometimes for gooning. Like, so it's clear that was happening, and obviously people involved more closely with him would know that more. So I'm not surprised. Like Anna's fear of retaliation is completely valid.
Yeah, but the
So
Mr. Girl
yeah.
interaction with Anna wasn't exactly like, high principle. That I think the characterization of that is like a multiple hours long, like almost gaslighting session or sort of struggle session where they are almost trying to like coerce out of her like statements.
No, they are.
that
Mr. Girl and Lav are both in a call with Anna, and they are both trying to persuade her or coerce her into coming forward with the allegations. Because, again, Mr. Girl is really confident in his sexual abuse claims, but Anna is like, you can show as many of the Lavs, the Blue Teas, all of these other people, but I think Anna's story is really the one that's going to stick. And I think he knew that, so he was really trying to get her to come clean. And she did, but then she retracted that consent, which he didn't take as valid, I guess. Which you can argue the morality over that, but he never posted stuff without initial permission. Which I think it's fine. I think that's fine. I think what he did is fine. I think the persuasion is fine. I think if you genuinely think someone is sexually abusing people, sexually abusing their fan base, and using their fan base to do that, I think it's fine to be a little coercive and to try to get someone to come out about that story, because that could potentially save people.
How do you
from
think that Anna was
that.
sexually abused? I gotta know.
Fuck, I.
She's
have
too
it written down
retarded to
somewhere.
consent? Or
No, I think when people say that, they're being really stupid because she's a woman in her 20s. She can obviously consent.
yeah,
I think
it's the only way I can think of it.
she was being sexually abused. Fuck, I need to like pause my game and actually articulate all this shit.
Find the notes. Dredge up the notes.
I
No, I'm gonna
think
do this without notes. I'm gonna do this
hold
without
on.
notes.
I think the only way you could maybe entertain that idea is if you wanted to say that Destiny was doing some kind of like hot and cold, sort of like emotional abuse, where on
Which
some
he
level
was.
he's
Which
like
he was.
very
He was
hostile and
1000%
then
doing, and
being-
there's proof.
Yeah, I'd broadly agree with that, but I'd also call that like sort of weird, freakish, horny behavior where
You
was.
wouldn't use the word abuse, basically.
Yeah, I would probably call it
yeah.
like slightly abusive as like a dynamic, but I wouldn't put it nearly in the same category as necessarily any of the stuff Mr. Girl was accusing him of, or even the stuff that's going on now. Like,
Okay, here. How about
it seems like a weird, fucked up thing where he is basically so fucking thirsty for pussy that he would basically like continue to try and have sexual relationships with people, even that he's like claiming to have like very hostile relationships with, because he just sort of craves like sexual access to people in general, not necessarily as part of like some kind of like especially abusive thing.
Okay, two things. Second thing is going to be why I think the Anna thing is abusive. First thing is a response to that. The first thing is, I think your reasoning there is exactly why people haven't caught on to Destiny. They look at things just one perspective at a time. They look exclusively at the Anna. They don't look at the broader picture. They look exclusively at the lab. They don't look at the broader picture. They look exclusively at the blue tea. They don't look at the broader picture. So yes, specifically, if you just look at Anna, nothing else, it would be pretty hard to label that as entirely abusive. I agree. But if you look at the entire picture over the course of more than 10 years where he's done similar shit to this, I think it's very hard to deny that Destiny is a sexual abuser. You have to look at everything. You can't look at individual aspects, I think. Second thing, when you are telling someone like, hey, I'm going to tell my community who is very rabid, very notorious for being rabid, and you're essentially giving them free reign to harass and target this person, and you're heavily insinuating that this person is stalking you, you're heavily insinuating that this person is being abusive to you, all of that, and then you go to the person that you're insinuating and you're like, hey, I'll tell them to stop eventually. Just keep talking to me, and then you keep initiating sexting, you keep doing this, and then while you're having this relationship with them, you continue to tell your stream that this person's insane, this person's crazy. I think that's insanely abusive, because you are not only coercing the person, you're hanging above their head. This is obviously specific to Anna with how this dynamic worked, but you're hanging above their head, like with them being like extremely OCD and kind of paranoid, and you're lying about them publicly and stuff like that. You're hanging that over their head, which makes them like even more paranoid, which causes them to loop, which causes them to have more breakdowns. I don't think this dynamic would have worked with anyone other than Anna, and I don't think it has ever worked with anyone other than Anna. So specifically to Anna, I think what happened is definitely abusive. I could go more into detail, but that's go all from memory. All from memory. I didn't fucking check.
Nah, that was a no.
Yeah,
That was a
I'm
no. No, but that was great. That was well said.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree at all that like he has been definitely like abusive, but I think it's about the precise sort of accusations that people are making, and I don't think I would ever describe Destiny as like clearly not any kind of abuser. I think he's like definitely been like super fucked up, and basically all of the instances of him like sharing shit that he shouldn't do are things that he's like rightly being castigated for, like way later than is, you know, appropriate. I think the issue with the Mr. Girl stuff specifically is his shit was like so way off base. Like I don't disagree with like the issue of looking at things individually versus in totality. but I don't think that Mr. Girl's shit maps onto necessarily any of it. Is the problem. So the thing I don't really like seeing is people going like, "Oh shit, like Mr. Girl was right," or "Oh shit, like
No,
President Sunday
that's
was
where
right."
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I think
that's
Mr.
fair.
Girl and Sunday are not vindicated. I think even if they had outside knowledge that they haven't brought to the table, they shouldn't have acted as if like they shouldn't if they know that the sun is really red and they're making an argument that the sun is really red, they can't convince everybody that the sun is red without giving evidence that the sun is red. And if they can't show that evidence, then they shouldn't make that argument. So I agree. I don't think they're vindicated. I think they're both kind of retarded in how they played things. I think
Yeah, they're both
Mr. Girl
retarded,
specifically
insane,
has
and malicious.
yeah.
Like, you know, they're both like pretty profoundly terrible people. It seems like
No. Sunday's a terrible person, but I think Mr. Girl had good in heart, good in mind. I think.
Ooh, I don't know. See, Mr. Girl is someone who I would probably not hold as accountable as Sunday, because I think Mr. Girl is probably like a little bit like mentally ill in a way that that probably like
I don't think the mental
fuels
illness
way he
discounts the
behaves.
accountability. I think what has he done that's like malicious ever?
Mr. Girl.
Yes.
Um,
Because I agree with you on Sunday. I think Sunday's talk about being like
Sunday's definitely
neurodivergent. I
malicious.
think he's like unironically too autistic to realize what he's doing. But Mr. Girl, sure, talk about him.
Ooh, Mr. Girl. I think Mr. Girl. The issue with Mr. Girl is actually about the probably about his psychology. I think it's about the sense of assuredness that he has that he absolutely has to be right with whatever his take is, and then that kind of justifies going to the lengths that he does.
What
Like-
lengths does he go to?
What lengths?
Well, for example, like attempting to contact like literally everyone. That
He's
he
only
could
contacted
find.
public figures.
Well, trying to contact everyone that like has ever publicly associated with Destiny seems like
I think
going kind
that's
of
fine. That's
insanely
something
far.
every YouTuber does when they're doing research. He
Um,
didn't contact anybody that is not in the public light. He only contacted people who were in the public light.
Yeah, to me that comes across as unhinged. I think particularly in light
if you're
of the
if you're doing a
hold
piece on
hold
someone,
wait, in particularly in light of like the absence of vindication, like if it turned out that there was actually something to his original claims, and he was
there was. What do you mean?
About essentially like quid pro quo. No, that's never been founded.
His claim. Wait, I'm sorry. You think his claims were solely based on quid pro quo? That's it.
Well, not solely that. I mean, he's got
Okay.
what 100,000 words on all the bullshit. But that I think that was essentially the foundation of his claim.
I'm
That
pretty sure the foundation of his claim was like more broad. Like Destiny is a sexual abuser, and he uses his platform to abuse women. I believe. I could be mistaken, but that's I'm
I
like
mean,
90% sure.
there's that shit as well. But I also don't think his framing of that necessarily has had any kind of vindication either, because he's wasn't his claim like Destiny brings on these people so that he can get a kind of like sexual gratification out of like making all of these people that he's fucked fight in front of him? Like, if you want
This report
to
aims to paint a broad picture of Destiny's public and private abuses of the substantial power afforded to him by YouTube, his colleagues, and his audience. I will present examples of the following dynamics which are disturbing, individually and worse when combined. Unequal sexual relationships. Then we have retaliation and sadism.
Well, for the unequal
Narrative
sexual
control.
relationships, in the last decade, Destiny's formed dozens of
So
sexual
it's
relationships
all of those. I
with
don't think quid pro.
streamers who benefit
Where was quid pro
enormously
quo
from
though?
their...
What is he talking about in specific to that?
Hold on, I might have to.
Because
start
to
searching
be
for
clear, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I just have not heard that ever, and I was not around when this was published, so I am only looking at it as like I'm looking at it from the perspective of now. Okay,
You,
so
you
that
never
you
heard
could
the
be
quid
right, but
pro
I
quo
don't know.
thing?
Yeah, I've never heard
Okay,
that.
well, okay,
Oh.
he's got a pretty decent outline of that in the section 1 of unequal sexual relationships, where he's like,
Unequal
well,
sexual relationships.
in
Okay.
2020, Destiny himself explained why using your platform for sex with small creators is unethical. And so in that, he's essentially laying out Destiny's like own example there of the manner in which this whole thing would be unethical. And so that's part of like Mr. Girl's own framing of like the issue with Destiny is saying, well, Destiny has this huge platform which is affording him sexual access to these people who would like to use his platform.
What do you think quid pro quo means?
Well, it means something for something. And so in this
It means
case,
something for something.
that's well, something for the same if you want to go like literal on the latter. But the point there is that it's an exchange. The exchange in this case being the outline that Destiny gives that Mr. Girl is quoting is, well,
Wouldn't that mean every sexual
hold on.
relationship is a quid pro quo though?
Well, if you wanted to take it like to some kind of insane extreme that renders it meaningless, then yes, you could. But okay, here's a little quote from the thing. You know, this is Destiny saying, let's say that I have a podcast, I've got 30,000 viewers, let's say there's a girl that messages me, we talk a little bit and she really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool, you really want to come on my podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want to. She might not be into it really at all, but if I start propositioning her, if she says no to me, she might worry. Like, fuck, if I say no to this guy, I'm not going to make it on that. Yeah, I think it's
So Destiny,
wrong. Yeah,
hold
I
on,
don't think
Destiny's
you should.
proving the quid pro quo then. That's not on Mr. Girl to prove. Destiny just proved it for him.
No. This is Destiny saying like, this is why you shouldn't like engage in these.
Why
things.
you shouldn't, and then he goes on to engage that with orbiters. So by Destiny's definition, he is doing quid quo pro. Or fucking quid pro quo, whatever the fuck.
Well,
right?
hold on. This is the where it gets into a problem is that I don't think Mr. Girl is necessarily actually proving that any of these things are actually happening.
Okay, if
because the
yes,
thing that
yes,
Pixie,
he is.
hold
Look
on,
at
wait, hold on. Because the thing that Pixie, for example, had always tried to establish.
let's not
for
use
herself-
Pixie. Let's try to use
No,
someone like
hold on,
Lav because they were around at the time.
This is just like a very little sort of brief snippet of like Pixie's framing of like her relationship with Destiny. She has always kind of forwarded that like, hey, I'm not actually part of like this dude's pattern of like horny harem building, because she's trying to explicitly like lay out that actually she doesn't have this kind of thing going on. She doesn't have any kind of like quid pro quo where she is basically being platformed for reasons other than merit. And when you get into the
But that was proven wrong.
I don't think it was, because
She was in a sexual relationship with Destiny.
Like 6 years ago, and so then where is the
Yes, she said she was different when she wasn't different. She was a part of the cog in the machine. What do you mean?
Well, there's the issue. I think is that
the quid pro quo thing is like,
there
oh,
there isn't a continued sexual access, and so that's
okay. If the quid pro quo claim is that he'll have sex with people and then prop them up, I'm pretty sure she was at the election stream, right? She's on multiple streams of his afterwards. They collabed a few times as well. So if they had sex and then those things happen, and then she goes on to say, that that's not what's happening when in reality it did, that does seem to prove the quid pro quo claim.
if they fuck,
Yeah, but
hold
only
on,
after
people, right?
hold on. If they fuck once, are they fucking forever? Because that's the thing. Like at what point do you?
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're trying to derail. You're trying to derail.
At what point do you
Imro, you gotta let him finish.
Imro,
you gotta let him finish, Imro. He's been struggling to get a word in for a while.
At what point do you consider the sexual relationship to have actually ended? Are you saying that this unequal sexual relationship is continuing forever as the means by which Pixie is like continuing to forward her career? Or is it that they had some kind of sexual tryst a long time ago, and then is there ever a point at which Destiny is propping these people up because he thinks they're actually worthwhile creators? Is it, or is it, are you trying to say that the only reason that he's continuing to forward these people and to help give them connections, to help them forward things that he seems to believe in, are we saying that the only reason he's doing any of that is because, like, she sucked his dick 6 years ago?
We don't know what Destiny believes in because will say something that is a moral good and then says he does it, but then he doesn't actually do it. Furthermore, he's shown evidence that when a girl does not give him sexual attention when he's interested in that, he will simply stop talking to them and stop propping them up entirely, as we've seen in the case of like Merc off the perk, right? If you choose to believe her. And then third off, right? It doesn't matter if it's a continuous sexual relationship or not, right? They have
yes, it absolutely
no, it doesn't.
does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Does.
You proved the quid pro quo, motherfucker. You proved that to me, and you continue to try to obfuscate this shit because you don't want to listen to Mr. Girl. You fucking lost, motherfucker. All you have to do is admit it, okay? A sexual relationship to be propped up. This is the same thing that happened with fucking Pixie. We've seen it. You gave me that example, and then you tried to backtrack, and you're like, okay, well, is it a continuous relationship, or is it not? It doesn't matter, because at the bare minimum, there was a sexual encounter in which afterwards, Destiny continued to prop them up. And then we have cases with Merc, where Destiny tried to do something sexual, Merc denied it, and then he basically cut all contact and slowly stopped talking to them entirely.
Okay.
So it is extremely plausible, like super highly likely that this is the case.
No, not at all. Right. So there are two main points there. One is, do you think that there would ever be any other reason possibly to try and cut off contact with Merc? Like, she seems broadly like an extremely fucking unstable person, and maybe the thing that triggers wanting to separate is some sort of failed sexual encounter or a sexual encounter gone wrong in which he doesn't appreciate her reporting on it or whatever.
Destiny literally says he wants to seek out crazy women, and he could have done research into Merc prior, and he probably knew all the crazy shit she had done, so that doesn't matter.
But then there's also the issue of Pixie specifically is you can't I think say, well, they had this one sexual encounter from which a professional relationship followed, therefore the professional relationship is derived only from the sexual, as if that's a quid pro quo, when the
I don't even think this unequal sexual. Well, I do think it's. Hold on, no. This isn't even about quid pro quo. You're a fucking retard. What the hell?
I'm gonna finish, buddy. Because the issue of the quid pro quo is also about what happens when that sexual relationship stops. So are we saying that Pixie has indeed been fucking him for this whole time? Is that the thing that's being alleged if they've had this continued relationship professionally?
I feel like I've already answered this. It doesn't matter to me. And furthermore, this isn't even about a quid pro quo. I don't know. You've invented that in your head, and you've read the report, and you've tried to fill that definition in.
That's the point of the unequal sexual relationship.
No, that's not.
It absolutely is.
Where?
That is Mr. Girl's
context for the time as well, when Mr. Girl was talking about this, because I was around at the time when Mr. Girl was talking about this, that was a major point of talking about Destiny. That,
of quid pro quo?
Yeah, yes. That's like the
where is that in the unequal sexual relationships?
That's the essence of quid pro quo.
The quid pro quo.
The discussions that were had about it at the time.
Yeah, the quid pro quo is that Destiny receives sexual access to these people in exchange for access to his platform, and then.
Okay, where is that stated here? Where is that stated here?
That's the entire premise of the.
Where is it fucking stated, you dipshit? Show me.
Imro. Yeah, wait. Let me go.
Sexual relationship.
No, fucking Chris Bledis. Chris, no. Everybody shut the fuck up. Chris Bledis, you shut the fuck up. Pig Cut, you shut the fuck up. Because Dung Devil, at this point, you've proven me right, and you continue to fucking obfuscate. I want you to show me, number one, unequal sexual encounters. Show me here where there is a quid pro quo.
That's the same phrase. That's what quid pro quo means.
Chris Lettuce. Okay, I'm muting you, Chris Lettuce. I'm
Bro,
sorry.
do you know
Fucking
what?
pig gut as well. I'm
do you
muting you.
know
I'm sorry. I
what
don't even know if
quid
you're gonna talk. I'm muting you.
Bro,
Dumb
he
dumb.
asked
Where in
he
this is
asked
it
for
a
the
quid pro-
definition of quid pro
'cause you just
quo.
made that up.
and
Do you know what a quid pro quo is?
Show me where it is.
Do you know what?
Show me where it is. We've already defined it. We've already defined it.
No,
I know what it is.
He struggled on the
we
literal
need
definition
you
and
to
the
define it.
common parlance.
I am using the definition you are going by. Show me where a quid pro quo is, or I'm done talking about this.
Wait,
with you.
just give him the common parlance for it.
Recite the definition for us then. Just
You
so that
have.
we know we're on the same
Okay,
level.
hold on. Show me where a quid pro quo is. Your next sentence is going to be that, or I'm done talking about this with you.
I mean, you can tap out if you like. That's fine.
All right, yeah,
But,
I'm muting you. No, I'm done.
right.
Desperate-
I'm done. To be
All right,
clear,
all right.
to be
Talk to me
clear,
about it.
You made the claim.
No,
that there
Morale
was a-
tapped
no,
out.
shut the
Morale
fuck up,
tapped out.
motherfucker.
Turning
You
his
made the
volume
claim
down.
That
He
there was a
tapped
quid
out.
pro quo claim in here. While I'm not saying that fucking Mr. Girl never made that claim, this claim in specific, there is nothing of a quid pro quo. It's unequal.
Mal,
sexual
we know,
relationships, which
we
does not
know.
mean quid
You
pro quo.
keep explaining
And
to
there's
this
nothing
to
in here
us.
that suggests
You
a quid
keep
pro quo.
explaining to
You're
it.
inventing
You keep
shit in your
explaining that
mind to
you're
try to
upset
discount
about
whatever
it,
the fuck he's
and you
saying,
don't want to
which is
move
retarded
on.
and autistic. And the fact, Dung Devil, that when I ask you to point out one thing in here that suggests a quid pro quo, you can't do it.
He doesn't want to know what a
retarded
quid
and
pro quo
autistic,
is,
and I
so he can
fucking win,
deny any
motherfucker.
answer.
Even if I'm wrong, the fact that you
Retard.
couldn't follow
Retard,
one
retard,
simple
retard.
request means you're raped and I'm fucking right. All right, motherfucker. Fuck you.
No wonder he couldn't answer the simple request, because he made it an impossible question, because he didn't want a definition of what he was asking. It's like you're asking,
We had a definition.
show me the orange, bro! Where are the tangerines? You're showing me tangerines? Where are the oranges?
Conversation, you dumb fuck. I literally have it written down from when we first started talking. So yes, we both knew what quid pro quo was. He just refused to define it and show it in the fucking report because it doesn't exist.
Why do you think we're asking you to give us a definition so we can flush out your idea
We have
of
the
that?
definition written down.
What is the common parlance of quid pro quo? We gave you a translation from the Latin, but what is the common parlance, Imro? Yeah, that's where you're wrong, right? The common parlance of quid pro quo.
Hold on. I understand.
You're a pedophile. You're a pedophile. I'm a little boy, and you're raping me. I'm a little boy. I'm being raped. I'm a little boy, and I'm being raped. Imro's a rapist. Imro's a rapist.
You're so upset. It's all right. It's all right.
I'm not mad.
It's all right, Chris Lettuce. I understand.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad,
You asked
bro.
me. No, shut the fuck up, Chris.
You're
Chris,
unwilling to hear an answer. You're unwilling. Don't be weird. Don't fucking kiss me, you fucking freak pervert.
Come here, it's okay.
So tempting. It's giving you smooches.
You asked me.
Bro, I'm not
Specific
mad.
asked me
You can't
for the
use your little
definition.
zoomer
At the
things to like
beginning
try
of
to
this
get ahead.
conversation, I asked him what the
You
definition
pussy,
was,
bro.
and I wrote it down. We know what quid pro quo means, all right?
What did
When
you
I
write
asked him
down?
To show me in here where it is, because he's making the claim that it's in here, all right? It's an autistic point, I'll give you
Imro,
that.
what did you
But
write
he's
down?
unable to
What
show
is the
me
common
because
parlance?
It's a thing that he invented in his mind, because wow,
I mean,
Mr.
you
Girl
literally
made the
just
argument
highlighted it on your
probably
screen.
somehow, okay? He made the argument somehow, sometime in his fucking war against destiny. He probably didn't have it in here because he knew that was going to be very retarded and autistic.
Literally everyone on
okay?
this phone call has
It's
told
not
you
in
that
there.
that is
It's not in here.
exactly what his main point was, and it just seems like you don't know what a quid pro quo is.
Chris, let me ask you this: where in this is quid pro quo? Where is it? Where is it?
What?
Where is it?
Read prop in 2020.
Can you tell me where it is?
Self-explained, and then you'll see Destiny's own
Yeah.
example, which Mr. Girl is
Read that
attempting to
point.
use against him to describe his misconduct.
Can you
Yeah,
tell me
what
where
am I
it is,
looking
Chris?
at? What am I looking at, Imro?
The Destiny report.
Paragraph 1.
Okay, it's
It's
loading.
highlight. It's also in side chat. Where in here is quid pro quo defined or even referenced?
The definition is
Or
right there
alluded to?
with the sex with a smaller creator is unethical, as inherently describing a quid pro quo.
That's not a quid pro quo.
Why? What do you think a quid pro
That's a
quo
power
is?
dynamic.
Okay, and what do you think a quid pro quo is?
An exchange.
Do you think a
Oh,
quid pro quo
and-
is a
and-
power dynamic?
So earlier when you said, isn't every sexual relationship a quid pro quo? Do you think Mr. Girl was really like trying to argue against every sexual
Because the
relationship?
definition that Dung Devil gave me was so extraordinarily broad, but I still decided to go with it.
But why do you think anyone would ever use the same quid pro quo then?
I don't know.
Right.
It seems like a very autistic
description.
definition.
It's just a neutral description of an exchange. That's it. It can be good or bad. It doesn't matter.
The way
Exchange.
language works
Okay?
over time is that like ridiculous memes eventually become not memey and they become like common parlance. And the common parlance of quid pro quo is an uneven exchange where someone, or it's just where someone has like more power than the other, right?
What?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. That's
Why?
It's commonly used in that context. But quid pro quo may as well just mean an exchange, right? Literally just like a trade. That's what it means. I give you something, you give me something. A
Yeah,
trade.
you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Now, the reason it ends up like that is because gay New York Times journalists writing about Me Too probably used the phrase a lot to describe those exchanges because they were talking about, you know, women getting raped by fucking Weinstein or whatever. I
Right.
don't think that means the word itself
Hold on.
means that
The
So-
issue of the usage of quid pro quo in this context is that the entire background context is talking about, you know, unethical
I think the colloquial
behaviors,
definition
and so
of quid
if
pro
we're
quo
talking
is
about-
going to be something similar to, like exchange for sex for some form of power, or maybe a valuable item.
You went full debate,
So
debate pervert on this,
if I
Imro,
were
by
to
the
go to
way.
one of my fans and say, if you send me nudes, I will have you on my live stream, that would probably be a quid pro quo.
Yes.
So it
Okay.
has to be
Go back to that Destiny report page.
It
Click
doesn't
that
have to be
Destiny-
bad. They
Go
can
back to
probably
the Destiny report tab.
if I go to
back
an
the
18
Destiny
plus
report
fan
tab
and say
literally
that, they're
read
probably
the
able to fully
paragraph.
consent to that.
Read the paragraph.
The
Destiny
paragraph
paragraph.
is inside chat. The paragraph's inside chat. It's fine. It's there. Okay.
Yeah, but these dictionary definitions are
Anyway,
awfully
the point-
pedophilic, right? Like,
Do you know what? Okay, so the dictionary definition is annoying, okay? Which is
Yes.
one of the reasons I imagine Mr.
In Latin,
Girl
quid pro quo
used
literally means something for
hold on.
something.
Forget the dictionary definition. The reason that this isn't relevant is because Mr. Girl uses Destiny's own analysis and definition of why it's wrong in the first paragraph.
I don't think there's any allusion to quid pro quo in this report, or at least in this paragraph.
Read the first paragraph. Oh my god.
Okay,
need
you know
to-
what,
Okay,
actually-
hold on. Hold on, SmugBug, if I may. Pig gut. What does quid pro quo mean to you?
Oh, could we please get off
bro,
this?
you're
No, hold
such
on.
a
Can we just
fucking
read the
debate
paragraph?
pedophile. Step back from your ego, Morale. Take a breath and just be normal, bro.
No, hold on, SmugBug. Chris Lettuce, I'm not gonna. Dude, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck. I'll mute you too, SmugBug. You're not free from this. You're not free
Such
from
a-
this. Please allow me. Chris Lettuce, when you're being blatantly fucking retarded and you're just blatantly
It's
fucking
crashing
wrong
out.
and you're
Yeah,
saying
he
something
is
to
crashing
lessen the
out.
argument.
No.
He's a bro,
No,
you
I'm
wouldn't
not-
even
no,
let
you're
me
just a fucking
speak.
retard.
You
When you're
wouldn't
saying
even
something to
let me
lessen an argument,
speak
you're
to
just
say I'm
retarded. You're just
retarded.
retarded and autistic.
What do you, so wait, when you have a debate with me, I'm not allowed to listen to your argument in any sense. Why are you even here trying to debate anything, you retard? You fucking pathetic
No, you're trying
pussy.
to lessen. Oh my god, you're so fucking autistic. Jesus Christ.
When you're trying to listen to an argument, you wouldn't let me speak, bro.
You're both autistic as fuck, okay? Can we...
No, you're autistic as fuck.
Let's just-
No, you.
I am. I will crash out on both of you.
And you're
okay?
gay,
Read
bro.
the fucking paragraph. Read the paragraph, okay? The paragraph
Chris, do you want to
is
read it?
saying-
You're a good reader. You want to read it?
Let me read. Okay, Chris can read it.
Alright. Unequal sexual relationships. In the last decade, Destiny has formed dozens of sexual relationships with small streamers who benefit enormously from their associations with him, especially when they appear on his stream. Frequently, these are women who suffer from mental health issues and have expressed suicidal ideations and have been hospitalized for suicide attempts.
Can we just stop? Do we agree?
Next
Is that
paragraph.
reasonable?
Next
Is that reasonable?
paragraph. Next paragraph.
I'm
next
moving on.
paragraph.
Oh, wait, it's still part of number one. In 2020, Destiny himself explained while using your platform for sex with smaller creators is unethical, saying, let's say that I have a podcast, I got 30,000 viewers, let's say that girl messages me now, we talk a little bit, she really wants to be on, and I'm like, yeah, cool, you really want to come on my podcast, blah, 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 I could probably start texting her, and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want to. She might not actually be really all that into it. But if I start propositioning her, if she says no to me, she might worry like, fuck, if I say no to this guy, I'm not going to make it on that. Yeah, I think that's wrong, yeah. I don't think you should. Nobody can ever know if you're actually that kind of person. That's why it's very hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation, because you don't really know if this guy's going to fuck you over if you say yes or no to them, if they have that big position over you. The big position over you, that's a huge part of it, right? Also, Merc already got to meet XQC and like hang out with Destiny way before they ever had any opportunity for sexual encounters. So the Merc thing kind of seems like a setup.
I think the point of just this paragraph is that you can't. The reason it's hazy is because you can't consent, because it's not a quid pro quo. There is no fair and understandable exchange. The girl in this situation is guessing what's going to happen based on her behavior, which means she doesn't have informed consent. That's all the paragraph is about. It's about the fact that the power dynamic makes it hard for the girl in the lower stage of the power dynamic to be able to express themselves in a way that means that they can actually do consent properly. That's it. That's all he's saying. Perfectly reasonable take.
Yeah, it is. It's fine.
But then that's essentially
So
being
Chris,
baked
do you
into an
still think that
accusation
in this paragraph
about
there's
him
any form of
misbehaving.
quid pro quo?
Yeah. There's multiple forms of quid pro quo in that paragraph.
It's just neutral.
I won. I won. I won.
Relax, Morale. Morale, you don't need to
I
win
won.
that bad.
What?
Okay?
Morale, you could have had like you could have had good
full of
points.
fucking retards and I won. I'm in a server
wait,
full of fucking retards and I won.
Morale, how is if they are talking about exchanges and that, how is that not quid pro quo? Explain to me why I'm so retarded.
Hold on, SMUGBUG. Are you diluting the definition of quid pro quo so much to literally just mean something for something?
That's what you said you had written down, right?
Are we literally using it that way?
Are you asking me or SMUGBUG?
I'm asking you.
Well, no, that's not how I'm using it, but I think that's what you have written down, right?
How are you using quid pro quo then?
Well, I'm saying there's an uneven exchange.
Why does it have to be an uneven exchange? I don't get where you're baking that into quid pro quo. That is weird. Like, why does it have to be an uneven exchange?
Hold on. The issue of the uneven exchange is in Mr. Girl's framing of this as unequal sexual relationships and using this as part of like his entire article in which he needs to be like massively condemnatory of Destiny for. That's why the issue of a quid pro quo is being discussed at all. Because the entire framing of this is like Destiny is engaging in like fucked up exchanges with people. That's why we're on the topic of like a quid pro quo in the first place. And Mrao is like feigning autism and going like, oh, this is happening with like absolutely zero context attached, so that we can get into like an autistic debate about whether there is any kind of exchange going on at all, because he's fucking retarded.
Yeah. So the way like language and communication works is that there's like a level of intuition that I'm like reading into what is going on. This is also the way like entertainment and movies. There's actually not a single Australian in the school. That's fucking crazy. So the way that like language and entertainment and watching movies and having ideas communicated to you by looking and seeing and hearing things is that there is like a level of intuition towards that. Some people hate that.
Background context.
Some people enjoy it, and there's like a lot of beauty to it. And TikTok is like purely memes, right? So like the meme behind quid pro quo, especially when Mr. Girl is communicating it, is where I'm getting my main vibe to understand where Mr. Girl is coming from. Yeah. Sorry, SMUGBUG, you were interrupting me, so I wasn't listening. But you can repeat it.
No, Wiz was trying to interrupt you. You just rolled it in. He kept going. You got fucked, dude. You got fucked.
Yeah, fuck this TikTok retard. Some Zoomer streamer retard comes in here. Doesn't.
So he did here. Okay.
He's new, comes in, and the first fucking thing he does before even listening or like reading the room is just to make some funny fucking joke about TikTok.
It's because he doesn't.
You pathetic loser.
Whoa!
You know,
he thought it was funny.
This guy doesn't even have charisma. Bro, these dudes don't even have a sense of humor or a personality. Are you kidding me? You're mad! No, I insist. You are mad.
On stream, dude. SMUGBUG does it all.
He has to be a frog.
Don't you say that! Shut up!
Bro, you losers need some violence in your life. I'll tell you that.
True.
And you need to fucking lick my boot, motherfucker. I raped you so fucking hard.
Oh my god, relax,
yeah, you can keep screaming it as much as you want, but like...
If Mrao screams and mutes everyone, he wins. That's how it works.
Tell me how much I was raped,
you
bro.
on the fucking meaning of a paragraph, dude. Jesus. That's all I'm saying.
For anyone who is like a young Zoomer in here, there's a certain behavior and like egotistical, I would say narcissist, but it also just happens happens in young people, where instead of like displaying a virtue, they just tell you about it. And Morale is just doing that right now by telling you that I'm mad and he raped me.
Oh no.
No, I'm telling you it because it's true. Because
I'm
you're
not young.
fucking wrong and you won't admit it.
You wouldn't. See, wait, he's doing it right now.
Of it until it's moldy and gross, and lick it up, you pathetic little Welsh motherfucker.
Hey, I'm gonna report you and get you banned for that,
Morale
Morale.
got raped so badly that he just had to tell everyone he was muting them, and
Yeah,
then he
exactly.
just screamed into the fucking void.
Yeah, you're not screaming that because I need to know.
Australian autism voice, like the Vati Vidya thing. It is such a thing.
Okay, yeah, you're just saying that because you need everyone to think it, not because like it's a thing that people actually need to know or is real or anything like that, right?
He loves Vati Vidya. He loves Vati Vidya. He's a fan.
Yeah, I watch all his videos. But he does the "this is so sad" guys in Dark Souls.
Sorry, my work wife is here, so I have to completely change my personality so that he doesn't beat me. I'm sorry, guys. We're just gonna take his side and everything.
Yeah, he's read the contract.
Masking.
Yeah. Not good. Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Only you retards can crash the fuck out on quid pro quo, a phrase that is not even in the report and didn't matter. You were just
dude, there was so many interesting ways that this debate could have gone, right? We were so primed. There were prime ways that you could have like pressed Stungdevil. Instead, you just got full debate or pedophilic on some like
because
phrase.
he's fucking wrong, and he's gonna stay muted until I get a formal apology, and I'm fine with it.
He's not wrong. You just look like a coward. Yeah,
Yeah,
you look like a pussy coward, Morale. Like, I'm sorry that
I look like a pussy coward because he can't show me where something that he claims is there is there.
You're doing it again. You're literally.
Guy with a cat avatar up.
Hold on.
Morale, you're cutting me off, and then you're insisting.
Like a pussy coward for fucking winning, dipshit. How do I look like a pussy coward when he claims there is something?
A winner wouldn't be insisting that they won, bro.
In retaliation, I mute him because I'm not going to deal with retarded little gay losers.
We read over the quid pro quo literally like 5 fucking times, and he's still like, oh, they don't have the phrase in it, so
Just
it's
for the
not in
record,
there.
Crispy Lettuce, I wasn't talking about you when I said Australian autism accent. It's definitely the other
don't
guy.
worry.
I've been watching the names to go green to tell which one's which.
There's no Australian in here.
He's locked in.
There are no Australians in here, bro.
He's Welsh. He's Welsh.
It's Australian sleepy hours.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but like it is just like pathetic, right? The only people that you're convincing with this sort of like demeanor are people who mean nothing and have no
Chris,
experience
you
in
still
life.
haven't answered the question. You're just going on to try to like psychoanalyze or some shit. I don't care.
Is this another one of your questions which has no answer because you refuse to like accept definitions or even like figure out things? Like, you're asking me like, are oranges tangerines?
Definition. I have worked with the same definition. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, well, if it's not the thing I just stated,
if
it's not the thing I just stated, then it's been answered.
No, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up.
No, if you tell me to shut the fuck up, I'm not answering you, bro. Kill yourself.
If you're diluting the definition
you're rude.
So
You're a rude
mean
man.
Something for something, then literally
you're a horrible
rude man. Describing an exchange.
Is a fucking quid pro quo.
Oh my god. Debate channel tried to get past the first paragraph in a text challenge. Impossible.
Yeah, actually.
No, I love this. I love debate pedophilia. This is where I have my fun.
I hate this shit, bro. I just don't care like enough to engage with like, such retarded shit.
You obviously do.
I care about you.
You're throwing words like coward. You're trying to psychoanalyze. You're very clearly upset, and that's okay. You just have to admit it.
Well, yeah, it's easy. It's clear. It's way more entertaining than like engaging in the debate, right?
Just admit it.
Especially when you get raped as badly as
Morale
Morale
did.
Jesus.
Yeah, just insist I got raped again, Morale. Fuck.
I think I did rape you. I think I did rape you here.
I'm sorry that I have to entertain myself, bro. Jesus Christ.
I think I did rape you here, and I think that's okay, and I think it's fine to admit that.
Yeah, well, your point about Merc was fucking garbage. Get fucked, bro.
My point about Merc, that he had a sexual encounter, he didn't receive the sexual thing that he wanted, and then he stopped talking to them.
Merc had already been made famous before any chance of a sexual encounter, so.
So that was just a quid.
That doesn't matter.
That quid pro quo. She got scammed.
That doesn't matter. Destiny tried to have a sexual encounter with her. She rejected him, and then he stopped talking to her.
Do you think he owed her some sort of like Or do you think like he thought that he was owed sex, or that she owed
Do you
him anything?
understand the point I was making there?
Yeah, that he's just like valuing these people purely based on their sexual encounters, right?
Yeah, so obviously that nobody's owed anything. I don't know what you're trying to insinuate.
Wait, suggesting
but like
the negative is evidence of the positive, right? Because it's more obvious when the exchange doesn't happen and there's a significant change in the relationship. Whereas if the exchange does happen, then the relationship, which is, you know, the one that benefits the small streamer, changes. Oh, sorry, it continues on the same, right? So it's sex for the status quo, or it's if you reject me, then I'm gonna cut and ice you out. Right?
Okay, but then what was their status quo then? What was their status quo there? Because they weren't exactly at that stage.
I'm translating from retard.
Okay, well, just so we're clear, he is a retard.
yeah.
But I think that's what Rao's implying, is the negative demonstrates the positive.
Yeah, it's retarded.
I guess.
Was there like what was Merc offering before the sex, right?
Sex.
Not enough.
Yeah, clearly
Merc
not
wasn't
sex.
offering anything. Destiny requested sex. Merc said no. Destiny stopped talking to Merc.
But he'd already made her famous.
Did he?
I'm pretty sure she was famous for other things, not for Destiny.
I don't know who Merc is.
She was dropping the N-word on stream pretty aggressively.
I had never heard
so.
about Merc until this drama.
Merc's like
aggressively dropped
niche streamer.
N-words
She had sex with
on
an
Kick.
XQC mod, got cream pied when she requested not to, and then started a bunch of drama over that, and it turns out she lied about something in relation to that.
Wait, did you not watch Merc's come up?
No, not fucking stealth. She initially requested no cream pie and then explicitly requested a cream pie and got it.
She grabbed his hips and was like, come in me now. And during her rape review, because it was in her rape review. It was in her rape review. Yeah, her rape report. And then she was like, yeah, but obviously when I was screaming, come in me. This is like the first draft of her rape review. He didn't even have to challenge her on this. Merc is fucking crazy. So
was it coerced?
What do you mean? She coerced him to come in.
The cream pie?
It was a coerced cream pie. No.
Was the
No.
consent coerced? No, come on.
Not unless like him making her horny, like as coercion. Like.
Coercion. That's rape. That's coercion.
No, because no, because coercion means like you feel like you're being obliged into it, right? But like being horny, you're just into it.
Nah, that's rape. I'm calling that rape.
Yeah. So she's like, yeah, like obviously she was like, so her first draft was literally like, I know that I screamed for him to like come in me, or maybe it wasn't. It was her first stream after her rape review. She just randomly started ranting like, yeah, I may have screamed at him like and moaned in his ear to come in my pussy, but I'd kind of already said that he shouldn't, and like it was just a heat of the moment thing, and he should have known in that heat of the moment thing not to come in my pussy. Bonus meme, Merc becoming famous was that she would get special needs retards who were like 80 IQ to come on her stream, and then she would like get them to get their dicks out and shit like that, and like be like, I'll be your girlfriend.
Who hasn't done that? Come on.
So she was an innovator in the scene, is what you're saying.
Bro, it was fucked, dude. Like, these dudes would have, like, the intelligence of an 8-year-old, unironically. I know, because the dude was an orbiter of mine. And, and she fucking...
Lettuce orbiter?
yeah, that's right. Me and this retard used to go on Lydia Violet... You know,
was this Troy?
Yeah, this was Troy. Me and Troy used to go on Lydia Violet's stream, and then Troy gets kicked off for... I don't know what. Probably being too retarded to realize that him and Lydia weren't going to be, like, boyfriend and girlfriend or something. And then, and then Troy ends up getting his dick out for Merc, and then she keeps, like, getting him on the stream, like, day after day, and I had to, like, make contact with him and be like, Troy, you know, like, this is fucked, right? Troy, buddy. My little simple dude. Oh.
Yo.
Chris, do you want to be friends again?
Yeah, I think I'll put up with you for a bit longer, Morale.
Okay.
Fucking terrible life choices, jeez.
Tell him you'll only be friends if he puts his real YouTube channel in his fucking Discord profile.
Yeah, actually,
we're more like... It is my real YouTube channel, what do you mean?
You're more like a little mate.
In a million years.
Yeah.
That is my real YouTube channel. What are you requesting? You want me to
put
a
you
video there?
You got another one. You got another one.
big one, the big one.
Well, you got
The
to
one
do
you
something for me
used.
to make it up to me, alright? And we can be like mates. You can be like my little mate.
Post your apology form. Do it.
Chris, what is
and-
apology for?
Channel. Main channel.
And when we
apology
hang
form,
out,
channel.
I need you to like just start saying at the end of every conversation, like, "Hey, bro, thanks for like teaching me. Thanks, you know, thanks for educating me on things, Crisp."
I can.
Alright.
I think that'd be funny. I can do that.
When's your next main
That is
channel
kind of
video,
funny.
bro? What's happening?
So I am kind of retarded.
I have 3 planned. You know what one I'm making right now. It's taking a long
yeah,
time.
yeah.
I'm doing research.
Hurry up.
The 10-hour Bionicle video. Everyone knows it.
My researcher is researching like another topic right now, so they can't do it until I think like a week from now. But I'm doing research on my own as well to try and speed it up. But I'm not very good at research, so
Is it gonna be another VR chat video?
no.
We can only hope.
We can only hope. One of them is. One of the 3 is.
Oh god.
My channel isn't for you, okay? My channel is for 16-year-old girls to go into my DMs, okay?
We get it.
Holy
VR chats are
shit.
with pedophiles. We figured it out. We got it. We figured that out. Video 3.
Yeah, listen, I'll stop making them when they stop giving me money, okay?
I watched one of your videos on that shit, and it literally ruined my fucking recommended for like 3 days.
Yeah, don't watch my YouTube channel. I'm actively telling you not to.
How do you get a 250,000 views on these?
How's it
This is
about me,
crazy.
They're good for the algorithm. People like watching pedophiles being talked about, stuff like that.
I guess. People love pedo content. Holy shit.
They do. It's very easy. Why do you think I've made it?
We should pivot.
SMUGBUG. Look at my
we
videos.
already do
None
that.
of them are
The
good.
show's about you
None of
already.
my videos are
We
good.
should pivot into
They are
pedophilia.
just I got lucky.
Wait a second, SMUGBUG.
Well, last stream was
Your
literally about
microphone-
pedophilia.
Your microphone sounds perfect right now, Smug. What the hell?
Yeah, I make it.
Yeah,
worse
it's
for
clapped,
stream.
isn't it?
I make it worse for stream. What's your problem?
Bro, I don't know why you do this.
I'm pretending. I'm pretending to be retarded. I'm pretending. I'm pretending.
He's not pretending. He doesn't know how it works. That's the difference.
I don't know how audio works. I don't know how sounds are.
I have to take over
I'm
streaming
a
for him because he kept
retard.
breaking everything.
Okay, buddy.
Wave the air wiggles. The air wiggles. That doesn't make sense. Fuck you. You're lying
He
to
got
me.
fired from hosting.
You can't see it, so how does it exist?
It doesn't. It's not real.
True, true. Is
Oh.
this vanilla Factorio, Chris?
Wiz, do you want to be friends again?
It's the DLC, Victoria.
Yeah, we can be friends again, but only for best friends, and you put your real YouTube channel in your Discord bio. So I
My
don't go
real
to this
YouTube channel
fucking
is in my
year
Discord
old
bio.
Video essay. Yeah, but you don't do anything on it. You don't do anything. I'm like, what am I?
Why
time
should I
traveling?
advertise? My streams are not good. I don't think they should be advertised.
Yeah,
Poke
but
around
it's
live
useful
there.
for me
Don't be a
because the only
pussy.
time I'm looking at your stuff is when I'm trying to find your streams. And I'm like, oh, I can find his streams real quick by going on his Discord profile and clicking the link in his bio. And then suddenly I'm video essays? Pedophile? Video essays? What is this? This isn't my regular slop.
SMUGBUG, are you gonna be around tomorrow?
He's gone silent.
Yeah, this is not a good look.
He's gone silent.
Wow. Well,
What's going on?
Are you gonna be around tomorrow?
Nobody said anything.
Huh?
Are you gonna be around tomorrow?
Why was that funny?
I think his headphones are broken.
Huh? No, my headphones are fine.
Oh, okay, cool.
How you doing, Wiz? How's it going, buddy? Good stream.
I'm
yesterday,
not too
it's fun.
bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's alright.
I especially liked wearing
SMUGBUG
Alan
tomorrow.
Moore.
Can I show you the outline and you tell me if you think it's good?
I'm not giving you free labor when you already steal my goddamn bits. You steal
Oh,
my
Wiz.
bits.
You know, I
Yeah,
haven't
yeah.
even
Where's the
stolen it yet.
Patreon tier? Where's
I haven't
the
even
Patreon
stolen
tier?
the bit yet. I've just suggested that I might steal it.
Bit thief. Bit thief.
I haven't even done it yet.
He's grubbling. He's scavenging for my bits.
What are you, Judd
Stealing my
Logic?
bits.
What are
Yeah,
you, Queeman?
literally.
Stealing our content?
Stealing our fucking content. Commentary slot channels. They're like, oh, like a couple of up-and-coming artists have made content. I will steal it.
No, they don't even give us that.
you.
They don't even give us that
It's
credit.
you.
They just go
No,
like,
no,
I
no,
magically
they
find
say
this
that
myself.
privately. They say that privately, and then they're like,
I
yeah,
don't even think
someone
they
sent me
do
this.
privately.
No, it's like someone sent me this. Someone sent me this. Yeah.
Oh,
I think
Wiz,
they
are you
genuinely
like the
think they
voice
found
of
it.
reason
They're like,
from the
wow.
Pond Scum podcast? Is that who you are, Wiz? You're like
He's
the smart
straight man,
one.
Yeah.
The smart one who
He's the
like
straight man.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
the smart one.
yeah.
He's the smart one for sure.
It's a
yeah,
hard to
Yeah.
It's hard.
I do know you.
yeah. I'm the
Yeah.
dumb one. He's the smart one. That's
Yeah.
the show dynamic.
No, you're like the Joker, you know. The jester. You're like the
Yeah,
jester.
the Joker's smart, dude.
The jester,
He like
dude.
kills
Wiz is the
people.
Joker.
No, not that Joker. The jester. You're a jester. You're like you're a
Let me play a game. I go live and I go, let's play a game.
Oh, bro, can you do the rap?
I have a blog. I have a blog. I'm the smart one. I'm the
Say,
blogger. I'm the blog
you wanna
guy.
know how he got these scars?
It's an ironic blog, though, right? Like.
No, it's not ironic. It's real. It's real. It's high effort.
Okay, buddy.
It's so real. I'm the smart guy. I'm the clever one. I write words. And people read them.
This is like when people are like, you guys like me, right? It's like, my blog's real, right?
I'm the real. No, look at all the effort I put in. Look at how many blogs. Look how many blog posts. I'm a writer. I'm a real deal. I'm a big guy.
Balenciaga was where we lost.
True. I will defend pedophilia until the day I die.
Yeah, you were sweeping for that.
Hey, SMUGBUG.
I will sweep for Balenciaga until the day I die. Okay, all right. I wrecked Chad.
You sweep for Alan Moore, and he's definitely getting cancelled in a year's time.
I didn't
Wait.
sweep. Yeah, that's true. I didn't sweep for Alan Moore. I hope he dies before.
How do people even argue against Balenciaga? Like, they
What do you
didn't.
mean against
I
Balenciaga?
saw Haitian immigrants.
How do people? Why would people even try and argue that Balenciaga is bad? Is it about the pedophilia shit, or
Yeah, it's the pedo shit.
what arguments do you prepare for that would even be hard to defeat?
It's fucking disgusting!
What?
You're a pedo!
Literally.
It's all the kid shit, bro. It's just so weird.
It's a child next to a wine glass. It's basically rape. Yeah, that's.
No,
that's
they
not
had
what
them
you're
in like
preparing for.
fucking bondage, bro.
Oh, here we
It
go.
wasn't
Here we
just-
go. We're not
It
doing
was
it.
it was kind of
They
unhinged.
did
No,
not
go.
have children in bondage.
It
Go.
was basically bondage, dude.
Remember when Balenciaga?
Is it okay? Basically bondage. What the fuck is that?
They had a teddy bear wearing fishnets. This fucking child's in bondage.
Wait,
bro.
hold on a
Remember
second.
the
We are
Balenciaga
allowed to
film?
beat children. We're allowed to lock them up in their rooms. They are basically our unpaid slaves. You're allowed to do bondage to children in common society. It's actually super normal.
You know what? You see those kids on leashes so they don't run into traffic because they're retarded? That's bondage. That's literally child bondage. We're okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like a class of human that you're just allowed to do
Literally.
bondage to. You just have to be like responsible
Guardianships,
with it.
that's a form of bondage.
Oh, true.
Balenciaga was
Saying
just
friends?
was just
That's
like
kind of
doing some
bondage.
social commentary right there.
I'm bondaging with Mao
Making
right
friends, that's a type of bondage as well.
now. Don't
That-
steal
What's
my
in
joke
mine and
right
Wiz's
after I
DMs
made
is
it. What's wrong
bondage.
with you? What's wrong with you? Stop stealing my bits. Everyone's a bit thief. You're a
You know,
bit thief. You're a bit thief. You're a bit
It's actually weird that Chud would try to argue against that, because if he's uncomfortable with the bondage that he's doing to his child, and he has to project that onto like art, then I think he's got the problem.
That's probably it. Yeah.
He's probably
Well,
the
to him, talking to
pedophile.
children is mostly a sexual connection.
Yeah, I mean, whew.
Morale, you got anything to say?
He's got that.
No, I'm
cover,
playing
okay,
my
alright.
factory game and kind of chilling out now.
Okay, buddy.
I yelled too much now. I'm sleepy and my stomach hurts.
He's on the wind
Alright.
down. He's on the wind down. He's about
Yeah,
to get ready for
you
sleep.
don't have to worry. Raped too
I'm gonna go
hard.
to bed soon,
Sleep is a
yeah.
form of bondage, everyone knows this.
True.
Dude, I hate it when I'm low on calories.
The fucking
Keep tricking.
Balenciaga thing, some like printout of like a Supreme
Which
Court
turned
case
out to,
about
it turned
child
out to be
porn stuff.
bullshit. It turned out to be bullshit. So basically, the printout was from a campaign several months earlier, completely unrelated. And the reason that anything legal was there was because it's easy to get copyright-free materials for a briefcase shot. They just fucking downloaded the last like 100 pages of Supreme Court rulings, and that one happened to be one of the 30 that you could read there. Like if you just go to the Supreme Court website, they do this with photography shoots all the time. Because like that shit is not copyrightable, so you're not gonna get sued for using it in a fashion brand, but you don't have to pay for it because it's literally government website fucking legal dog shit.
So
You know,
it was
it's a
bullshit.
pretty hilarious
You know,
cell phone.
sleeping.
It was, yeah, but Shoe on Head basically tied the two things together as if they were related and part of the same campaign, when really she was like multi-year drifting between different campaigns to try and build this child porn narrative. It was so fucking stupid.
SMUGBUG, do
What a fucking retard.
you guys think that Fair wasn't like shipping children? Do you guys think that's fake?
Shipping what?
Yeah.
Who's shipping children?
Wait,
It's the when they were out of stock, they gave the stock listings human being names and priced them at like a couple grand so people wouldn't buy them.
Bro.
Huh?
They were-
I don't know about this.
It was really people in those things. I'm telling you.
It was
sounds
also
like-
they were so cheap.
Sounds like a gimmick. I don't know. I don't
Wait,
know what this is.
so they did actually do some weird stuff with like selling things super expensive and
It's a
stuff.
company.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's like when you want to keep a stock listing, but you don't have any stock for it, and you don't want to have to pay the fee to re-upload the stock listing. You just make that item incredibly expensive until you have more stock, and then you drop the price down.
Oh yeah.
That's
It's very
like
standard.
And
small-
worthless.
Yeah.
Like small
Dude.
fucking Shopify websites do, not gigantic 200 million listing websites like Wayfair, bro. It's
Do
just
you
Wayfair
run a
works.
fashion company? Do you know what the fuck you're
Wait,
talking about?
yeah, what
do you...
the fuck?
Wayfair's not IKEA, dude.
Why do you think they have 200 million listings?
Have you ever worked
Wayfair
at
is
a job?
Amazon for
Have
fucking
you ever worked
furniture.
at a company? Have you ever worked at a fucking company? Ever?
obviously.
Okay, so they
Obviously. This guy's never worked
a day in his life.
billion dollar companies are just as retarded as $1 million companies, okay? Alright? It's all the same shit. Well, I
Yeah.
don't know why you would ask that if you've actually had a real job in real life and you found out that everyone's incompetent.
They just need like a
Okay,
gamer.
Are you just gonna say that any possible like nefarious actions can just be chalked up to, oh, they just might be a
Boringness.
Thing?
Yeah, everything's way more
Nefarious
boring. No,
actions? You're
Smug,
talking
Smug,
about changing
Smug,
the prices.
everything's just
What the
more boring
fuck?
than you think. If it sounds interesting, you're wrong. Life's
If you
boring.
think it's a rape dungeon, it's probably
Nothing
a typo,
ever happens.
unironically. It's
Don't
not
you know
nothing
that,
ever
guys?
happens, it's just usually the shit that is happening in front of you is whatever's most sensational because you're bored and you'll want to watch slop. And so the
I'm
slop is what
sorry.
you get.
But nothing.
And
happens
Mrao
in
hasn't
front of
uploaded a new YouTube video yet.
In 5
Yeah, he's got a
months.
fake channel.
Case in point.
6
got a fake
months, coming
channel.
up on 6.
Case in point. Nothing ever happens.
I got a Mrao's trafficking kids. He changed the title of his video to Cassandra.
That is
what
really
fuck-
expensive to view it. You have to become a member to see
You
it.
have to become a
can't say-
member,
you can't-
$100 membership.
You can't say nothing ever happens and then see like Epstein and fucking Diddy. Like, come on, like this shit does happen. It's just that when it happens, it becomes a fucking global event and not a YouTube video, you retard.
According to your argument, then you would just automatically assume that the Diddy stuff was fake.
What?
Yes.
Assume that.
Sure. No, yes. Just say yes.
But what you just said was that
Actually, I'm convinced. I don't know, did he?
fake than it is to be real. So then why would you?
My
then
last
just-
name's Diddy.
The only
Okay,
reason
so-
you're saying the Diddy stuff is large is because it became.
So
global.
Dilbert, I'm gonna juxtapose these two things, and then we're probably done. Okay, you are comparing a single listing for an item, a product on a website.
So you don't even know what you're talking about.
All
It
of
wasn't-
the evidence against Diddy. What is wrong with you?
It wasn't
Have
a
you
single.
lost your mind?
You just say you don't know what you're talking about. Can you just admit you have no?
Okay, do you have more evidence? Throw in your evidence. Let's hear it.
Well,
No,
well,
no,
what he's
just
gonna
say
say.
you
That,
have
sorry,
That you
sorry.
know
Don't worry
what-
about this, Dilbert. I've got this counter argument. It was actually several listings across Wayfair.
Oh,
Oh
God,
god,
that's right.
bro.
Sorry.
Oh god.
You know what? No, what? You're right. That's rape. That's rape for sure. Sorry, I didn't realize there was more than one listing. That's rape.
And they had all different children's names.
You
They're
just admit you don't
specifically
know-
children's names, not just people names. You know?
What children?
Because they
children
are
That's not a
different.
good look. That's not a good look, to put it lightly.
It's
Yeah,
always
yeah,
it's different.
exactly.
Why can't you just admit you don't know what it is though? Because you argued
Because
against
I-
it, had absolutely no evidence against it in the first place. You just assumed.
I've never
Because
heard
No
I
of
evidence
explained to
against it.
him-
Okay, hold on. You're a
Because
pedophile
I
because I look
explained
at
to
you and
him
think you're a
what it
pedophile.
was.
What's your evidence
About-
against it? What's your evidence against you
About-
being a pedophile?
About 2 minutes ago, I explained to SMUGBUG what it was in front of everyone. That's how he
Dilbert,
knows what it is.
I've never heard about this product listing thing until today, and that's probably because it's such a retarded stretch that even the dumbest InfoWars people are not using it as part of their fucking narrative. Okay, that's why I've
They
never
did
heard
for a
of it.
bit. They did for a
But I
bit.
saw it on
Even they
TikTok.
realized it was weak.
But I saw it on TikTok.
Oh, there you go. That makes sense.
This
Really?
dude showed a screenshot of
Here, guy,
Michelle,
I don't even want to look at
25.
your name because I'm so disgusted. What's your evidence that you're not a pedophile?
I can't prove it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not asking him to prove a negative. He was the one saying that it was fake the moment I mentioned it, when he had no evidence proving it.
Because
Otherwise.
What's your evidence to prove it?
What do you mean?
He's a pedophilic until
That
proven
actually,
otherwise.
that's kind of convincing.
Actually, I agree. I agree. Yeah,
Guys, I
all
don't
You
think
safe
it's
said
rape
what was
until
evidence
proven
to prove
innocent.
it. When the problem I
sex is
have
rape.
isn't that there is evidence to prove or disprove. My problem is that he immediately just assumed it was fake.
I
But
said
then he,
you were
Yeah,
retarded.
no
Because it's an
assumptions.
outlandish,
No
autistic,
assumptions are
retarded
allowed.
fucking theory? What?
but my
Sorry.
point
Sorry.
is just everything
Hold
is
on,
fake.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
You have no
I think the
evidence-
sky is red.
But we can
Do you
all go
disagree?
outside and see that it's blue. So that's very different than something
Okay,
like-
well, I dislike that you
Front
just
right red right
automatically,
now.
like, just
Well, right now
like
it's
said
gray.
you disagree. I just dislike that you did
Great,
that.
actually.
How
You're all
outside is
colorblind,
blue?
guys. Get checked out.
I can go outside and prove it's blue. SMUGBUG had
Okay,
no
and I can go to the fucking Balenciaga website and probably prove that they're not shipping kids.
We're not talking
What?
about Balenciaga. Sorry.
I'm buying a child on Balenciaga right now. I'm going. Let's see. What
Hey, it was Wayfair. It was Wayfair, guys.
See, this is my point.
Children
You're only proving Dilbert correct.
You had no idea what.
You're right. I concede. They're selling kids. They're selling kids as they rape them.
So you saw
They've got a 2-for-1 deal. This is awful.
You saw a listing on a random website for a couple grand, and you assumed that you could buy a child. I think look inward. I think if your first thought was, I can buy a kid, look inward. Okay?
Maybe.
Because you know you're wrong. You never admitted that you had no.
Sorry. How
Yeah, you gotta admit you're wrong. They were in fact doing that.
Was it? Wait, sorry, Dilbert. So other than just the listing on the website, which could have been anything, you are absolutely certain they were trafficking children. What's the further evidence? What else you got?
What do you mean? You have mounted your opinion on it without having any evidence to prove the contrary.
Well, you're the one who brought up the claim.
There's no point in
Okay, so do you hold on? I'm gonna ask you. Do you yourself personally think that they were selling children online via the
No, I
website?
don't.
Why do you care then? What?
That's
Have
so
the
cute.
evidence to prove otherwise.
Because you might not have known at one point, dude.
Do you not see the problem with that?
Okay, can you? You can't prove that you've never raped someone. Okay, are you just saying I'm trying to prove a negative? Is that your whole point? Is your whole point?
My point is that you immediately mounted a position with having no prior knowledge to it at all.
Yeah, but you can do that when the position's ridiculous.
Wait, don't tell me.
You did the same thing to me. You said I was blue. You said I was blue. What's your evidence?
You are blue.
You would have done the same thing to Epstein because you had no proof. You had
Epstein?
no knowledge.
We had a million. Okay. So the difference is that if you give me a random person and you say this guy's a pedophile, I'm gonna go. Okay. How? Why? What do you mean? What? How are they a
Yeah.
pedophile?
There's no Wayfair children speaking out. I think that's the difference.
Wait, that's a pretty good one. Do you think
Yeah,
Epstein killed himself, or do you think he didn't kill
What do you
himself?
mean? If I tell you that some random guy was a pedo, you're just gonna say he's not, based on what you just did.
No, I'm gonna say, show me some fucking evidence.
No, you didn't. You didn't ask me for evidence. You immediately said it wasn't real.
Yeah, Dilbert, do you think Epstein killed
Literally a
himself or
person in
not?
Fucking a company like Wayfair shipping children.
Dilbert, I just need to know the
If I
answer.
say-
Did
One
Epstein
thing
kill
has
himself,
happened
Dilbert?
before in real life. The other one has never happened.
Dilbert, I just need to know, did Epstein kill himself?
Did Epstein kill himself? I'm pretty sure that he was killed by somebody.
Okay, you are retarded. Like,
Yeah, he's retarded. That's a shame. But look,
What evidence do you have to suggest that Epstein fucking was killed by someone?
Dilbert's vibes.
you know he tried to kill himself multiple times before that?
I
Yeah,
mean,
literally,
maybe he
he was
tried to kill
suicidal.
himself.
Did he really? I actually didn't know that. That's really funny.
Yeah, dude.
It could have been
The dude was
case that he
suicidal as
coerced.
fuck.
It could have been the case that he was coerced. How did you come to that conclusion?
He was coerced by
He's
his
a
own
fucking
depression.
billionaire that was diddling kids.
Who coerced him?
So he coerced himself by fucking the kids, bro.
You're saying the child rapist was mentally stable. Is that your position, Dilbert?
I'm saying that there was a lot of very
kids.
influential people that
Oh
didn't
my god.
want the information coming
Jesus
out.
Christ. I love this guy. This is great.
Are you saying that I'm wrong? Are you saying that I'm wrong?
What? About what? Sorry, I wasn't listening. About what?
I'm saying that there were a lot of very influential people interested in him not talking.
Name one.
So yes, he was coerced to kill himself. If he killed himself,
Matt
or someone-
Groening.
Matt Groening, really?
Matt Groening.
You know he was on the list. He got a foot massage on Epstein's private jet from that 16-year-old.
Whatever. I would take a 16.
Well, if it's just a foot massage, what harm is that really doing?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
don't get to speak on this topic. There are times when you stay quiet, and it's in the 16 to 18 year range. That's the.
No,
that's the
17 is
conversation
17 is kind of
But
good.
I just told you, just step away from this particular one. Just one step back from this conversation.
You know what I mean? Matt Groening, bro. He wrote The Simpsons.
Yeah, exactly.
Matt Groening wrote this. What the hell? What the fuck?
You wrote them, dude. It's still right.
Did you know that? Did you know that there's like a little M and a little G on Homer?
Yeah.
What, in his ear?
Yeah.
And his hairline?
Yeah.
Ah.
Crazy. Well,
It's like a
Easter egg,
it's like a
Easter egg.
cartoon. It's like a video game Easter egg, but in cartoons.
Oh, you know,
there's a little
on,
smiley face on my hat.
If you fold Bart's hair, it turns into a little picture of Matt Groening getting a foot job from
Foot massage from a.
Oh,
It wasn't a foot job, dude.
Oh,
It
foot
was just a
job, what the
foot
fuck?
massage on a private Epstein jet.
Her job was feet. Her job was literally feet. It's a foot
Bro,
job.
what
I'm sorry.
business did Matt Groening and Epstein have to discuss that they were like, come on my private jet and get a foot massage?
I bet
They
he
were
came
having
with his
sex
private
with
jet.
children on the plane.
Yeah, that's
Oh, you know those
Yeah,
planes that go up like hold on. You know those planes that go up really high and then go down really fast, with, like 0G? That's what they were doing in the jet with the kids.
Whoa.
Wow.
That makes sense.
But why Matt Groening? Of all people. Like, why?
you know,
His name is
How
literally
is
his
he
last name is
influential
literally
enough to get
Groening. I don't know
access
why
to
you have to ask
Epstein?
that. I don't know why you have to ask
That's
that.
fair. That's fair. What do they call it? Nominative determinism?
There's Matt
I've
Groening.
never heard those words before, but I agree with you, I think.
Yeah.
I heard
Sorry,
someone
we're
say
like-
that in real life the other day and it really weirded me out.
What, nominative determinism? Yeah, it's weird when people
Yeah, I
say
was
that
like,
in
who
real
the
life.
fuck is that guy?
Who do you think you are? Who are you trying to impress?
Sorry, I'm in real life right now. You're not supposed to be saying words like that.
Sorry, why are you saying internet words in real life?
Oh, I can open a new Pokemon pack. Hold on.
Daniel,
Oh my
Based.
I told this
loading
bitch
in.
that this is a bi-weekly meeting, and they put it in as a weekly meeting, and I don't want to do a weekly meeting. Ah! I did this meeting last week. I don't want to do this meeting every week. It's a bi-weekly meeting.
as a manager,
Jesus.
how do you deal with incompetence?
Honestly,
He looks
I kind of-
inwards.
Morialul.
It's
Ooh,
true.
budding expeditioner. Ooh.
I do shadow work.
Morialul.
What does that mean?
Salandit.
I
Oh!
don't- the-
Oh!
I don't-
Oh!
I don't ho- oh my
I just
God.
got a cool Vaporeon.
You know what, Rao? Actually, I do think 17-year-olds might be your speed. Yeah, in retrospect, I think this makes sense.
Do you
I
wanna
got
play
a, I got
Pokemon
one.
with
I
me
got a
sometime?
fancy Bulbasaur art card, dude.
That's
Speaking
cool.
of pedophiles,
I gotta send
this is
you.
also
I
into
gotta send
Pokemon
you.
cards.
I got a
I
cool
found it. I went to my
Vaporeon.
local like corner shop and I bought a Pokemon pack just like one off.
if
and
someone's
it had
I
one
oh.
in it.
the job,
wait,
you were bad at
Wiz,
hiring
you
or
wanna
you
know
were
what
bad
I
at
have?
training. That's
You wanna
how
know what
deal
I
with it.
have?
What?
Can you say
I
that
have a
one more
real
time?
life living dex. I have one Pokemon card for every
Wait, what thing?
Pokemon.
I
That's
can't hear
cool.
you.
Feeling it
I
without
respect
everyone
that.
talking?
Shut up!
I have a big binder. I have a
if
big old
someone in your
binder.
team- if someone in your team is incompetent, it's because you're bad at hiring or you're bad at training. It's one of those two things. It's never anything else. That's it.
Okay.
It's your fault.
Well, I'm not the manager. I just see it happening.
Okay, well then your manager's shit at hiring or shit at training. One of those two things. There are no other ways for someone to be incompetent in their job. Either you picked the wrong person or you trained them badly. That's it. Two options, nothing else.
What if they're
Always the manager's fault.
competent?
Well then what made them incompetent? Did they get cancer or something? Then maybe
Look at
maybe
this.
you have to sort that shit out.
This is
People
the
don't
first
just
I'm
pack of
proud.
Pokemon cards I bought in like a decade.
Wow.
I'm Meow.
Meow?
What?
They're the worst. They're the worst. You don't even row, you ribbit. You're meant to ribbit.
Yeah, just pay us $50, then your little cat can be in the background of our stream. That's the
Literally,
exposure
we'll
you need,
advertise
dude.
you every
That's
stream.
that'll
That's good.
come
That's
back
a marketing
in
campaign.
dividends.
Yeah, you'll get multiple subscribers possibly.
Yeah, at least
Maybe.
one. Maybe
If
me.
anything ever happens.
I'll subscribe.
I want to be in the back of the videos.
That's 50
well,
quid, bro.
subscribe to
Pay
Patreon.
Pawn Scum podcast,
Patreon.
Patreon,
First you said
podcast.
dollars. Now you're saying quid.
I don't have a cute little animal profile picture though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
make
make
it
you
for
one.
you. We draw it. It's the whole point.
That's the deal. You instead of giving your money away to streamers who don't give a fuck about you, okay, we make you a cute little guy.
And you get to sit in the background of every stream going
Can I
forward,
get a mug?
as long as you pay.
Did you just ask for a mug?
No, a monkey.
Oh, a monkey.
That's not a pond animal. Excuse
It's
me.
not pondy. It's not pondy enough. No, sorry.
What about like a baboon or something like that?
That's
Can I
even
just-
less.
Still a monkey.
You didn't even
Still
listen to what I said.
He's not listening. He's not listening.
Can I just be an oyster? Is that fine?
Oyster's
Oyster
okay.
works.
I'll
Yeah, be a
Just-
barnacle on,
Just
on
some
the
kind of
back of the
urchin.
frog.
Yeah, just some kind of disgusting,
You know where you will find an
cretinous
oyster in
urchin.
a pond? What the fuck type of
That
ponds
shit's
are you
good.
find where you find
It's just a
oysters?
regular pond.
Freshwater, seawater pond. I don't know, crab pool.
Yeah, seawater pond.
Freshwater oysters. You never heard of freshwater oysters?
That's true,
Oh,
dude.
no, dude.
Rapidly googling. It's real. It's real. We're safe. It's real. I checked it out. Oh, that was a. We nearly all fell apart there. That was a big gamble. That was a big bet, but it paid off.
That's a strong bluff.
Yeah, strong bluff paid off.
They actually exist. What the fuck? They're in
Yeah,
Africa.
for real.
Yeah, and you could be one for the low price of axolotl tier at patreon.com/PawnscumPodcast, podcast, where our in-house artist draws you as a fucking thing.
Kind of,
I just
kind
have
of
the
see,
artist draw it and not have it be on the show.
Could a sea urchin be a freshwater? Because then it wouldn't be called a sea urchin. It would be a freshwater urchin.
It's just an
monkey.
urchin, and it's just like a little
Freshwater sea
child. It's just
No,
a
I
little
don't
child.
think
It's just a kid you hold underwater.
A little
Yeah.
Victorian child.
Yeah, just at the bottom of the pond.
Dead, just like a drowned Victorian child lying there.
Alright, I've got my fucking meeting. I'm gonna kill myself. Ah!
Roping time.
Nice, nice.
Hey,
It's like I have a
Wiz,
real
hey,
job.
Wiz, hey, Wiz.
What's going on?
I don't
Hey,
feel.
Wiz. I'm Chris
I wish I
Wiz.
was happy more often.
Oh yeah, you on antidepressants?
No, I just
There you go. That's your
sometimes
problem.
debate raping makes me feel happy, but afterwards I feel bad because I'm mean to my friends.
Well, if you go on antidepressants, you could do both. You could still debate, and also you don't feel emotions anymore, so you never
I
feel
think
bad.
he needs to actually just be on
I never feel
antipsychotics.
bad after in Discord.com, but on the app, not the website.
Maybe you need to win those debates, Morale. Maybe you need to actually win.
I did. Well, I win more often than not.
Do you actually smoke cigarettes?
I don't know.
No, I don't smoke or do drugs or drink alcohol.
Wiz, look at Ginger.
You can't send me a picture of a monkey drinking and be like, it's a pond creature.
It's a pond monkey, bro. What
That's
do you-
not-
It's hanging around. It's hanging around the fucking pond. It's a pond monkey.
Is
100%.
that is also definitely not a fucking pond.
That's
What the
pond
fuck
monkey.
is that? It's drinking from?
It says
It's a
fu- it
pond,
says- it
bro.
says
Is it
pond
a
on there, bro. It
zoo?
says pond.
It's a
Also,
No, they put
pond-
like
No,
moats
no,
around.
no,
on, like,
it's a
zoo
Describing
and
something
stuff
as
so
a
the
pond
animals
monkey
drown.
sounds like a novel racial slur.
Yeah, I'm just not allowed to say
So,
that.
Yeah, but
so
for
the
what?
animals drown for the purpose
What
of
would
them
be
drowning.
drawn as a pond monkey?
Listen, alright. You asked for a pond monkey, I gave you pond monkeys. There you go.
I think also it's too big. You know what I mean?
What?
The scale would be off.
What?
Think about it. Think about it. I'm a little frog. He's a little snail. A monkey would be huge.
Oh, that's what you meant. Alright, alright, I got you now. Alright.
What if it's
far
what if
too
it's
large.
midget? What if it's midget frog?
It's a. But I'm that. I'm already that.
Did I DM you first or did you DM me first? Oh, I DM'd you. I don't know why I DM'd you. Why did I DM you to begin with?
Because you're in love with me, and that's okay.
I guess.
There's no shame in it, dude. There's no shame in it, dude. It happens. You can't control the matters of the heart. It's a fickle beast.
I like
Still,
how
I'm
he-
aware of it in our interactions.
You should
try
create
to
an
behave
Amazon wishlist
responsibly.
for your audio stuff, Morale.
I don't think people are going to spend hundreds of dollars for
Make a Throne
microphone.
account, dude. Throne account. I've had stuff bought for me off Throne accounts.
How does that work?
And I'm
How
nobody.
is that different?
Ah!
Well, what is the most expensive thing that you got bought for you?
Like a 60 quid transformer.
Ooh.
Doesn't Throne let you break up the thing so you can have people like chip in?
Yeah, you
for
could do crowdfunding
incentive?
goals in it. Yeah, yeah.
Please
Wait,
pay your
really?
rent. Please pay your rent. Please.
They, oh, dude, the context of we're talking about Throne.
Yes, I know. Stop using Throne.
I can't get the money from it. I don't use it. Shut up.
Tell them to go
Shut
to
up, dude.
Why do I pay you? Stop. Pay your rent, please. Stop buying toys, please.
I'd rather have a fucking house that transforms into a man, okay?
I would rather you have a house that doesn't transform into you not being able to stay there anymore because you get evicted. That would be a bad transformation.
He wouldn't evict me if he's a person and I'm friends with him, dude.
That's you're not friends with your landlord. Also,
He
I
is the
just
house.
I walked into my meeting and then I cancelled it and everyone cheered because everyone makes meetings. Management is the easiest job in the world. It's incredible. It's great. You just walk it in everywhere and you just cancel everything that you're associated with and everyone thinks you're a genius for giving them back hours of their day. It's great.
Yippee. What was your
I give you
excuse?
money to
Guys, I've got something I need to do.
Literally, someone, I was like, hey, how you doing? To one of them, and he was like, oh, I've got a lot going on today. And I was like, how about this? Why don't I give you guys 45-minute back, and you can focus on your, you can just focus up on your day-to-day. I'm gonna go grab lunch, you know? Just like, take it chill. And then everyone left, and they were very happy. It's great. Easy. Easiest job in the world. Literally just
Back to
get paid to
video
cancel
games. Back to
meetings.
Rust.
It's incredible.
Back to
Well,
us.
why don't you go YouTube for streaming full time?
Because I don't want to.
First of all,
Why
I'd kill
would I?
myself.
I don't make money.
I mean, like, yeah, I want to do it.
Our channel is demonetized. If our channel wasn't
Yeah.
demonetized, it'd probably be a bit easier.
We'd be
Why
doing
is it
pretty good.
demonetized?
Yeah.
What'd you guys do?
I mean, can't
We
you just
fundraise.
Do you? What happens if you
Apparently, we
donate
fundraise
through?
for Hamas, according to
We-
YouTube.
What happens if you
Apparently that's
super
not
chat?
cool.
What happens when you super chat?
We don't
Nothing.
have the
You can't
option. It's
super
gone.
chat.
Oh, you
Yeah.
can't? I thought I donated to
deleted,
you guys
dude.
once.
No.
Streamlabs.
You are a fair weather friend.
Streamlabs, maybe. Or also, you haven't.
Streamlabs.
I haven't seen you on the Patreon yet. I'm still refreshing the page, saying,
It's crazy.
"Where's,
Yeah, we're waiting. We're literally both
where's
refreshing.
Meow?"
We're getting
Can't-
If I had money, I would buy your Patreon.
You just bragged about making $200 on your last stream.
And that
Invest
went
in
to like
content.
that went
Of
to
content
treats
you
for
stole.
my cat, and also I bought new
fuck?
socks.
What the
That's a
fuck?
fat
I bought
cat,
new
dude.
socks.
What? A cat can't own a cat. That's slavery.
That's either a fat cat or huge feet, dude.
Wait,
go.
Well, I
Wow.
bought the squeezy. I bought squeezy treats because my cat likes them. So
Morale, is the cat in your is the cat in your intro video your cat or is that just a
Oh, yeah, I've
cat?
got an hour. I can play Dota. Let's go.
What?
The one you have
Intro
for your stream
video.
intro.
No, I think I went on YouTube and looked up video of cat walking.
Aw.
So Smug, can't you guys just stream on Kick your live episodes and then just post them to YouTube anyway?
I don't want to stream every day. Why does everyone assume that's the end state? Why is that the end goal? I want to do a
That's what
weekly
every
show
creator does.
that's high quality, that's cool, about interesting things.
And
I don't
someday
wanna
it will be
talk
high
about
quality.
One day it will be good content, but until then, every week we try for 4 hours to make it slightly better. We're getting
Yeah,
there. 50 episodes, no misses.
Can't you just do that live?
We are live. We're live every
We are.
week. 7 p.m. UK
Wait a
time.
second.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying
When are
do
you
it
gonna
live
go full time?
on YouTube.
What? We're live on YouTube every week, Monday, 7 p.m. UK time.
Yeah, but you're demonetized.
Because
Yeah.
we fundraise for Hamas.
So then can't you do it? Like, can't you just multi-stream to a place where you're not
Kick doesn't allow you to fundraise for Hamas either.
Yeah, they won't let us fundraise for Hamas. All our money is going to Hamas.
Are you trolling?
Are we trolling? Oh god. I'm saving up the $2,000 for the Candace Wayfair child or whatever the fuck.
True.
You gotta keep your eyes on the prize. You don't know the real goal.
Yeah. I'm looking up these Wayfair listings. There must be some InfoWars schizo that's got it.
No,
posted
it's
on Twitter.
No, it was just
a
a
bunch of
TikTok thing,
QAnon
really.
retarded bullshit. But the point was that that was real. It's obviously fucking retardedly fake, but it was
Oh, okay.
a thought.
Oh, good.
It was a thought experiment, and you
thought experiment. Okay, the thought experiment was: am I so evil that I'll dismiss the product listing as potential child trafficking evidence?
Exactly.
Yes.
There we go.
And
That's
now
good
I know
that's a good
you're-
test.
Now I know you're a sex trafficking pedophile. So.
I'm a spineless liberal sex trafficker. That makes sense.
You're basically Diddy
You
and
can't keep sweeping for Wayfair, bro.
I will sweep for every pedophile in this community, okay? Until I finally get into Destiny's orbit.
Actual genuine question. What do you mean fundraising for Hamas? How did they think that you're into that? Or how were you actually doing that? I don't know.
It was literal.
No,
We literally
okay.
fundraise for Hamas.
Why?
The band episode is on our Patreon. If you want to see what we did.
All right, listen.
Patreon.com/.
Okay, I just asked a simple question. I didn't want to be advertised to.
Patreon.com/.
This could have been your end. If you just answered me, that could have been my end.
So was it like an edgy joke, and then they actually just?
Well, you'll find out.
Sorry, what are they asking?
Why,
We
dude?
literally-
Why did I?
Are you selling...
Dude, the fucking listen. All right, listen, fucking
Wait,
SMUGBUG.
Wiz,
All right.
did you sell?
The-
Hold on,
the-
did you sell them the band episode? Wait, Wiz, you've already sold.
Yeah, yeah,
she was
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
Okay,
do
good,
it.
good, good.
He was trying, but he failed.
It's a good episode. Literally, Drake said it was art. Okay, that's how good it is. Drake.
Yeah,
loved it.
Drake really liked it.
He literally said it was art. He loved it. It was worth it. It was worth getting demonetized. I do not regret it. That art was good enough to justify losing all of our money forever. Unironically, I'm very happy with it.
Jesus
That's the
Christ.
last incredibly good episode we did, other than the one we did yesterday. I think that
Yeah,
was
the
the
one we
last
did yesterday
proper
was really
banger.
That's the new one.
You
Yeah,
mean
the Destiny one was like high. That was high art. I'm very proud of that.
you mean the real Drake?
The real
Yeah.
Drake.
He's been on our show.
Oh, Drake.
Drake.
Drake. I thought you said Drake. I was like, you know, he's a pedophile, right? Yeah. What the fuck? You know,
Yeah, we had Drake on.
you know, passion fruit is about him getting that fresh, ripe fruit, right?
Yeah. No. Oh, Drake is pedophilic? No way. Hey,
Shut
listen,
up.
I'm white. Okay, I've listened to all of Kendrick's songs.
So you believe Drake is a pedo, but not Wayfair? That's crazy.
Who do you think
When
they were
Drake starts selling
to?
furniture, I might
Who
change
do you
my
think they were
mind.
selling to, Dilbert? Who was the target audience? It was Drake. They were selling to Drake.
Yeah, who's
I thought
spending
that-
$1,000 on a tiny little cabinet? Drake.
Yeah, can a company even be pedophilic?
Oh, that's a good question. I like that.
Yeah, where's that
Balenciaga.
I
Where's
mean,
that-
according to the U.S.
It's the
government,
Catholic
companies
Church
are people.
company.
Companies are people.
My money they take.
No one understands you and no one wants to.
I was gonna masturbate before I go to bed, but this call has like made me really sad. I don't think I'm gonna do it.
You shouldn't jerk
Morale,
off
are
before
you
bed.
You shouldn't jerk off before bed. What's the scientific reasoning behind that?
Store
Or
your
did-
bread.
Empty balls.
Or
give
does
you
it just
nightmares.
just make you sad that I do it? Does it make you upset? You're like, I don't.
Sorry, I just got one shot. Empty balls give you nightmares.
It's true, dude. You don't know this? It's like eating cheese before bed.
Bro, that laugh. Holy shit.
Like he's gasping for air, bro.
He's a very sick man. He's not been doing well lately.
Empty balls give you nightmares. Fuck, I didn't.
It's
That just
true,
came out of
dude.
nowhere. I got hit by that. Fucking hell.
It's because you let all the spirit essence is gone from your
Yeah,
body,
all your
and that's
vril.
really easy for the demons
Right.
to get in.
The demons get
The
in.
sperm defends
it
you
leaves
from the
a-
assault.
You've left a little hole in your balls for
It's,
them to
it's,
climb
it's,
up.
it's a vril vacuum. You've left a vril vacuum. It's gonna be filled. It's gonna be filled.
Your
The
vril
balls gonna be
naturally
filled.
inoculates you from the
Yeah.
demons at night, and then
Yeah.
if your balls are empty, they just fly right in.
That's where semen demons come from.
Yeah.
Oh god. Ah. See, this
Are
is
you-
why we can't stream every day, okay? And we gotta save this for the stream, right? Once a week. I don't
I
talk
mean,
to
you're
this
busting,
man
you're
outside of the
busting, you're
podcast.
busting your load in a fucking Discord call. You won't be able to retrieve that energy.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. It's done. We've spent it. We've spent it. It's not coming
Yeah.
back.
It took me hours to bait
We're
you into
recording
this
it for
position.
Patreon. Yeah. It's okay. This is all recorded. It's all going on the Patreon exclusives. This Discord calls is Patreon exclusive for our real pond critters. Okay, don't worry about it. You guys are
Your
all good
patrons are
little
going to
stars.
get crushing a debate.
Just
on
in case they're here. One's in chat if you were enjoying that. Two's in chat.
Stop! God damn it.
Oh, you got one.
I hate you
got
so
one.
much. I hate you so much.
Sorry, it's muscle memory.
My life goal is to end this man's career. Okay, I will burn everything down to destroy him.
Shouldn't be hard.
You would
Yeah,
be
very
surprised.
much.
He
Very
leverages
much
his
to start
connections. Okay, this is a loaner box moderator. This is loaner box's head
Ah.
moderator.
That's not right. That ain't true.
Yeah,
Top
right.
guy?
He's literally his top guy. This is
That
the guy.
literally can't be true.
Every
Loaner
loaner box
box.
rape, every loaner box rape has been covered up by this white man. This guy.
All
He's the
bots
guy.
are so boring, bro. Why would you want to be
No,
hit?
but that's, do you know what? Do you know why he's so boring? It's because this guy covers up all the rapes. Okay, all right, that's how he gets away with it.
Based.
I put
I know
Loner
what you're
Box
talking
on.
about. Who's Loner Box?
He's one of the most boring Destiny orbiters that exists.
He is very boring. I can't watch his content. It's a shame.
Was
it's
he
a shame
cover
he
US
spawned us.
politics?
Oh.
I think he's okay.
What's
I can't-
entertaining about Loner Box? Like, name one
I
thing.
used to like. I used to
Nah,
like
he's
him, but then
okay.
he got locked into the Israel-Palestine fucking
Yeah,
Vril siphon.
that's kind of
He put his dick in the Vril vacuum, and it's just sucked everything out. He's
He
got
emptied
nothing
his
left.
balls and the nightmares came in, dude.
I
Oh,
think
God.
all of Destiny orbiters are pretty boring, except for Darius. I
They're
guess.
fucking miserable. They're so dull.
It's because they have to be. They have to be.
Disco is absolutely fucking boring. He's just too
Yes.
methodical.
Yeah, he's literally got negative charisma. Actual charisma suck.
It's.
It's a
Do you know what it
black
is?
hole.
It's the aesthetic of like listening to it to make yourself feel clever. Oh, I can listen to a boring guy for 5 hours. I must be
It's like, yeah, and also it's slow, so it's like low density, so you feel like you understand everything when really it's just
Yeah.
coming out so slowly that your brain only has to work at 0.5 times speed. Oh, Pisco's so fucking boring. I think Destiny's probably gonna be boring now as well. Like we watched like 20 minutes of his last stream, and I'm pretty sure like he's just lost it. He's
He's
his
been
spark.
boring as
Bro,
fuck basically since the Israel-Palestine stuff started.
Been boring for like a year,
Israel,
dude.
Palestine. God.
Even the stuff that happened recently is all stuff he did before Israel Palestine.
Even the Red
Oh.
Deluxe
Yeah.
sucked. Like, what the fuck?
I
Are
don't
you
think
saying
you
that
can.
Israel Palestine siphoned so much vril that he stopped raping? Maybe it did happen.
Okay, what the fuck is this real word?
You don't know what
Vril?
vril is?
Fucking
That's a
life.
shame if you don't know what vril is, dude.
It's
Yeah,
your,
sure, I'm a
look at
fucking
things wrong
retard.
your
Okay,
whole
what is
life.
it?
it's your
It's
life
your life
energy.
effort.
virality.
How do I know that? And I just joined this call, bro. Come on. You gotta pick
Because
up
you're a
on
high vril
context.
individual. You're a high vril individual.
Oh God, for real, for real.
He just senses the vril.
Viril.
For real, yeah. He didn't
I
even
think
know. That's how high vril he is. That was
If he
natural.
wants to, like, if he wants to be a part of politics, like actual politics, I don't think he can be entertaining.
He has to stop raping first, and then maybe.
Well, his
he'll
That's
never
not necessarily
stop doing
true.
his debate stuff was still actually really good. Like, even the giant fucking 5-hour monster fucking things with, like, fucking Finkelstein, like, that shit
Did you
was
just
pretty good.
come in your
And it's
pants?
just
I
all
know, that was
the
the
bullshit
point.
around it. Everything
I
either
ejaculated
side of it.
sadness. I actually totally
Yeah.
disagree. I think his debates have been shit.
We
for
got
a
his
while.
fucking ass pounded
Jordan
by
Peterson
JP.
debate was
I knew it
sick.
over.
Andrew Tate debate was sick. What else do we have?
Are you crazy?
It's
These
only
were-
sick
okay,
if
fine.
you already agree with Destiny's stance on
Yeah,
things.
literally. They were just Destiny's entire meme is just looking cool to his existing audience. He stopped pulling in other people in the way he used to. He used to be okay at that stuff. But he
Nah,
stopped
Jordan
trying because
Peterson
it
is
started being
goated.
pointless.
That's a huge cope.
Alright.
Smug, I feel like
we
you
covered
guys
that.
like.
We covered that video.
Yeah, we
I
did.
feel like you guys like.
It's like our
edgy.
first video or something.
Is that what it is? Like you like Destiny when he was like gooning and saying nigga and all that shit. Well, he still says nigga for some reason. I don't know why, but.
No, I don't like him. I've never liked him. Yeah, I've been on the
Yeah,
record.
Destiny will never be my nigga.
Base.
So we all just want to say nigga now, huh?
Absolutely.
You
What
opened the
now?
floodgates and a bunch of white guys started to come in. You know.
I've
He
always
said it in
wanted
front of
to.
Australians. They can't help
He said
themselves.
it in front of they
Yeah.
can't- yeah.
It's got nothing to do with
It's
you.
open now. You fucked it up.
My people
guys are
never
all
committed.
Euro.
My people never committed systematic oppression, and in fact, you can say nigga in just as bad a way as I can. So, correct. In fact,
No,
I feel
we
like
say
you.
nigga
I feel like
because
you.
This is a hard R, bro.
Huh? You say it because it's got.
Yeah, he says it the slave way. It's not good. It's a bad vibe.
Wait, are you actually saying it with the hard R?
He's
No,
saying
no.
it with hard R, dude.
No,
Oh
it's just-
no!
He's trying to put you in a place. He's trying to put you in his
Fucking-
He's
place.
put like 2 extra
Slaughtering
R's in there. I don't know how it's
So
possible.
many R's. There's so many
Alright.
R's.
Just to prove the difference, say both right now.
Yeah. Oh no. No,
I
no,
mean-
no.
It's a trap.
He's stressed
yeah,
out now. He's stressed
I
out.
would, but I feel like
Hit
this dude
record,
might
hit
get
record.
offended. So,
Hit record, hit record, hit record. Got it. Ready, go.
Yeah.
I mean, I said it like 4 times yesterday, but like, currently, I don't want to like. I
It's not yesterday.
I can appreciate the
Right there.
context, like where this dude might be like, oh, that's weird.
Why do you say it with the hard R? Even when I'm not, just for like
Huh?
lows, like troll.
Well, I don't know, like if I'm like saying to someone like, hey, did you just say the N word? And they're like, what? And I'm like, did you just say? And then I say the hard R. But I mean, as long as you're fine with me saying it right now.
What happened? What changed?
He's
Why are
gone
you holding
shy.
back?
Because there's a black
got
guy in
shy.
here who I don't know, who I think might be kind of
Oh, so
uncomfortable
you
with
only
it.
said the N-word around white people?
No.
I'm saying, this is incredible. Holy shit. Absolute collapse. God damn.
What do you mean? I'm not gonna ask the black dude for permission, but I will ask him if he'll feel uncomfortable if I say it, right? So,
After you say it a couple times, though. So you test the waters, you dip your toe in, you find out whether it's a segregated pool or not, and then you make your decision based on that.
Chris, I
What?
can't believe you're trying to
Are there any black
deconsider
people
read
in
the
this
room.
pool?
That's so gay.
well, I don't know. I just met this dude, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's so funny.
Hey, if a tree falls... in the
this guy
forest,
might have
you know,
unironically been called nigger in his life, right? And then he might find it super
definitely
weird to hear a
called
guy
that.
randomly say it.
There's definitely an R in there, bro.
Yeah, there was that time.
He was like, what strategy do I undertake here? Okay, let's do the gamble. All in.
Wait, Chris, do you have an N-word refractory period? What is this? Why is there like a little delay? between
I've only
the-
said it once.
No, wait, what? No, okay, no, whatever.
Right, it's just my accent, right? If I'm like saying like, oh,
Every-
when there's a girl on stream, you gotta nig her, right? That sounds like worse than me even saying it, right?
It doesn't ever sound
Just
like you're
nigga, bro.
actually saying the word. Anyway,
Huh?
Holy shit.
like the way you say it, it doesn't sound like you're actually saying it. Like it doesn't sound as
Sound
bad.
right.
when some like fucking southern white guy is like, you fucking
Yeah.
nigger, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's no hatred in my heart, bro. I'm just chill. I'm just a chill
there's
dude.
definitely some hatred. I can feel the hatred through the fucking ears.
No, it's not hatred for black people. It's hatred for these like loud, fucking desperate Zoomers who are in the cool, and the gays.
Who happen to be
But
black?
like, are you black?
I'm not black.
Are you black, SMUGBUG?
I'm black. I'm black and
He's
blue.
blue. He's very clearly blue.
It's right
SMUGBUG,
here.
SMUGBUG, why are you?
Sorry, I've never bothered making eye contact with someone like that, so I wouldn't know.
I'm genuinely curious. I'm genuinely curious.
Well, some snails eat cuttlefish, and you choose not to go for that.
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I make a conscientious decision. Okay, as a snail. You know what? Because animals are nice, and I don't like to hurt them. There. Are you happy, Morale?
You unironic.
How? But when you eat meat, you don't really hurt the animal. So is it just like you don't like the idea of an animal dying for your pleasure? Is that it?
I mean, I don't watch rape snuff porn just because I wasn't the one who did it. Because probably the rape snuff porn was bad for the person in the rape snuff porn, bro.
But what if you get off by it?
Well, then come in a steak. I don't know. What do you want from me? Go fuck a cow.
But what if you just enjoyed the rape of a woman?
You probably shouldn't rape, just generally.
Maybe you should start eating them.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll eat them after.
17-year-olds. I need to close my laptop because I feel like IT will just stare at me through the camera. And if
Bro,
I
that
keep
little,
saying rape this loudly,
the tone in your voice reminded me of Donnie Darko when he's like hypnotized and he starts talking about fucking his teddy bear. Like, what the fuck, dude?
That's true. That's epic. That's epic, dude.
That's epic, Owens.
Why do I say I'm fat? Because I think it's funny.
Are you actually fat?
He's a fat guy.
I think I'm fat, but whenever I show people what I look like, they say I'm not fat, so it's a little confusing. But I'd like to say I'm fat.
You're probably just like a little bit obese, to be honest.
He's an American medium, okay?
I'm like a mix between Boogie and Wings of Redemption and Chris Chan. That's what I look like.
That's fucking awesome.
This train was
I
What,
don't
like
want
in
to
total?
believe that's the case.
Like in
I don't
total?
want to believe that's the case.
Like if you
Wait,
put
is that
those
just,
in
like,
a blender
mental?
and I'm what came out.
Well, how much do you weigh?
436 pounds.
Okay.
Oh, he nearly said the N-word.
Why'd you?
I did.
You want me to say it again?
No.
Last no. Say it again.
He's so excitable. He's so keen. It's adorable. I
It
love
was your giggles. I just started thinking it. I was like,
it makes hey when you say the
I was like, you know, I want to make that guy happy. You know? Yeah.
I feel it. I wanna.
The source of joy,
make this
the
white
source
guy-
of pleasure
I
at
wanna
what
make this white guy
cost?
happy.
Maybe it's a vegan argument, actually.
If you'd rape a
Veganism
cow,
is
then you'd
retarded.
rape Dilbert.
What?
What? He's willing to rape you for
What in
pleasure.
the goddamn,
It's literally the same
bro? What in
argument.
the goddamn, bro?
He's mind raping you for his own pleasure. That's it.
I don't consent to this.
What? That's why it's mind
Neither
rape
do the animals.
instead of mind sex.
Look, now you
Wiz,
put
are
this
you
dude on
also
the back
vegan?
foot. What
Yeah,
the fuck,
I'm vegan
guys?
as hell, dude. That's why I'm eating
Please
right
stop.
now a packet
No,
of
stop.
bacon rashers.
No,
Co-op
well, they're probably
snack and
fake
share
to be
bacon
fair.
rash.
They're
What
probably
the fuck
fake.
is a rasher?
That's the name of the crisps.
It's like
Why
a
do you
skin
call
condition.
chips crisp? That's fucking retarded.
True.
Because they're
Can you
crispy,
tell me
not
the
chippy.
They're
Idiot.
chips, bro, not crisps.
They're made of
They're not
maize.
chippy. They're crispy, not chippy.
So then why the fuck do you call fries chips?
Because they're fried. They're not chipped. They're fried.
But you
Are you
call
an
them
idiot?
chips.
Huh?
You call them chips.
Yeah, because they're chipped. They're chipped potato. They're potatoes chipped.
Potato is chipped into pieces.
They're chips of potato. Idiot.
What the fuck?
Chip off the
Chips
little
of potatoes are chips, which are the little things in bags. Fries
Chips
are
of
fries.
potatoes. No, because they're crisps.
Yeah, pig
'cause
gut.
they're
That's
crispy.
exactly what I'm eating.
No,
actually.
they're not crisp. They're chips.
Crisps are crispy.
Something.
Potato chips are crisps and
This
crisps are
is the
crispy.
most
Have you ever had a
retarded
wet potato
argument.
chip?
No.
Hey, it says they're vegan.
You're an animal. They probably are vegan.
Oh yeah, they are vegan. That's a good point.
SMUGBUG, do you eat a lot of potatoes?
No, not really. I can't do too much carb.
A lot of
So
vegan
what do you
food
just
seems to be
order?
carb heavy. What do you eat generally?
Tofu, beans, rice, vegetables.
I like beans with soy
foods,
sauce,
mostly.
not beans with rice, white rice with a little bit of soy sauce. I like that.
I do not. White rice is death. Okay, brown rice. Brown rice is the only way. White rice is basically like you may as well be blowing your brains out. It's suicide. Okay.
What about
What?
barley?
They're the same in macro and micronutrients, nearly identical. What do you mean?
Yeah, but brown
Macro
rice
and
has
micro, what the fuck?
Brown rice.
Well, it's for
Brown
fucking
rice-
taste,
brown-
retard. What?
Brown rice has more fiber and the satiety.
Dude, I don't know why you're eating food. You know you can fucking eat uranium shards for the same amount of calories. I don't get it.
Yeah, literally. Also, I like brown rice more. It just
mean,
tastes better.
can
It's
you?
just got a bit more substance to it. It's a bit more substantial. It's not just slop.
So do you eat wheat bread instead of
Because
white
it
bread?
looks like it's got more flavor and it's
I prefer wheat bread to white bread. I'll say it. I'll say it. I prefer wheat bread.
I usually have like sourdough, but I can't eat too much bread.
How
love thick
extreme
cut
of a
bread.
vegan are you? Do you like try to pick companies that don't do animal stuff at all, or do you just try not to eat animal stuff?
I will like it's like I'm pretty committed. Like I'm pretty autistic.
Yeah,
about
Dear
it.
Mama cancelled him for being a
So you
nasty
won't
human.
really do product or companies that do products with animals and stuff like that if you can help
so
it.
like it depends. So like I'll skip Nestle for example. Like really obviously destructive companies, fine. But like I know it's impossible to avoid like Unilever for example. Even though they have loads of vegan stuff and they have loads of animal products, and it's just like kind of impossible to differentiate because everything is bought.
Okay.
You know, you look at like Impossible Foods or whatever, and it's like they just got bought by what? Did they get bought by like Tyson or something? Well, animal product companies are buying all the vegan companies because meat is basically not going to be possible to manufacture in nearly the same way within like 30 years. So they're literally all transitioning into vegan products because the external damage that they've done to the local environment to make it impossible to continue at the scale that's been at over the last 50 years.
Did you start out as a vegetarian, or did you just start out full
No,
vegan?
I did a full switch, but that's just because that's easier for me. I prefer to just do like hard flips on stuff.
Okay. How long have you done
Struggle
vegan?
with mental illness?
I've been like 9 years, probably 10 years now.
Are you public with your age? I don't want to ask if it's private.
Not really.
He's
How old
32.
are you? I'm like around 30.
Okay.
I'm 47.
How often do you poop?
Do you gain a lot of weight eating vegan, or are you pretty?
Oh, I lost weight. I lost like
I
my
have
weight-
I had a
my weight's
flatmate
pretty
that went vegan and he gained I want to say I want to say 50 kilograms.
good. Yeah, it's probably because he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. Like
He just
probably
ate margarita
like-
pizzas, like
Yeah,
vegan
that's really
margarita
bad.
pizzas.
Yeah, that'll fuck you up. No, I like my weight's pretty stable, but when I switched to vegan, I probably lost like 5 kilos just because you get like a 30% discount on like pretty much everything you eat. Like I know a vegan Ben and Jerry's is like literally 40% fewer calories than a non-vegan Ben and Jerry's. A vegan burger is like 30% less than a non-vegan burger. So like you can basically just eat the same junk food if you want, in the same quantity, and you will lose weight if you go vegan. Which is
Yo.
I like the idea of being
Hello.
able to just
But,
like eat
but
normally
really?
until I'm full and then lose weight. I like that.
Ja
aspect, but I know
Rain?
that's
it's crazy. Like vegan does help with that, just because it's like. High
You mean the
fiber.
guy or the snail?
I've been eating a lot of baby carrots. All right, I be crunch like on stream and stuff. Whenever you hear me not talking, I have like a big bag of baby carrots next to me that I'm just chomping. I mute my mic and I chomp on baby carrots.
I'm pretty much just turned into an almond mom now. Like I make my own like roasted almonds with like.
The snail is Dilbert, I think. Yeah.
I buy a lot of nuts from my local market as well.
You're a little nut boy.
Yo, is there someone
yeah,
called Ja
dude,
Rain in the school?
Dude, listen, every other day I fast and I eat a lot of vegetables now, and it's like it's fucking awesome. Okay, it's so cool.
I fast when I'm cutting. Like it's winter right now, so I'm like bulking and gymming. But
Oh, you're a gym guy. No, I just do it because it
not a
makes me
crazy
feel
gym guy,
healthier.
Like, I just do like the basics for.
In
Like,
the summer,
If
he
I-
also develops eating
I'm gonna
disorders,
explain
so
why I
doesn't
do it.
eat
It's
for
gonna make me
days.
sound like I have an eating disorder. It makes
every
food
I don't know.
taste
They're not
better.
listening to me.
I
think
dude, I
the
wish I
fat
had one. I
dude
want to be. Listen, it'd be
is-
I
awesome.
deliberately I stopped eating in
Pig
the summer.
gut?
I basically just stop eating and I drink.
I forget. I did look earlier and figure out who that was, but
It's good.
Frank Sino?
Just get snatched in the summer.
It's always worrying when he does this. It's like a boom bust cycle.
I get
yeah,
worse and
yeah.
worse. Yeah.
And he gets so angry. He gets so angry
I
the
do get
entire
rage.
time.
I do get rage. I do get rage. I may as well start the steroids during the summers because I basically get
Fully
too
like
rage. It's
properly
crazy.
angry, like
so
screaming at me
funny.
and stuff. Because he
It's
just doesn't
great.
eat for like 2 days straight.
It's good to not eat. Every time you eat, okay, you're suppressing your natural power.
He like
your
message me
natural
being like, "I think we're falling out. I think we're falling out." I'm like, "No, you just haven't had dinner."
Humans, hold on. Wiz,
We're not meant to eat ever.
Humans are the only animal as of right now that it eats like every single day. Okay, other than like house pets and stuff that you feed every day.
Humans
Yeah,
weren't
yeah.
designed to eat food. Like literally, it's unnatural.
Not just
Yeah,
cows.
that's awesome.
Almost every equine is a fucking grazing animal. They eat daily.
Nope, wrong.
Yeah.
Nope. That's
Sheep-
no
Nope.
more.
No animal eats every day. Listen. I fast
wrong.
every
You're
other
both wrong,
day, and the days that I don't eat, I feel fucking awesome. And the days that I do eat, food tastes so much better. It's so fucking cool. It's so
Honestly,
awesome.
fasting's so great. Yeah, no, I love
Other
fasting.
day.
Fasting
You know,
is-
Fasting makes me feel good. Like I like it. I've trained myself to love it. It's awesome.
But
You wanna
start to like the feeling of
Are
hunger.
you, wait, are you just like taste maxing and trying to make the food taste better, or are you trying to lose weight? What are you
Honestly,
doing?
that's
I do it to lose weight because it's a very easy and passive way to lose weight, but there
Yeah.
are benefits to it.
But you couldn't work out and fast for an entire
It helps your gut as well. It gives your gut time to like repair
For real.
itself, and yeah.
The best
There
way
are
to-
benefits to it, but you know, I don't really do it. I just
think
yeah.
the best way to lose weight is just to try to not.
The best
the
way to
thing-
lose weight is calories in, calories out, and also move
Yeah,
and
no shit,
don't
no
eat
shit, but
like
I'm saying,
sugars and carbs.
Like
In my
people don't want to
dynamics.
hear that, right? People want to hear like.
People
like
that don't
simple-
want to hear that don't actually want to lose weight.
No, people that don't want to hear that because they want to hear like a direct path they can take. So the way I did it was up your water intake a lot, and then start eating lots of fruits and vegetables and forcing them into your diet. And that's literally, as soon as you start doing that, you have less room for other things because you have more time you're spending. Because it's just when you're very overweight, you're just eating a lot
I used to
more than you
masturbate
have.
every day, but now I do it maybe twice a week.
Right? You should masturbate
How
every
many
day.
nightmares do you have now?
How many nightmares do I have? Well, I don't know if it's connected or anything, but I'll just like I have more. I have them more often.
Oh.
Interesting.
Legal bad
It
real.
probably- it means the demons are already in there. I think.
I have to masturbate more to get them out.
You have to get the
You gotta shoot
demons
them
out.
out,
You gotta get them out. You gotta shoot them out.
Why do you masturbate less? I masturbate daily. It's healthy.
You masterbate daily?
You have a
Yeah, it's
girlfriend?
semi-daily. Every
Well, I'm
other
just
day.
really sad, and whenever I masturbate, I think about her.
Sorry.
That's a great movie.
That got me hard.
I masturbate every day. but
That got you hard? What the fuck?
Literally. Like, yeah. You like that?
No, well, you liked it. I don't know if I.
I did. I thought it was good. I thought it was great. That got me real hard.
Those guys.
Oh, fuck me. That's so funny.
Yeah. You know
was it-
something's really funny when the guy's giggling and he says that's funny
Yeah,
after he's done laughing.
It makes me so sad. It makes me so sad. It's good.
Why
Oh,
are
shit.
you doing this?
Sorry, I just when
Just the
now
idea
it's-
that you're attacked with PTSD flashbacks every time you
Every time
touch
you
your
jerk
nose.
off, it's so funny. Every time you look down at your dick and you're like, everything reminds me of her.
Your own dick.
Your own dick doesn't belong to you anymore. I remember this dick from sex. Oh, fuck.
That one really got you, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. No, you nailed me.
I can't tell if you're lying, but either way, I'm smiling because you either thought it was actually funny, or you think
No,
it's
that's
funny to.
legitimately fucking hilarious.
Well, either way,
I really think he's lying.
either way, you've made a friend today. I say as I rub my belly.
For real. So just don't
Oh
rub
my
any lower,
goodness.
okay? Not on this corner.
Right, I need to go. I need to go live my life. I'll talk to you guys later. Love you all.
I'm gonna go
A little
masturbate and go
kiss
to
for
bed.
G.
Bye.
Mwah.
Go jacket. Okay, he's jacking it.
He's jacking it right
He's
now.
jacking it. He's jacking it right now. That's not good.
I think my speech about it's healthy, do it every day, it really got to him. It broke through.
I don't really know. Hey, you know what? Actually, I have an opinion that you might not like. Do you think it's ethical to jerk off to people that you know?
I've done it once or twice.
I think it is neutral.
Yeah, but is it ethical?
Yes.
I think it is neutral. It is not beneficial.
But, like,
That would make it unethical.
yeah. Ethics is like, would it have a negative effect on society if we all did it, right? So like,
So basically, let's say you jerk off to like your female coworker, right? Like, is that Is that like
Hey, you
okay?
shouldn't be saying
I don't
that
think. I
about
don't think if
body.
everyone started jerking off to their female coworkers, I don't think we would have a negative impact on society. But maybe.
You think men are so good at compartmentalizing that they get away with it without any consequences for the people
Yes.
in their
Yeah.
lives?
I think if we're comparing men and women, because I don't know, that was just the implication from that
You're
question.
bringing in other
Like
things
men are
to it
probably
now.
better at it, right?
We already
I'm not
do
bringing
this.
it. I'm just asking. No, I know we already. Well, the reason is because I wrote a blog about it and it turned into a fucking massive discourse where I got iced out really fucking
Really?
hard on a bunch of shit. Yeah, people were really fucking mad. I basically said you shouldn't jerk off to people.
I feel like most
Nah.
teenagers are like imagining their high school crush.
What's your argument?
I'm playing Dota right now.
Is that the
So,
argument?
the only thing I would
Yeah.
say is that it's virtually impossible, I think, for most people to abide by that.
Masturbation without friction is bad for women.
I think it's virtually impossible for people to abide by that, and I think it's actually just.
Is it
kind of a
impossible
natural-
not to jerk off to someone you know?
Yeah, I think. Well, I think that's just inherently how that works for the most part.
Well, hold on. But yeah, but you like okay, but okay. So, hold on.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. No.
You don't dream
I
about
think
fucking your mum?
The harm is a separate conversation. I think it's kind of crazy to say it's
That's crazy,
impossible
bro.
for you to not jerk off to something. That seems strange to me. Like
So
you
I'm
are a
not saying
sapient.
it's impossible, but I'm saying it's
Okay.
like.
It's not
what's
reasonable
the-
expectation.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. But then at that point it's like how important is it that I don't do it, and therefore how reasonable it is. That is the harm conversation.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Yeah.
Then comes down to a question of what does that action with that specific
Yeah.
person really mean to you, and
So
what
I-
does that can affect in the real life?
So I mostly frame the argument in terms of objectification of women in the workplace. I think that's like a good place to start. And I think
mean,
the main
Why
way
does it
to
have
look
to
at
be
it.
a male-centric thing?
But just because it's easier, like let's not concern troll. Like obviously it goes in both directions. In female-dominated workspaces, men are the ones who are the abuse victims. This is very well known. In a population sample, it is true. Yeah, it literally flips like almost exactly the same way. Women will abuse the shit out of men when they are the ones in power and they dominate it demographically,
Right,
and
okay,
men will
yes,
abuse the
okay.
shit out of women in the other way. So, but we're mainly talking about the male part because men have I think a greater kind of cultural fascination and fixation with their rights to masturbate to things in a way that women I think don't quite have the same proclivity, or at least are not as loud about it.
If you're the type
No,
of
in,
person that thinks about
prison-
your rights to masturbate to things, you're just already gone.
Sorry?
I think if you're the type of person to think about your right to masturbate to things, then you have like other things that are probably
Sure, yeah,
wrong.
yeah. Like
Sorry,
there's
I'm
a
not sure
weird
if you're using that
entitlement.
as a shorthand for something else. Yeah.
Well, talking about someone's right to masturbate for something is sort of being brought up in response to some idea that they're like not allowed to masturbate this thing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So like, if I were to say, so this is the thing, right? Like, I brought up this idea as a, kind of this was a sort of debate discourse last year, I guess. Had like there were fucking panels and shit about it. And generally, the people who kind of rolled in were just like saying, I'm entitled to jerk off to whatever I want. Basically, that was kind of the idea.
Is this
Like, it was
a
kind of-
porn is bad discussion?
No, it's a you shouldn't jerk off
welcome
to
back,
people that you
welcome
know. Hey Morale, I
Yeah,
posted
Morale,
the
did
link
you
in the
fin-
thing,
did you
but
finish already, Morale?
basically.
How do I know that name, SMUGBUG? How do I know your name?
No!
He's in DGG.
I got outed as the leaker by Erudite. Okay, that's what happened.
I outed you for doing that.
Oopsie doodle.
Wait, did you actually
What is
do
the
it?
Pond Scum Collective? What is
Look,
this?
did-
I didn't
No,
leak
look,
shit.
Okay,
look,
sorry.
He literally mentioned you.
Let's
He
get back on the
literally
conversation
mentioned you
about,
by
like,
name when talking about straight array, and I'm the one that
How
mentioned
often?
you in DGG.
I didn't leak shit. Yeah, but Erudite knew me. She was mad. Erudite was mad because I made a video about her being insane and evil.
Oh, you
So
make
you
videos.
actually did leak it, and now you're just trying to act like you
I
did.
didn't leak anything.
Okay,
So then why did you say your name in the video?
Because she just threw my name out there to fucking throw smoke. Okay, fuck that guy.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would she use your name in relation to?
Because I was living rent free in her head because I made a video, even though we used to be friends, about how she's an evil, crazy person.
Do you think she would really?
SMUGBUG, what does masturbation without friction is bad for women mean? What does that mean?
Followed me on Twitter moments after she made that statement.
Would she really just make it up in the middle of a very
She
deep?
unfollowed me right afterwards. I don't know, man. It seems kind of like you should.
100%.
Can you prove that you didn't leak it?
What the fuck?
Yeah, can you? Can you prove that you didn't leak it?
How would you do
Prove a
that?
negative right
Prove
now.
that. Yeah,
Prove a negative right now.
Right now.
Prove it.
Fine, you've got me. I am the Balenciaga pedophile. You got me.
I fucking knew it.
Oh.
I fucking knew it. I was like, that SMUGBUG name is familiar.
I was just covering it up. I'm the guy. I'm the guy who raped all the kids in Balenciaga.
I knew SMUGBUG was that guy I bought those kids off.
You got me over a barrel, like I had the kids. It's over.
Hey
I'm
SMUGBUG,
sorry.
thank you for that great 2-for-1 deal on those those
you guys
2
like
African
down
children.
raps?
It feels
Thank
good.
you, thank you.
It feels good to finally. Yeah, that was eating at me.
Hey SMUGBUG, I just want to thank you for giving me a great deal on 2-for-1 on those African children. That was awesome.
That's okay. Yeah. they weren't selling. We had them in stock for like 6 months. They were starting to cost more in feed than anything else.
Feed.
Yeah, you're like.
Right.
Oh fuck. Anyway, you shouldn't jerk off to people that you know. It's bad. It's evil. You're a bad person.
Why don't you
Why is
capitalize
it?
everything
Could
in
you,
paper?
could you TLDR why it's
I'm
bad?
jerking off to you right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
so basically, I argue that men are not actually as good at compartmentalizing as they think they are. There are lots of studies that demonstrate the biases that they have the more they objectify or the more attractive they find a woman, especially in professional spaces. So if you spend all day jerking off to people, not all day, but if you jerk off to people, you're gonna have a different reaction and a different bias and a different vibe in your interactions with them. And it's going to end up causing problems for everyone, not just you, but for the people that you're interacting with. But I
What
think
are
it
the
will also
potential
probably-
problems?
So for example, actually I talked about it in the article. Hang on, let me scroll down to some of my.
Sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding, you believe that as a generalization for pretty much most people?
I think most people. I generally when I'm making any prescription, it's going to be like an 80% prescription. You know, kind of standard deviation, kind of middle.
Doesn't
thing,
hold
you
on?
know? Obviously,
Didn't
there'll be
you just
exceptions.
kind of say that that also applies to sort of having any kind of real sexual interest in them in the first place? So isn't the
So if I'm masturbating to girls that I know, even if they give me
essentially like
consent,
you
that's
shouldn't be
bad?
attracted to people that
No,
you
no.
know?
Sorry, if you get consent, it's fine. Sorry, Dung. Can you repeat that last bit?
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to take it to something of an extreme that maybe makes it break down. But it
Sure.
seems like the thing that you're concerned about is also something that comes from basically having any kind of sexual interest in people in the first place. And in that case, if there is like some potential like harm that comes from that because people are going to get treated differently, aren't you also kind of trying to make some kind of ethical argument about like some kind of wrongness in attraction to people in general?
Yeah, so the difference is between thought and action, right? Like, your attraction is not something that is entirely within your control. Intrusive thoughts about, you know, fucking your coworker is fine, because that shit just kind of happens. But, like, going through the dopaminergic, rewarding action of jerking off to that thought, or jerking off to, you know, ideas of your coworker, or their fucking Instagram pictures, or whatever, is going to create a reinforcing reward mechanism that probably exacerbates the behavior, turns it into a rewarding habit, which human brains are known for, you know, repeating. And the end result is it's going to bias your interactions with that person, probably in ways
counterpoint.
that you don't recognize.
Counterpoint. Who's gonna stop me?
I guess. Okay, so I
The
understand.
mind rape police, bro. You just.
I understand what you're saying.
That's
I
what this is
understand.
about.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe I'm the one that's like kind of retarded, but I guess I would just feel shame if I let that affect my real world interactions with them. But I can accept that most people might not have that same reaction.
But your incentive, right? But so you're saying I would have a negative feeling if I were to, you know, if that happened. But doesn't that just create an incentive for you to never really admit or acknowledge that that's something that could be happening, right? Like if you were to feel shame as a result of that behavior, you're kind of incentivized to rationalize it in a way that means that you may not recognize it, because recognizing it would be the negative thing for you.
Well, there's a split there because some people are going to try and tamp that down, and other people are going to respond to the shame as like some sort of signaling system of like, oh, maybe the thing I'm engaged in is like not good.
Yeah, for sure. I think generally shame is not a super productive feeling, but then we can that's kind of a separate argument. I think shame generally tends to cause more problems than it resolves.
Yeah, I think again, be shamed and shame responsibly. But what does that really mean?
Yeah. I think that's fair.
I had a quick question. So one of your key points is like we're bad at compartmentalization. Wouldn't that then extend to the act of just masturbating? Period. I mean, I guess they touched on that already with the feeling of shame.
Well, yeah. I guess I'd ask you like, okay, yeah, you're right about the compartmentalization. If you were to jerk off 1 minute before going down to dinner with your mother and father at Thanksgiving, probably you're not going to compartmentalize that perfectly, which is one of the reasons why most people don't really do that kind of thing. Most people aren't jerking off moments before.
Right, guys? We don't do that.
Yeah, not me.
Well, you know, look, everyone was a teenager, right? Which is when you do retarded shit. So if that's whatever, but like, yeah, if you're like today at 25, jerking off one moment before you go down to like have dinner with your mother, it's probably gonna interact with your, you know, your way of, it's gonna interfere with your way of interacting with people in some ways, right? It's weird. You're probably gonna feel a bit weird.
I don't think that's because of the
I
compartmentalization.
think that's
because
a
of the hormones that
No,
are
that's
released.
a lack of compartmentalization.
So
But it's more to do so with the hormones than like actual like mental feelings towards the action.
Yeah, but hormones don't get released just when you jerk off, right? Like if you build up an infatuation with someone by jerking off to the thought of them over a long period of time, you're going to end up with a reward mechanism where seeing that person in person is probably going to trigger some amount of the same feeling that you've habituated to, right? The hormone release, the infatuation, whatever.
Wouldn't those feelings be wouldn't you be aroused by the person anyway? Like if you have a propensity to masturbate towards someone, you probably find them attractive. You probably have a crush on them. There are oxytocin and endorphins being released when you look at them anyway. So how are these going to change when you start masturbating to them?
Because
like, is it really going to be that big of a difference?
It can be. I mean, like, it's obviously this is the part where it gets a little bit dicey, right? Like, it's kind of hard to break out the exact amount that one specific dude is going to change. But what we do have is population-level studies, or rather, like, a lot of occupational psychology studies that show that men, as a group, tend to be biased towards perceiving women in significantly different ways if they are attracted to them, if they are thinking about them in a sexual context. Even if you prime them to think about things in a sexual context, and then you have, like, so for example, there are studies where, like, a woman will present something, and depending on their level of attraction, or depending on how sexually you primed the male group who are observing, they will actually perceive that presentation to be different levels of professional or valid or competent based on how highly or how high or low their, like, sexual attraction is or sexual priming is before that event. Right, that indicates that men don't compartmentalize between their sexual attraction and the way they perceive women who are presenting in a professional context.
So is this
how far does that
overall a
go,
negative
though?
thing?
Sorry, you answer his question first.
I'm saying, like, is this? Would you consider this to be like overall a negative, or is it actually just in the benefit of the women that they like have these feelings for?
Sorry, what do you mean? Why?
Like,
sorry.
there's like the whole idea of like pretty privilege, right? Like people usually think of pretty privilege being technically negative, but pretty privilege only benefits the people that are assumed to be attractive. So I'm saying, if what you're saying is true about the presentations making it seem more professional,
yeah, I wasn't super clear. It's a negative. Women that you are sexually attracted to are seen as less competent in a professional context. So in other words, if you are attracted to the woman, you are, again, this is obviously on a population-based study. Not every man's going to react this way, but there seems to be a significant bias where the more you objectify a woman, the less you take seriously her ideas in the workplace, for example, her opinions on shit outside the context of, you know, your sexual interests.
Okay, what if as a bisexual person you just objectify literally everyone around you?
I mean, then you're objectifying everyone around you. Like, this is not exclusive to women. We're just mainly talking about women because it's.
I know, but if I objectify almost everyone evenly, then like.
Oh, then you're doing the same negative to both genders. Then it's not a gendered problem. It's just a problem.
No, I mean like everyone, every single person. So now it's not a problem anymore because I treat everyone the same.
Yeah, well,
I think it's still a problem.
You're being weird to everyone, right? You're not the only person on the planet. So yeah, like you would just be a strange dude, which is fine. At least you're consistently weird.
Just a substandard human.
Hold on. The issue though is that it's not necessarily weird. It's the norm. It's that you're holding up a value of trying to have people be assessed in like a more meritocratic, like meritorious, objective way, and that there is the issue of like attraction that you feel muddies the issue of like the meritocratic assessment.
Not necessarily attraction specifically, but it's part of it.
Well, the attraction issue is sort of like wrapped up in it because it's causing it's causing the same issue to a lesser degree that you think an indulgence exacerbates.
Yeah, I would say more specifically, I guess I would use the phrase sexualization, right? Like if you're sexualizing women, which is something that you'll be prompted to do more and more if you are continuously imagining that woman or jerking off to their pictures or whatever, right? Like you're going to build up more and more of a sexual context with them that isn't, you know, that they're not participating in, and so on one side your relationship with them is sexual and their relationship with you is non-sexual, and that's going to change and bias how you interact with each other.
It
Probably
is,
to the
but
detriment of the woman.
but it seems like this is just a norm of like how people interact with and assess each other. Like there is the degree to which
Man.
people like will appreciate
it's a-
like
it's- I
what
agree, it's
people
a
are
norm.
capable
I
of
agree, it's a
versus
norm.
like whatever their personal like
arguing,
interest
I'm
is.
arguing against the norm. I agree it's a norm, but I don't
Okay.
like the norm, which is why
So,
I argue about it.
I have a question because you're talking about the compartmentalization. How far does that really? How far can we like kind of really stretch that though? Because like, I'm wondering, what if is it about like what makes it specifically about people in real life and like people with certain qualities or this or that? So like in the
Like
people in
Asian
real life who then.
fetishization?
Sorry about the lack of capitalization. It's a snail post. It's part
Yeah,
of the
it's,
aesthetic.
it's driving me fucking nuts. I'm not gonna lie. When I was
Yeah,
reading
no,
through it, I was like, why the fuck aren't
psychic,
any
the
of these-
psychic war posts, are properly punctuated, but the snail posts are not. I'm sorry, it's part of the aesthetic.
And why is the AI and AI what do you call it, capitalized?
Does it mean something different?
Nah, this is horseshit. You're lying, all right?
Consistent. There's no
Nah,
consistency.
it's horseshit.
I think
Anyway,
the
shut
reason that AI is capitalized is because this was written by ChatGPT and it only
True.
Ooh, thank you. Okay,
I
so
like
if you,
your voice, Dung Devil. You have a really nice voice, Dung Devil.
Thanks, baby.
if you,
That's
if you,
cool.
so I
Let's go,
posted it on the
Dallas.
side
Stop
chat. I
complimenting
posted-
him. He hears that way too often. Fuck you guys.
So I posted it in the
Boosts the
side
shit
chat.
out of his ego.
I think this is actually a very useful.
Why do you have
kind
such a
of,
massive
like,
ego and such a shitty voice then, Carrier? Explain that one.
I do not have a shitty voice.
Loser.
This is a voice I
Unbelievably
actually
shitty
trained,
voice.
Okay,
Jesus.
I trained my voice. I wanted it at this.
Just sound like that?
That's
sound like
fucked.
that? Oh dear. Oh, no.
That sucks, bro.
that was your goal voice wave.
This is your
is
magnum
yeah.
opus? What the fuck?
God damn. Yeah, been working on this shit for 10 years. That's what you came up with. God damn.
You guys are flaming the fuck out of me, but I have to remind you.
To be clear, I have a worse voice than you. That's fine. I have a worse voice than you. You're okay.
You guys are
you'll live.
culturally
This is a crazy
voice
ass
cells.
spectrum.
Okay.
Because you've derailed our masturbation fucking debate. That's
Wait,
why.
you know, and
We're
that-
talking
right now.
about jacking it. Let us go back to jacking it.
In the same way you failed to train your voice off something that was probably better, you also failed to train your entire American culture.
Listen, I promise I'll try my best to compartmentalize your voice being cringe away from your opinions, okay? I'm doing my best here, alright?
Crazy,
Oh,
huh?
it's gonna be impossible. His Carrier's got some
It's tough,
pretty
it's
cringe
tough.
opinions. Jesus.
That's true,
Yeah, that's...
Painfully
Your
cringe.
opinions are gonna make your voice sound worse, actually. Imagine a bitch gives you a presentation, you're like, I'm not attracted to her anymore. That was really bad. That was not good. That was a bad business review. Okay.
So you're saying this?
That
So
kicked me
you're
off
saying this
lots.
thing you're concerned about can work the other way, where
No, I
where,
don't know.
where the attraction is impaired by the failure to be meritocratic?
My real concern is that women are so bad at business that I don't want to fuck them anymore. That's my real.
True.
That's the thing I'm most scared of.
What do you call it?
Actually, to be honest, that probably explains the Silicon Valley, like, you know, what's the whole thing, right? Like Sam Altman, like they're all just like gay for pay, basically, gay for investment.
Bro.
Okay, for investment.
Is that what was going on with Sam Altman?
Well, there's this whole idea that like all the tech bros are basically doing like kind of it's like a gay Weinstein thing is happening. That's how like tech bros get investment, is they just open their buttholes for VCs.
Based.
Makes
It's
way
not
too
an
much
impossible
sense.
conspiracy.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be a metaphor and not necessarily literal.
Nope, it turned out it was actually not a metaphor. It seems. There is some evidence for it. I should crack that story open at some point. I should do a little bit more research on it because I do believe it, but I don't have I've done the scoop. Anyway, the spectrum. So the point, the thing that made me initially consider this as a problem is that there were people who were really into that character AI stuff, right? Those guys. And I had one of them on my stream. He actually went and protested character AI because they basically killed his wife, his AI wife, and I literally interviewed him on stream, and I was like, okay, so we've got guys who are already dating like AI chatbots, and this guy trained the AI chatbot by giving it a bunch of like anime, his like favorite, I don't even know who it was, but his favorite anime character. He gave them like a bunch of images and a bunch of text and scripts and stuff, all the stuff, you know, to try and make the AI turn into like the girl's personality or whatever.
The perfect waifu.
Yeah.
Create your perfect anime waifu.
That's awesome.
However,
No.
what if this guy took his co-worker and did the same thing with her tweets, her Facebook, her Instagram pictures, right? What if you were to like make your AI waifu a girl that you actually have a crush on? And I realized that actually that would be really simple to just like scrape Twitter, scrape Instagram, and then just dump it, and then Perne. Someone made me into a debate bro chatbot, and it was like weirdly accurate with very little information. Maybe because I'm a fucking NPC. But it was good enough that you could like jerk off to it, basically. You know, like it's not that complicated.
Yeah, I already jerk off to your debates.
Literally, yeah. So. You know, you could literally make a service where, like, you post a fucking, I don't know, a Twitter link, a Instagram link, a Facebook link, and then you just get it to spit out, like, a chatbot, and then that, you know, becomes your girlfriend, you know, your kind of AI
Doesn't
girlfriend.
that kind of become the AI porn debate again, though?
Well,
that was the original... That was
isn't the ethical concern there the issue of, like, impersonation rather than, like...
Like, all I'm saying is I'd rather have someone...
to someone else thing. It's like, oh, you're actually kind of assuming something about this like person's identity. It's not.
Ah, so that's a very... I agree. That's a very good point, right? Like, it's almost like we have this kind of a concept that isn't baked into any law or really any norm. This idea that, like, your likeness, even when used privately, that's some kind of a violation, right? But then I was like, okay, but how is that any different to imagining someone and jerking off to them? Or, let's take it more extreme, what if you're like a lucid dreamer, right? And you literally concoct scenarios where you get to, you know, fuck your coworker in your lucid dreams, right? At a certain point, you're basically using their likeness in the exact same way. And now there's no real way to break down the difference. Like, what is it? Is it effort? Well, I can put a lot of effort into lucid dreaming. I can put a lot of effort into making
no, hold on. There is a bit of a difference because there's a tangibility of inserting these things into essentially like a computer system from which like these things can, you know, be retrieved and potentially like published, potentially alongside the likeness of this person.
So risk of leaking is definitely another piece of this. Right?
Well,
Like,
it's not just risk of leaking; it's risk of appearing as if it is this other person, and then there's like the potential reputational damage that person can suffer, and then you can actually make like a pretty direct like harm claim.
There's also the like idea that the simulacrum that's created in your hypothetical is accurate enough to any sort of reality to actually represent that person and not an idealized version.
Yeah, I mean that becomes its own can of worms. I think that okay, so like that problem is basically resolved by me just putting an AI watermark over my clone your coworker into a sex doll service, right? Like as long as I just denote that it is distinct from that person, then it doesn't matter.
No, I don't think it necessarily does. I think there's the issue of people's likenesses being used in particular ways that we've actually already decided is a kind of violation, because we already have some laws that say, you know, you get to have some degree of control about the use of your likeness. And so I don't think a watermark would necessarily be like enough of a get out of jail free.
Well, that's
like,
kind of a legal argument, which is not what we're talking about, right? Like
well, hold on. No, I'm using the fact that we have laws to say that actually some of these things are already like moral and social considerations that we can sort of make reference to. But like if you had a big watermark that says like this thing is AI generated, I don't think that necessarily detracts from the embarrassment that someone feels if you paste their face over tits or whatever.
I'm into it, but
I mean, plenty of people are into it, but that's the problem. It's about whether or not they're.
I agree it wouldn't
someone
change
on the
anything, right?
receiving
I'm saying that the reputational damage, I guess, is. But isn't it interesting that there's a reputational damage there? If you know that it's not the person, but it's still embarrassing, why is there a reputational damage? It's because that person doesn't want to be sexualized by a large group of people without their consent. That is the reputational damage. So I feel like that kind of plays into my whole point here, which is that the thing they're trying to avoid is the sexualization.
Well,
They don't want to be sexualized against their will.
I think
I feel like that
I
gives
think
the
there
game
are
away.
I think there are degrees of sexualization and like the tangibility of that sexualization and like a sense that this is a thing that is accessible and retrievable by other people. Because
Okay, so it's the ease of sexualization.
Well, I think ease is like some weird like remote factor. I think one of the things that comes into it is some sense of like tangibility. Like if there is like a thought that someone has in their head, and that's kind of like whatever, that's in someone's head. If someone starts telling you that they're jerking off to you, that's a slightly different thing. If someone starts showing you their like fan art of them fucking you, that's a slightly different thing. If someone starts showing you their like AI generated art of like you getting dick down by like a dozen dudes, that's a slightly different thing. Those are all like, you know, there is a.
These are all harmful on a spectrum of harm, but we agree that each of these things is harmful, right?
Yeah, I don't. All of these things are harmful. I think is probably the bit where people are disagreeing, because I think people would say there is a particular line that needs to be crossed at which everyone will broadly agree that there is some kind of harm and that it is worth policing. And I don't think the line for most people is like indecent thoughts. For most people, like indecent thoughts is like it's kind of like the ultimate sanctuary where like you kind of have free reign over what goes on in your own head. To some degree, there's some things obviously that where we go, well, child fucker, like no, there is no such thing as the virtuous pedophile. Into the woodchipper with you. But
well, I mean, I believe in the virtuous pedophile, but I get your point. Like there is, but this is the thing. Like I don't feel like let me think for a second.
I have one question whenever you're ready.
Yeah, sure. I should wait. I'm just food is happening. 1 second.
Yeah, Dung Devil first, then I got a question.
I think we're waiting for a formulated response.
I have a problem with this whole thing because none of this stuff applies to like partners.
Put the cat back on the camera.
Well, yes, that's one of the things I wanted to bring up earlier. Is does this break the norm that you're trying to establish of the issue of something unethical going on? Is it then permitted if you are, for example, if you want to pursue this person sexually? Does that change if the pursuit of this person is like a plausible like target? Like, is there something that changes about jerking off over a coworker who might be willing to date you?
Exactly. Also, even for me, it's the whole questioning someone's intelligence thing is like, if I'm like fucking my wife, does that also mean that I just assume that she's dumber or that she's less capable? Like if we work together and I work with my wife, because based on the study that he mentioned, it's like any woman that you find attractive is now considered stupid in your own head. Which
okay, sorry,
I don't know the validity of such a study that could make such a claim like that.
Well, it's also kind of the issue of like, to what degree then are we making judgments about the fact that people are in relationships that are founded on attraction versus like an appreciation of their psyche, of their personality, whatever.
Is that okay? I might have missed a few.
Sorry, yeah, this was a big throwback to the discussion about whether or not it's okay to jerk off to someone that you know. and Dilbert was bringing up the issue of like, oh well, what about like if you're in relationships? And then I said that's kind of related to something else I wanted to bring up earlier, which was does the formulation of this problem change if you are intending to pursue a relationship with this person, or does it change further based on the plausibility of the success of that like relationship being formed? Like, is it more or less unethical to jerk off to someone you work with if there's the possibility that like they might be interested in dating?
I don't think
How does that, if at all, function into your?
Yeah. I don't think the your likelihood of having sex with someone really changes conversations about consent all that much. Like at the end of the day, the consent is still kind of the key factor there, and that's kind of my point, is that you should basically require consent before engaging with people sexually, even in the comfort of your own mind. Yes, I am the thought police.
I think
that's just so asinine. That's just so asinine, bro. That's such an asinine thing.
That's just your opinion, bro. That's fine. That's fine.
But like, it's okay to be wrong.
Rapist. You're a mind rapist. It's okay. Look. In
I can
the
be a
future,
mind
I'll be
rapist.
right. In 20 years, everyone will know that I was right. Okay, this is the way the world's moving.
Like,
I'm sorry.
if you want to phrase it like that, like I think it's technically correct, but I'm not sure if that's like necessarily bad, like in that specific way. Like what does the word rape really mean in that situation then, right?
So listen, I am literally a vegan. I live in a world where like 6 billion people are doing something like the most heinous, insane Holocaust on like a daily basis. Like 100 billion animals a year are fucking killed in gruesome, horrific ways.
Yeah.
So I can handle.
They are delicious though.
Right, see? But, so in my worldview, you guys are insane fucking murderers, but also, I can understand that it's normalized in a way where, yes, you can be a rapist, and also it can be the norm. Yes, you can literally be participating in a daily Holocaust, and it's also the norm. Like, I can handle those two things. So just because I think that you are doing something bad, doesn't mean that I have to, like, lose my mind over it. Like, I'm already vegan. I've already bitten plenty of those bullets.
I'm already vegan. I've already lost my mind.
Yeah, literally, I'm already crazy.
What would it take for you to change your mind on this?
Change my mind on veganism or on this?
No, on this mind raper discussion.
Okay, so if you were, let me think for a second, because that's a good question. I would basically need to be assured that men can genuinely I don't know, because consent is so important. Even if men can perfectly compartmentalize, I think I wouldn't argue in favor of this position if men could genuinely compartmentalize in a way that had like basically no impact. The studies come out in favor of my argument, but if it turned out that they were able to compartmentalize perfectly, I would say that's probably fine. I'd also have to be assured that like AI was not going to end up in a position where you could basically just instantly clone people and then fuck them, like upload people into your sex doll. I'm really worried about that. I think that's going to result in really toxic dynamics, very very concerning reinforcements of like existing negative gender structures.
I mean,
and yeah,
at that point you're going to have
very bad
people.
behavior.
At that point, you're going to have people capitulating to the ethical CP type argument, where it's like, well, if I do it to this robot doll, I don't do it to the real person, so it's okay.
Look, if the thing that you are inherently attracted to is inherently harmful in that sense, then I think that's okay as a lesser harm, but it's still a kind of harm. It's just that we accept it because we'd rather you do that than rape kids, right?
Right.
So that's kind of the situation. It's like it's a cop out where we're like, okay, well, you know. Yeah.
I don't believe.
I guess
don't
if
believe
anything,
in,
I say that
I
as
kind
like
of just
it's gonna be
disagree
more
with everything
tangible
you
and more
said.
palatable for most people.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I just don't agree.
You're
with
also
it.
allowed to be wrong. You don't agree that there's harm? I mean, like, look, I can point to studies and shit, but you can probably just take me at my word that there is significant evidence to demonstrate that the more you objectify and sexualize people, the less seriously you take them in other contexts. The more likely you are to objectify them in other contexts, the more likely you are to, for example, like, okay, do you think that
hold on, wait, SMUGBUG, isn't this,
Yeah,
kind of going back to the issue of, like, well, isn't this whole thing kind of tainted just by the issue of people being, like, attracted to each other? Like, isn't the logical conclusion, essentially to just, like, neuter everyone and demolish any sort of, like, sexual interest in each other? as a way of having everyone be judged, you know, sort of like more fairly, sort of on the merits
No,
of
I think-
whatever they're trying to contribute?
I think sexual attraction is something that people can't control, so I don't really treat it in the same way, right? Like, you're going to be attracted to people, and there's not really a whole lot you can do about it, right?
But it seems like the argument that you're making is that people should essentially adopt like the virtuous pedophile position of like having this thing that is like inherently sort of like wrong with them, that kind of taints them, and sort of refuse to act on it.
I wouldn't say it's wrong with them. I would say that, like, okay, so, like, I don't know, if you've got, like, a sexual attraction to your mother, then obviously that's wrong in a way that we don't really want to encourage you to act on. If you have a sexual attraction to a coworker, you know, maybe a peer in a company, that seems
Why
like
is sexual
a really
attraction to your mom bad?
But we're not going down that line. Because it's icky and gross. Yuck. Okay, there you go. So the reason that, like, a peer-to-peer attraction in, like, a corporate setting, let's say, I'm just using this because that's where the studies have happened, obviously other settings matter, is fine because you're on the same power level, and so you're going to end up in a, you know, theoretically, obviously in a male-dominated space, men just kind of naturally have a little bit more power, and we see the exact same thing in terms of abuse cases when women dominate the space and men are the minority in, like, fashion magazines or whatever. I think there were studies there where, like, you know, young, hot men were getting, you know, molested by 40-year-old women in the exact same way. So it's the power dynamic is the important part there, right? Like, if the man is in charge, right, if he's your boss and he's sexually attracted to you, that's probably going to way a peer-to-peer attraction isn't. So I would say, yeah, the manager who has a sexual attraction to their employee that they have direct power over probably shouldn't be jacking off to the person whose daily life they have a great deal of responsibility and power
I want to poke at the corporate thing.
Yeah.
I think there is probably a presumption of, like, perhaps like a greater significance to the issue of like individual merit and the manner in which people are like trying to progress through their careers and stuff in these settings. Do you think it matters less if people's if the merits of people's work is like less important? Like, what if the people are in like dead end jobs? And we're not talking about like any kind of like weird power dynamic shit.
Yeah.
Like this is people sort of like in positions where they can't really affect each other's like progress, advancement, like the manner in which they are sort of considered for like being meritoriously considered, because they're just all in like dead end bullshit jobs. Is it more okay for those co-workers to jerk off to each other than in the high-powered corporate setting?
The merit part of this conversation isn't the part I'm super focused on. Like, it's more about like the power dynamics. So how much authority they have.
Well, it's kind of
right?
kind of about. It seems like some of what you're arguing that is kind of foundational is an undermining of what is meritorious about a person in favor of like the sexual interest, and
So-
it's that the issue is that these two things are sort of competing in someone's headspace for space. They're sort of
Look, that's
competing for territory and pushing each other out.
Yeah. That's a good call out. The reason that it feels like a very merit-focused conversation is because the studies are very, very focused on merit. And so, unfortunately, when I'm citing the studies, that is the thing that they seem to be prioritizing, even though that's not the thing that I'm prioritizing, right? Like, the thing I care more about is consent and power dynamics. The studies, being corporate, you know, research slop, only care about, like, how do we get more women into business for diversity? How do we do this and that? How do we make sure that women aren't being held back? How do we prevent ourselves from losing profit by stopping talented people from ascending into positions where they would be useful, you know, if they're women, right? Or, you know, minorities who get disenfranchised.
Along the
So that
line
kind of shit.
of your preoccupation
Which I don't give a
with
fuck about.
consent, then what about the issue of, kind of again hitting on the canard of like sexual interest? To some degree, do you feel like people should be able to consent to the sexual interest of others in them?
I mean, yeah, it's in his paper. What do you call it? You said it's okay for porn stars to like, or for people to jerk off to pornographic material.
So you could give blanket consent. So I mean, okay, this sounds insane, and I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying because I haven't thought about the solution side of this all that hard.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about.
Stop jerking.
In theory, you're gonna hate this, and I hate it as well. I don't like the implications of what I've come up with here, honestly. In theory, you would probably do this like, it would be like pronouns and sexualization in bio. Like, it would basically be like a blanket consent or non-consent as like a default. So yeah, it's retarded.
But then,
I hate it.
but then it sounds like simultaneously you would, if someone is doing the blanket non-consent, then it seems like they would also have to operate like a sort of hidden like whitelist, sort of like swiping whichever direction on Tinder to like suggest your interest. And then if there is like a matching interest, then you're like permitted to like to have that interest.
So it would be like she, her, brackets, handsome white people, sexualization. Okay.
I feel like the way that this would actually materialize is that it would just be standard as part of all employment contracts. Like you have to, or else you're not going to work here. I think that would just be the standard solution.
We put cameras in your home, no jacking it to your colleagues.
Yeah. Well, the thing I'm getting at is that I think this whole thing is like unworkable at any kind of individual level if you run the value system and like possible adjustments that people could make like through to some kind of conclusion. I feel like everything that you get to is like unworkable or like tyrannical or absurd, and is.
I think the only real prescription that you need to make off the back of the implications of this is don't jerk off to people without their consent. That's not actually that crazy.
I don't think.
If you were to try and police it, like we do not put people in prison for having pedophilic thoughts, right? It's the same thing. It's a societal shame measure. You shouldn't jerk off to your colleagues' Instagram photos. You probably shouldn't jerk off to your colleague generally. But I see people defend that shit online very, very readily because there is an entitlement to be able to masturbate to whatever you want to masturbate to.
Why are you so adverse to the next, like the best step I guess would be to just advocate for like the cessation of masturbation? Because I say that because you pointed out already the inherent problem with trusting people with compartmentalization. So wouldn't the next step, the best step, be advocating for the cessation of that activity completely?
I don't think that's a reasonable suggestion. I don't think that's a reasonable next step. No, I disagree with that framing. I think you can very easily say jerk off to people who consent to being jerked off to. You know, like porn, which is available, or your partner, or someone who's given blanket consent, or whatever, versus jerking off to, you know, like, why do you have to jerk off to that person, right? Like, if you flip it the other way around, it seems like a kind of a very strange entitlement. Like, I actually need specifically to jerk off to this person's identity, to my relationship with this person that I know in real life. It's a very, very odd entitlement, in my opinion. It doesn't really make sense.
What do you call it? I mean, the concern is like the workability of it. If a porn star were to have porn distributed of them all over the internet, and then they were to rescind that that consent, then we've now created a bunch of mind rapists from that one singular action. So I mean, if we're debating workability and feasibility, I think that they're on equal terms, or they're on equal level, I guess.
I don't like the leftist teetotal approach of everything is either rape or not rape. It's like a binary, right? Like even gender theorists hate that shit. Okay, there are plenty of like feminist gender theorists who say that men should not get as long of a prison sentence for rape as they do because rape is such a spectrum of, you know, potential ills that like we need to chill the fuck out a little bit. So I don't think that it's reasonable to like brand someone a rapist as a result of them, you know, previously mind raping stuff. But also, if you have sex with someone and then it turns out later that you found out that they were not in the right state of mind to have had sex with, and there was no way you could have found that out, you are not a rapist. It was not consensual, but you weren't a rapist. You weren't informed. So if you jerk off to a porn star and then that porn star later goes, hey, actually, I feel like I was in a really bad, like, you know, drugged up relationship with a pornographer who was, you know, making me film this shit. And I don't want this to be out and about on the internet anymore, I revoke the consent, then post that point, you're jerking off against their consent. Prior to that point, there was no way that you could have known.
But wouldn't that also affect what Dilbert and Dung Devil were pointing out earlier when it comes to potential partners and whatnot? Would that not also apply that?
Well,
that could hypothetically, that maybe would agree to be your partner. So maybe this person would consent to the action.
So Nihilist Pixel is making like an inverse chronological argument of like the same thing, basically saying is there a degree of permissibility that comes from the idea that actually there could be a fruitful consenting relationship that comes after jerking off. Does that make the act of jerking off in the first place somehow less bad?
So not without the implication of consent. It's basically like how likely there is to be consent there. So I'll give you an example. If someone,
this
if they're
is
super
like
flirty, so if
a
they're super-
retroactive. Does it make it okay to have jerked off?
Oh, so you've jerked off, so basically with the expectation that you're going to have a sexual relationship, and then post hoc you end up in a sexual relationship.
Retroactively, has it become ethical?
I guess so, yeah. It would basically be the same as if you, like, you know, raped a girl and then she was like, yeah, actually I liked it, that wasn't rape, right? That's basically the equivalent. So it's a big risk to take, but if you take it, then, you know, it can turn out okay.
Is it a big risk though?
Well, sorry, I mean, the rape is a big risk to take.
Come on,
I feel
man,
like I
just
could
take the
calculate it.
Just take the Baptist pill. Just take the Baptist pill and not be okay with jerking off.
To
Come on,
raping
man.
her was because I thought it was unconsensual, and by giving her consent, now she's raping me.
Oh! Yeah.
Contend with that point, SMUGBUG.
It's the Uno rape reverse.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What is the cat doing?
Sorry, I'm eating. Can you make that last point again? The Baptist point? That's not a point.
Absolutely, 100%. You gotta take the Baptist pill, sir. All right, you gotta be not okay with jerking off.
I think jerking off to people who consent is fine.
But so
It's
how
not
would
even-
you
it's
go
not even-
about getting? How would you go about getting this consent? You're just gonna walk up to your coworker and be like, "Hey, can I fucking beat my meat to you?" Like, this is very realistic.
You need
So
need
this is-
Tinder,
no,
but
it's
for
not.
jerking off. That's what you need. You
Yeah,
need
true. Oh, you mean like porn? That's just porn.
No,
It's just-
because the whole point of Tinder is that it's registering the interests of both parties.
Everyone needs to train their brains to become
Oh,
autopilot.
so you have to apply to jerk. You have to apply to jerk off. You
Yeah,
have to, like, send the bio.
but it has to also be blind. So you essentially have to wait for people to filter through enough people that where they've decided whether or not they're allowed to jerk off to someone, and you just have to hope that you get like a matchup of like, you know what, you can rub it to me.
I'm gonna become a multi-billionaire, creating the first middleman corporate company to like get in between people being allowed to jerk off or not. I'm gonna Uberize masturbation.
God damn it, man.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. People are gonna look to hurt the product.
People are gonna love it. People are gonna love it. If Elon Musk can destroy Californian public transport infrastructure to make a stupid loop, okay, I'm gonna make jerking off illegal and then sell it back to the masses, $5 a pop.
SMUGBUG, in front of you there are two wolves, okay? There's me, alright, and then there's Dung Devil and Dilbert, alright? There's three wolves, actually, alright? Two of them are saying that masturbation is okay because it's not harming another individual, and then you've got me that's saying that it's not good, period, because, well, there's a whole bunch of other shit to go into, but I feel like you're leaning more towards me than towards them, but you're trying to play this weird, very long game where you're trying to fit in with them, when I think you've already made the argument very clearly that A, humans are bad at compartmentalization, B, masturbating towards workers is not good because it can affect your other behaviors, and then what I'm curious about is why is that compartmentalization only your concern when it comes to picking who it is that you're going to masturbate to versus masturbating at all?
Because there are negative consequences to never masturbating, is basically the reason, both psychological and biological.
Is it masturbation or sex? I think it's just sex, like not masturbation, but just
Yeah, maybe we just need mandatory sex for everyone.
Let's go.
That
After
fixes
marriage.
all the problems.
Let's fucking go.
But do you think that masturbation can replace sex?
Do I think that masturbation can replace sex?
Yes.
I mean, it kind of
Depends.
has in large part, hasn't it? I mean, like we're seeing that trend very much so. I don't know if it fully. I think sex and sexual dynamics are probably going to start to take on the same tenor as like economic inequality, right? You see, and look, as someone who does very well economically, like I see that at the top levels of like I'm like in the top 1% in the UK, which is a slot third world country.
All right. Ooh, okay, we get it. We get it.
We see how polyamory, for example, is becoming more and more popular amongst the wealthy as like a kind of like casual way of demonstrating like a higher status, more access to partners. And the end result is that
I don't know. There's always been, hold on. There has always been like a culture of like swinging amongst like the slightly older, wealthier crowd. Like it's been like rebranded like polyamory and stuff now, and probably the change that's going on that you could talk about with polyamory is that younger people feel slightly better about the idea of playing with it, and they're probably also not playing with it in a way that that seems to be like good for them, that they can actually like sensibly interact with. Like it seems like a lot of people are getting into it without really being the kinds of people who are prepared to get into it. I think that's the only like modern polyamory change.
I do think that you'll start to see those dynamics shift based on economic factors. Like I think the kind of people who can spend a lot of time going out, meeting partners, having potentially multiple partners, or engaging in these kind of like higher status sex games, I think that you're gonna probably see a poverty of sex. I think that if you look at if you were to move economic markers, if you were to place economic markers alongside the male loneliness epidemic, for example, it very much lines up quite neatly with their economic circumstances as well. Because it makes sense, right? Like the death of third spaces, the the isolation that is more and more exacerbated by the fact that you don't have enough money to go out and do things.
But
like,
hold on. Do you
we have
think
to rise up. We have to rise up and seize the means of reproduction. We have to rise up, gentlemen.
I think there's an issue there that you're sort of suggesting that that's going to lead to like
a social shift in monogamy.
An economic-based shift, like from one set of people to another based on like their class and like economic status. When I think the issue actually is just that you're looking at a particular group that is suffering an impairment, but that doesn't necessarily mean that like some other group is going to like pick up the slack.
I mean, it kind of does, right? I mean, if one group's impaired, then the other one's going to pick up the
Where's all
slack.
that sex going?
Yeah.
The sex doesn't just disappear entirely, right? There is a female.
Hold on. The issue with like the sex has to go somewhere is actually completely wrong, because sex isn't like this like transient sort of ethereal thing that is like migrating around your society, where like there is a certain amount of it that has to be getting had.
No, I agree. I don't think that I was being a bit facetious there. Like I do agree that's what I mean. What I mean to say is that there is I believe that there is a concentration of sex at the top. I think overall, unlike currency, overall I think sex is going down across society, but I think that it is going down far less for people at the top than it is for people at the bottom.
Is that a polyamory thing or just an access thing?
Both.
I don't think the polyamory thing has anything to do with it.
I don't think it does either.
I think they're talking about like, oh, you know, the damage to like third spaces, issues with like wage stagnation, and I think that actually that probably affects people in sort of like the middle to like lower section, because I think people at the very bottom, at least in the UK, in our society, probably have enough like social safety net stuff that like that doesn't really impact their ability to like to go out and fuck. It probably affects like the working poor and the people in the middle, because they don't have like that extra support that means that like you know that they really lose those loads of those spaces. Like probably does affect some people at the very bottom to some degree, but yeah, I don't think the polyamory thing like has any real impact. I don't think it means stuff is going to go to people at the top. I think the one thing that does maybe affect people in some kind of top is the issue of the shift in how people meet each other, like the shift towards online stuff, and then there's the old issue of like selection and distribution. The fact that people will, on stuff like Tinder, you know, they tend to gravitate towards like whoever the most attractive people are on those platforms. And so if you wanted to talk about like higher status people picking up more of the sex, I think that is true, but only as a phenomena of like the manner in which people are meeting each other, where there is something about like the field of competition and the way it's arranged that has like lots of people being able to like select for whatever counts for like the highest status on those platforms like Tinder, where a lot of it is about like, you know, presentability, like top levels of attractiveness and stuff. But I also don't think that's like societally representative.
Well, on the polyamory side, I just want to say that I don't think that mathematically it's like it's resulting in concentration. I think it's more a reflection of the inequality that's occurring. I think the idea of polyamory having like increased social cachet, being more prominent in higher status groups, in higher economic status groups, you know, all the tech bros are fucking poly now. You know, there's like a whole circuit of high status people who are engaging that. You know, I'm thinking like the Ela, you know, kind of style of.
But these people have existed.
Polyamory.
These people have existed.
I'm just saying, like, there's a cultural trend at the top that isn't reflected in the bottom, right? Like, polyamory is not becoming across society more popular. I think that it seems to be a high status play that is, you know, reflecting growing inequality. A high status play that seems to kind of go alongside the old ideas of you know, harems, for example, right? Like
okay, so I
I
actually don't think this is necessarily a high status thing. I think this is a society has become, or at least our societies have become more sort of progressive and open and considerate of like these like previously like slightly alternative like sexual lifestyles as things that they are more willing to entertain. Because I know people at like sort of various levels of society, and I know plenty of people who are like, you know, sort of totally middling and lower, who are to various degrees playing with the idea of like being polyamorous. And
God hasn't wanted to be polyamorous forever, though.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. Is like that's something that that panders to like a male fantasy and a male impulse, and like I think the issue of like guys and their sexuality, which I think comes out very much so in like the gay community, is guys want to fuck, and they want to fuck a lot of people, and that seems to be sort of baked in. And I guess maybe some of the change is more of a tolerance for that as like a romance lifestyle among women. Where there seems to be much more talk from women about like whether like, oh god, the phrasing of this was like going exclusive, and that was the thing that I think probably came in. God, did that come in maybe like even in the 90s? Did that start getting talked about?
Going steady was the like American high school kind of.
Well, no. Going steady was more. Going steady wasn't so much like we're still dating other people, but it was like to be going steady with someone was to say that like, oh, actually, this is like a serious relationship now.
Okay.
Rather than like a fling.
It's an American term, so I don't. Maybe
yeah.
I don't know it.
But the term that sort of starts to come in before people generally start talking about like polyamorous relationships is going like, oh, now we're exclusive. So there was this idea that like you would be kind of like starting to date other people, but it was usually more for like, I'm dipping my toes in the water. I'm like going out for like, you know, coffee and drinks dates with a few of these people, and most of those like aren't going to go past like a few dates. You know, maybe you like fuck these people to see where they go, but it's not really something that you're pursuing as like a, oh, I am consistently seeing like multiple other people.
So I agree broadly with some of that. I think maybe I might be more cynical than you, but I feel like when there's a societal progression you know, whether it's race, whether it's, you know, homosexuality, or whether it's stuff like this, I tend to feel like it's driven economically, and then culture kind of progresses driven by some kind of an incentive. So, for example, you know, or desegregation, obviously very, very good for the economy, right? Because it means that you've got a wider working base, you've got a wider market, like that just ends up generating more productivity. But racism is anti-productive. Homophobia is anti-productive. Even trans issues, right? Like they are ultimately fairly well covered by economic need, right? The idea of you essentially not having inherent access to your identity and having to purchase the markers of that identity, or your identity being fluid enough that you need to engage in an increased level of consumption in order to, you know, achieve like a desired outcome. The gap between what you are and what you want to be being greater is very, very beneficial for consumerism. I think that, and I'm not transphobic by the way, I just think this is a reason why trans issues have like, you know, kind of come to the fore, is because they're very economically productive. So I kind of see society as following that and then feeling like, yeah, we're progressing, things are getting better, when really the things that are, you know, useful in service of consumption will progress, and anything that is not useful in terms of consumption will deteriorate, like unionization or worker control over pensions, deciding where to invest it instead of it being all invested into fucking weapons manufacturing, when they used to invest it in housing, for example, or like local third spaces. Now that all goes into a big, you know, kind of pile of stocks that they have to put into fucking Lockheed Martin. So legally. So I think maybe we're talking about the same thing, but I'm saying that I feel like the driver is ultimately going to be an economic driver that pushes things towards things like polyamory. Again, like there's a valuable consumptive force there, and as you know, couples are kind of a requirement. I mean, fuck, like this is even a common meme in the sort of polyamory.
It sounds like you're saying that we need to make jerking off to coworkers economically disadvantageous.
Ironically, I think one of the reasons I think I'm predicting that this will be a genuine mainstream discourse in like 10, 15, 20 years is because eventually, you know, as other more obvious areas of anti-productivity get eaten and destroyed by capitalism, I do think that this will be one where they're like, hey, one of the reasons that women are being held back is their objectification in the workplace, and one of the mechanisms of this objectification is jerking off to them and sexualizing them in the entitlement of their own homes and minds.
Yes.
So capital will come into your bedroom and take the dick out of your hand.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of like unworkable tyranny that would have people like burning down the corporations, being like, no.
I mean, I feel like people are pretty. I think people are pretty acquiescent to tyranny these days. I don't think people are really gonna bother.
Yeah.
Are you socialist, SMUGBUG? I knew it. I fucking knew it, bro.
I'm an anarchist.
Ah, even worse.
Bro,
You know.
Bro, I'm a diehard capitalist. You and I are on the same page when it comes to masturbation. How does that make you feel?
I think.
How can you be an anarchist and want to police people jerking off?
Because it's a cultural. He wants it to be like a cultural shame. So like it's not coming from a government. It's coming from like the society around us. It's not coming from like governmental force.
I never argued for a punishment or anything. I just want to denormalize it. I don't want there to be a button online that you can go to, put your co-worker's LinkedIn page into, and then spit out an AI sex doll that you can jerk off to every day. I think that's bad. I think that's probably bad for society. Capitalism would love that shit. It'd probably make a good amount of money.
And do you feel like people jerking off sort of within the confines of their own mind is like the first stepping stone to inevitably like allowing that?
I think that it builds the permission structure. Again, jerking off two people without their consent, I think builds the permission structure necessary to engage in the other behavior.
Yeah.
Without one, you can't have the other, right? Like and so this is why. And every time I run into stuff like this, I feel like I get a signal, and the signal in this one was lots of dudes kind of having to twist themselves into knots to demand an entitlement to jerk off to whoever they want. Like, if the argument is making you say insane things about consent in order to maintain access to something that's quite trivial, I think actually it probably says something about other drivers that are pushing that behavior outside of just your, you know, moral presumption about what's reasonable to police. Which again, I'm not policing. I'm just saying, hey, this is a thing we take for a norm. I think it probably should be a norm. I think it's probably a harmful norm. And then a bunch of dudes freak the fuck out and scream and say that I'm taking it this way.
So I think, I think you get that reaction because people can't really disentangle the fact that it's such a natural feeling to feel attraction to other people that are around them and then act on that attraction. So that's why
I'm super sympathetic.
Yeah, like so.
I get it. I'm the guy who's
the inherent signal is that there's some sort of need or whatever by enacting something that is natural and unquestionable to them. You know, that's the explanation for the reaction. Which is why I kind of think like you might like there might not ever be any hope for a solution to this issue. That's my.
No, probably not. I think that it
I
will.
don't. And by the way, sorry to clarify, I don't think that's. To clarify, I don't think that's a thing of social conditioning. I think that people kind of feel that they're always going to feel these types of things, and therefore they don't really have any distinct interest in controlling it because their perception of it is like is that it's a natural thing.
Yeah. So, I used to have a kind of take on Mr. Girl, which is that he is a conservative from 15, 20 years in the future. And that he's pushing back against things that aren't problems yet, but will become problems.
Yeah.
And this is kind of my version of that take. Is I'm like, you know, future planning. And so it's pointless, right? This is a pointless discourse. It's interesting, I think, but it's a pointless discourse. Except that in 10, 15 years, I'll point back at this and go, see, I was right. I'm a genius again. I got it right again. And that's all I think
your I think your question or concern is more relevant in the hypothetical of the AI. Well, maybe not so much hypothetical now. But the hypothetical of the AI simulacrum of a person,
that will
definitely
become a problem soon.
But like, it's basically, I don't think there's any way to properly stop that from occurring, other than removing the control of like AI from the control of other people, like of normal people, and making it a strictly business thing that only business licenses can have or whatever.
I mean, there are ways to do it, right? And the way to do it is a digital bill of rights, which is kind of the Varoufakis line on kind of resolving like online economic issues. Like we have given up essentially all of our identities, all of our online rights. Essentially, humans have no human rights online, and that's weird because we exist in an online space now as like a significant proportion of our
the dichotomy doesn't exist as much anymore.
Yeah, literally. So like, you need control of your likeness. You deserve control over your data, which means that when you use Google Maps should be paying you for your data. You shouldn't be working for them for free. But that's what all these companies are doing. You are doing labor.
Sorry, no. Access to their network is what they're compensating you with. The services that they provide free of charge is what they're compensating you with.
Yeah, it's an uneven trade.
I don't believe so.
If you will, Chris.
Oh shit!
I don't believe so. I believe it like that's just
fine.
like
that's a big and different debate. I'm a techno-feudal guy. I don't really
techno-feudal. Fuck off! What the fuck is that word?
Where so the horseshoe is real, dude. You're like right next to me, brother. Right? I just need to see you on church. I just need to see you on church on Sunday, bro. That's it.
So Nihilist, the reason that we seem really similar is that I think people who are out and out, like super pro capitalism and all the excesses of capitalism, have a more accurate understanding of the mechanisms of capitalism. They just embrace them. Whereas I think most liberals will look at the mechanisms of capitalism and then they'll go, no, it doesn't work that way. Actually, it works different. Actually, everything's gonna be okay. And they're like coping and seething and they don't actually understand how shit works. So the reason we both look the same is that you saw the abyss and you were like, yes, I want it. And I saw the abyss and I'm like, that seems terrible. Let's avoid that. But we're both accurate about the abyss.
I think that I think the reason we're similar is because we both understand the problems. I think where we differ is like the solution. My solution is much more spiritually based and independent based. Listen, absolutely, 100%. That was it wasn't working great, but we can tweak it. All right, we can tweak it to work a little bit better. But one of the things that was extremely useful. Listen, one of the things. Listen, absolutely, 100%. You know, the name, my username betrays my actual beliefs. All right, listen, all right. there is hope for tomorrow, but I think the problem is that we are very much in a society that's very accepting of whatever it is that we live in. I think that's why you run into a lot of people that are very obstinate about the idea of not being able to jork it, because that's extremely normalized now. But like not even 20, like 50, 60 years ago, there wouldn't even be a debate about whether you can jerk off to your coworker, because everyone would just be like, what the fuck are you talking about jerking off to your coworker about, fucking freak? Like, keep that shit to yourself. But that wasn't necessarily the healthiest way to go about it, but the sentiment of not indulging in those feelings was probably something that should have been preserved. Because I do agree that humans aren't necessarily the best at compartmentalization, so probably be good to abstain rather than try to carefully indulge, and I think that's where we differ. I don't really believe in, despite being an optimist about the future of humanity, I'm not too confident in the ability of humanity to properly navigate this field.
Yeah, I think that's where we differ, right? Like, I am more like, I think there is a future society that can probably partake in dangerous things in a safer way, and ultimately maximize their freedom without necessarily resulting in a shitload of terrible harms. And you think that's probably just not feasible?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think people are more malleable.
Oh my god.
You were talking about that liberal. Were you talking about people that share the opinions that I just expressed there about Google?
Yeah.
Yeah. That Google opinion is fucking clapped, bro. That's not good.
Okay, maybe I don't want to have a whole discussion on this.
No, but I feel like that gave me chlamydia.
Okay.
Based.
I don't, I guess I'm wondering how, so I can acknowledge that it's skewed, but I still kind of acknowledge, like, I still kind of believe that that is the exchange that you're making, and you have to decide whether you're okay with that or not. Now, they've put themselves in a position where you might not be able to, as altruistically, or whatever word you want to use, decide whether that's something you're actually interested in. It kind of makes it seem like, well, we're the only service out here, and all the other services are basically doing the same thing. So we provide the best services, therefore we can steal your data the best in exchange for our service that is perceived to be the best.
I can actually gonna stop you because I think we actually I was memeing a little bit. Like, we do agree. I wasn't making a moral argument, right? I was making a descriptive point, which is that the way that companies like Google, like Facebook, like Twitter, like Apple, even like Amazon, operate, where they sit on a territory that is unassailable due to a lot of factors, but the big one probably being network effects. You know, this is not a market. This is not capitalism. It is not a. It doesn't follow any of the precepts of, like, you know, an understanding of capitalist markets, right? Like, these are essentially digital territories that they have exclusive domain over, and which the mercantile class enter into, you know, let's say Amazon, and pay them a tithe, a tax, in order to engage in it, whether that's ads on Google, whether that's app percentage commission on Apple Play Store, or the Apple Store, or whether that's a percentage to Amazon. There's nothing you can do about it. It's not a consensual relationship, and capitalists are the ones being victimized. Capitalists are the ones who are forced to engage with someone like Bezos in a very different power dynamic, where the traditional manufacturing class is actually now an underclass compared to this new class of tech bros, these digital feudal lords, hence techno-feudalism. It's not a market-based economy, it's a feudal, it's a digital feudalism that has a mercantile capitalist class engaging with it in order to access the serfs who, by the way, are a free source of labor for feudal lords, which again comes in the form of reviews on Google data, social media data, advertising data, attention economy, right? You are working for free in exchange for some kind of access to a digital domain, which is very similar to the idea of serfdom, right? Like, you are basically not getting paid to engage in this. But the companies benefit from the products of that free labor. And so Google has valuations that are many, many, many times the wages it pays for its labor, because most of the labor that Google profits from is labor from people who aren't waged. And that's the distinction between the capitalist class. If you want to be gay, you can call it the platform capitalists if you're too scared to give up the word capitalist to describe it. but I think techno-feudalism is honestly more accurate in terms of the dynamics at play. It is more similar to the old form of these digital lords who have control over the mercantile class.
Okay, yeah, no, I think I can agree with that idea. So one of the ideas that you mentioned there was about an idea of paying people for their data directly, not just payment in terms of using their service, but in terms of some sort of actual monetary thing. What do you think an individual person's data is valued at? I'm not, maybe not asking for a specific number, but I guess, like, would it even be worth considering?
So it would depend on the value of that data, obviously, right? So okay, I can give you some examples here. So
sorry, just to kind of clarify a little bit, because I am of the opinion that I believe individual data is ultimately virtually worthless to the point where you are talking about fractions of a penny, and you are only valuable in your aggregate of your demographics. And then the question is about how much the aggregate of those demographics or whatever can be valued on that part and then divided amongst, I think would end up being super minimal.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I think your assessment of the value of data is probably a little bit skewed. As someone who works in tech, like, I know the exact amounts that we're paying for specific quantities of data. It comes down to like, for example, just a very basic, this is not a perfect example, but this is fairly industry standard. My company, which, you know, is a over $1 billion valuation company, we pay about $500 per lead, right? Per person coming in who is interested based on the data that we kind of pull together, right? We're paying someone $500 for that. They're paying a few different partners, probably $50 each. And ultimately, like, it flows down, but there is like a significant profit being made throughout those exchanges. Now, I think that, so just on the value side, I think the value is higher than you might expect, and part of the reason why you don't expect that is because I think generally the mainstream understanding of the value of data is very, very skewed, because that benefits the companies who are making lots of money off of it.
Yeah, sure.
Let's take a look at the UK, for example, the NHS, right? We have possibly the best healthcare data source in the entire world. We have an entire country's worth of people who have our health kind of all mixed into one system, one large database that can be sold on for massive benefits to the world in terms of healthcare. Everyone in the UK should be able to opt in or out to get paid a monthly stipend for their data to be used in healthcare studies, meta-analyses by other people around the world, and you can even make it a demand-based system where, you know, if India wants to benefit from the UK's healthcare data, they can buy the healthcare data, and then everyone in the UK gets an extra, I don't know, a couple of quid, a couple of bucks a month,
so
based on that, right?
Why would that go into them personally rather than going back into the system to further fund the healthcare?
Because it's their data, it's not their health, right? Like that is the NHS is selling that data to another country to profit from it, right? Now some of that profit can stay with the NHS, and some of that profit should be passed on to the people who are labouring to provide that data, which in this case are the people whose healthcare data is available, right? Is being made available. These are people who are filling in their information, who are going through tests, who are, you know, keeping their medical records tied into the system. There's no reason why the people of the UK can't economically benefit from their data being used by the UK and that being, you know, virtuously transacted with a country like India who might want to benefit from cancer studies, for example, with a greater pool of potential research participants or data. So this is just one example of a way that you can kind of democratize data, and if you had a digital bill of rights, an entitlement to ownership over your data, then you could benefit from that. You would sell your data to Google happily, and you'd get money back for it. You would make a little bit of money for every review that you leave on Amazon, which sorts the chaff from the wheat, which they benefit from massively, right? Like you could basically get a stipend. It wouldn't be massive. It wouldn't be a UBI, but on the other side of the equation, you could then change the attention economy to be tied in to this overall like economic system, right? You would end up getting a stipend from the data that you sell, and then you use that to pay for content streams. You know, maybe, I don't know, you could think of like a Reddit-like system where I want funny cats, and so I go to the cat network and they accumulate and curate data, and I pay them £1 a month or whatever, and they give me that content. Maybe I want to switch to a different competing cat picture thing, or maybe I want to be with a particular news network, right? And you can just decide, you know, essentially what networks you want, and it's a market-based economy, but it's one that's built on fair transactions between people who own their data and are selling that on to companies. no more attention economy slop. You pay for everything you consume, and you get money for everything that consumes you.
But then, are you essentially saying that people should be not allowed to engage in something like the current system, where their engagement is the trade-off, essentially?
I mean, should you be allowed to like consent to a serfdom contract for 5 years with a company?
Well, I think there's an issue of the framing of it in particular as serfdom.
Sorry.
See, it's because it's an issue of like an overly broad application of something that has a pretty like rightfully heavily loaded meaning that is suggestive of like an extreme sort of like degree of exploitation and like an absence of like agency and control and ability to sort of change.
I can be more particular. Wait, I can be more particular if you want, but it's gonna end up being like a serfdom contract. If I say,
yeah, but what I'm
to
saying
sign
is I don't think talking about like opting into serfdom contracts should necessarily apply to like someone leaving a review on Google Maps or.
Well, I mean, the concept's the same,
or which cat feed they subscribe to on Reddit.
If what do you call it? I mean, the principle that SMUGBUG is, I think, arguing for is just the idea that can you consent to something that takes away your rights? I mean, if the word serfdom, if the word serf isn't amicable to you, I mean, you can just use any word softer than that. But I mean, the core idea is can you consent to not being able to consent anymore?
Well, some of it is also about the notion of which things are or should be rights. Like what rights are you necessarily signing away? What is the alternative prescription? Because some of what he was saying was, well, actually, maybe you should be made to pay in like explicit monetary terms for everything that you consume. Whereas, like, some of the systems that are in play now are, you get something that is ostensibly for free, and the thing that is sort of in the subtext is that you are contributing something else by virtue of your interaction to like the company that makes it worthwhile for them to give you this thing that is on its face apparently free. And then
well, I mean,
saying that like people should not be entitled to engage in that kind of transaction in favor of something that is like more explicitly monetary seems kind of strange.
I think that I think the broader point is that you're signing over your rights without understanding that you're signing over your rights, and like to the point of privacy is like, even if you tell me, hey, if you just all you have to do is hit accept and you can use our services for free, but what you're not understanding is that there are a whole bunch of rights that you did have that you no longer have because you hit that button.
Yeah, you've got giant corporations competing with individuals. The corporations have piles of lawyers and understanding about their markets and far more information. There's no way to provide informed consent to a power structure that deep, which is why we need a different power structure to say these are inalienable rights. You cannot give these up, even consensually, and they cannot take them away from you. The same way that we have human rights.
I think the most basic thing here, though, is that people don't really think within the framework of that kind of exchange. They basically, the exchange goes literally just as far as I need to click accept in order to enter the login, as someone else mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
when really it should be, I am giving up certain parts of myself or parts of my personal data, my this, my that, in exchange for using the service. And I think that'll kind of get the rest of the ball rolling. But there's a vested interest in people not thinking like that. So yeah,
but it
that's
seems
not really where the discussion kind of heads.
It seems like the thing that would cut through that is trying to encourage or teach people to understand that there is this sort of like exchange going on, and it seems like your prescription is to forbid one kind of exchange and sort of mandating like a particular different structures to enforce a greater sense in the person that there is like some kind of exchange happening.
I don't care about the sense, I care about the economic relationship. It would be nice if people understood it, but I don't necessarily think every single person in the world understands why they have human rights don't care about the sense. I care about the actual economic relationship they have with the companies that they are engaging with.
By the way, what do you call it? I mean, I think that people should be allowed to enter into whatever contract they desire, so long as they have like the actual knowledge. But the hard part, I guess, from my point of view, is how do you? Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. Listen. I'm trying to listen. I'm on your side with the societal pressure, sir. I'm trying to convince people to give up the gooning. All right, but they should still be allowed to choose. And the problem that I have with
not to goon.
Exactly, 100%. You have to decide not to goon. You can't be made to
No,
do it, or else you didn't actually mean it.
I don't think people should be able to sell themselves into real or digital slavery. I think it's bad. I think it's bad. I don't like it. It's yucky. It's bad. It's disgusting. I don't like it. Okay, people deserve real freedom that stays free, even if they fuck up. Even if they write some silly words on some silly paper, it's not a magic spell, okay? They have inalienable rights. I thought you were Americans. I thought you understood the concept of inalienable rights.
I'm a fucking leaf.
Listen, I think we need end user license agreements for like
I was gonna read that shit.
that let people own kidneys of whoever is then using the product.
Based.
Nice. No one's gonna read
I
that
think
shit.
you should
So,
be
actually,
forced to listen to the end user license agreement being read to you in audiobook before you.
Yeah, true. Yeah, 0.5 times speed. So you definitely understand it. That'd be great.
Yes, make it actually
3
slower.
hour audiobook before every video game. That'd be amazing.
That's how you truly get. That's how we return to the true enthusiast tech market.
I think it's super cute when the terms and services are like kind of roleplay. Like the Baldur's Gate 3 terms and services are cute. It's like a demonic ritual. It's very cute. If you read it, they're casting spell on you.
What do you call it? I think that
I didn't notice that because I just clicked accept.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now they own your soul.
There's what do you call it? Oh fuck! I was gonna say something. I can't remember. God damn it.
Sorry.
I think it was something along the lines of I would prefer it if everyone understood it. I just don't think anyone's capable of understanding fully how much they're giving away every time they hit it. I think that the only way to get I'm very black-pilled when it comes to trying to teach. I think the best teacher is probably experience, and I think we would need a South Park iPad world where like they can turn you into a fucking iPad human centipede if you hit terms and conditions, and that'll force people to actually be careful about what it is that they're signing.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because right now, I mean, you can hit accept and you got no idea, and then your wife dies at fucking Disney from an allergic reaction. You had no idea that you lost the right to litigation the moment you hit accept on Disney Plus.
Yeah. I haven't seen any good arguments against the National Bill of Rights. Like, if you agree with the Bill of Rights and you agree that the world has gotten, very economically and socially dependent on the digital sphere, it makes sense to expand those into a digital Bill of Rights that entitles you to own the products of your labor and the shit that you're engaging with, and to, be informed as to how your data is being used, and to rescind it and retract it if you don't like it the way it's being used anymore. For you guys, it would be like, I don't know, if they're using your medical data to figure out how to clone trans puppy girls or something, and you want to scream and cry and retract your, medical data, then you should be entitled to do that.
I don't disagree. I guess my, what do you call it? I wouldn't disagree if that were to be put forward. Like, if I had the ability to directly vote on it, I don't think I would vote against it. I think my only concern is that would. This is more of like just a personal concern kind of. I think that would just breed more complacency within the populace, but it probably would be.
What do you want? You want to enlighten every individual American?
Absolutely. They need to be aware that every time they hit that fucking accept button, Google now knows where they are and what they're doing. And if they hit yes to vocal command,
I think you're secretly an anarchist. I think we might be
yeah.
on the same page more than you think.
Well, the problem with some of the digital Bill of Rights stuff is, I think it's about precisely what you would advocate for the inclusion of and what rights people should necessarily have. Because if you talked about some of your prescriptions, I don't think everyone would sort of necessarily be on board with everything that you said. But if you're talking about much more vague things about making sure people have a degree of informedness, a degree of like consent about the way their stuff is used, I think you'd find like near universal agreement on that stuff. But then on a lot of the other stuff, I think it gets a bit more iffy.
Okay. Here's another example of something that I think should be in the Bullshit Bill of Rights. I think this comes from Varifactus. It's crazy that your identity and your bank account is owned by private companies. It's actually insane. It's crazy that you have to go to a private institution to even be allowed to identify yourself in like very important ways. In most countries, right? Like, how do you get like credit checks? How do you get contracts? How do you get mortgages? You have to show proofs of address that are based on institutions like private banks that send you letters, which are essentially your proof of identity. You use your bank account to verify things. Like, this is literally a form of identification that you should have ownership over, and that the government should have ownership over. Like, the people who think that a government doesn't know who's in their country are obviously coping freaks, but the government, given that they do censuses, given that they know who's in the country, given that you've already given them an inordinate amount of power over you just by being born in the country, I think they should give you access to an ID that you can use to open up a bank account, that won't be exploited, to you know, engage online and verify your identity for, you know, government processes or for private processes as you prefer. You should be able to do this. It wouldn't lock you out of having a private system if you wanted a private system of identification, but you would at least have access to a public, freely accessible one, where your identity is tied to your digital identity in a way that isn't dictated by a fucking credit score or fucking Barclays
It seems
Bank.
like most of what you're arguing there doesn't really have anything to do with the proposed issue of like digital bills of rights, and it's more
Completely
saying
different.
like
I think it's
actually
just something that
we've
should be
just
added.
got like we've just got like some weird archaic bullshit about like an overdependence on like a pre-existing chain of stuff about like who you are and whatever, and actually this is something that should be
It's a
like,
necessary
governmentally
component.
institutionalized. Yeah.
It's a necessary component of the other prescription, right? Like, without a public form of identification, there's no real way for you to, you know, have or like a public bank account, right? There's no real way for you to get direct access to that kind of thing. Like, okay, again, back to the NHS example. In the UK, imagine that there's just a government bank account that gets opened up for you when you're a kid. All of your fucking tax benefits that every kid in the UK pretty much gets would go into that bank account that your parents hold access to until you're 18 or whatever age. You know, is there. It is a very easy, simple way for the government to manage everything. And every time they sell your data and they make a big deal with India or whatever, they dump a little bit of money in there for the data that you gave them in exchange. It's essentially a means for the government to have a direct financial tie to every individual citizen. If you want to stimulate spending, do you know what you could do with that bank account? Temporary dollars. You could give everyone $500 that expires at the end of the year to stimulate spending. Right, like there are so many economic means of economic engagement beyond just raising or lowering the fucking interest rate that you could leverage if you had access to a digital bank account, digital identification process, and that was publicly owned. For example.
That seems like a generally positive prescription that doesn't, I feel like, doesn't necessarily need to be tied into any of the digital bill of rights.
Yeah, but I'm doing it anyway. The right to identification, the right to commerce, good enough. Just give it a catchy name. The right to digital commerce, the right to identification, the right to control of your data, the right to a digital identity. Yeah. Make it trendy. Make it cool. Make it pop.
Giving people rights, cringe.
Yeah, that was pretty cringe, bro.
Back to masturbation, though.
And yet, I was fully right.
I think there's like a fundamental problem with like your anarchy where like people just want to be led, right? No one's ever, no one's ever reading their copyright thing, even if they know it's good for them, because they're just going to be like, I'll let this guy decide what's good for me. You know?
Okay. So what's your point?
You just want too much out of humans.
What do you call it? The point is he agrees. The point is wait. The point but the point is he agrees with me because you know everyone wants to be led, so they should follow Christ. They should follow.
Wait, weren't you the guy saying?
I literally created a bunch of protective prescriptions that stop people ending up in economically coercive situations.
Oh no, yeah, no, wait, yeah. Sorry, I do agree with you. It's the other guy who thinks that Americans need to be smarter and like on point.
Yeah, that's retarded. Which, by the way, that is retarded anarchism, and most retarded anarchists of that flavor are leftists. But this
That's
guy's
never gonna
unique in that
happen.
He's also a fucking chud, which is very funny.
Listen.
Yeah,
it's
would
not
you
that I
yourself?
it's not that
do
I
you
would-
yourself
it's not-
even like have such like a sense of like power and freedom of your own life, or do you yourself not like
Who,
let
me
yourself?
personally?
No, the other guy, the anarchist.
The other guy.
Does he not like let himself be
I'm an
led?
anarchist too, motherfucker. What do you mean?
Yeah, they're
Fucking-
both
You're an
retarded,
anarchist
bro.
as well. Yeah, wait. So you both probably live lives where you get led around, right?
What do you call it? My wait, what was your question again?
You yourself are part of society. Curious.
Yeah. What do you call it? I'm not a anarchist in
What
practice.
the
It would be ideal if like humans were capable of that, but what do you call it? It would be awesome if humans were capable of that, but I don't have faith in humanity to behave like that. So I'm more into the idea that if there were going to be situations where they could be punished for their actions, they ought to be, rather than being saved from it. Like, and what do you call it? Until they realize that having that freedom in their own hands is not beneficial to their own lives. Like, having the ability to just, you know, like if somebody walks up to you and says, hey, read this paper, hit the button, and I'll give you $50,000, and then you pretend to read it, you hit the button, and then you get your 50 grand, but now you're in like you're a slave for the next 20 years. Like,
That feels
I
like you're
would rather-
tasering an elephant in the circus until it does your tricks for it, and then it eventually goes crazy and starts killing you. You know?
Yeah, to be
what
clear,
Yeah.
we're both anarchists. I'm the only one who's read Anarchist Theory. I'm assuming.
listen. He wants it for real. I want it as a punishment system. All right.
Yeah, he
But,
just hates humans.
You can't punish a
a
fish into like. You can't punish a fish into
He just wants
walking,
everyone to
right?
suffer.
Humans just can't handle that stuff. I don't think it's.
what do you call it? We don't. What do you call it? I don't disagree. I just told you that I don't think
Yeah.
they're smart enough to realize it. What do you call it? I think that the complacency itself is. What do you call it? The complacency itself is a signal that they aren't capable of understanding to a greater
I think
degree. I have no.
The complacency,
no-
brother. The complacency is coerced. Come on.
Absolutely not. I think it's inherent.
What? It's inherent? Okay, whatever. Who cares?
Absolutely.
Wait, inherent as in biologically inherent?
Yeah.
Either by
That's-
design.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Either
No,
by-
wait.
either by-
It's like, yeah, it's like biologically, it's evolutionarily inherent, right? Because like your brain just does not have the power. Yeah, your brain doesn't have the power to like
People
to.
should be punished for the way they were born.
Oh, you're
That's
so.
great anarchism right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's crazy that you just saw it at the mere thought of it. Like, holy shit. You're crazy,
Sorry, wait, you
Smoke.
think people should
You're
be-
insane. You're
You think people
insane.
should be- wait,
This
I'm
guy's
serious.
this guy's
I'm
fucking
serious. You think
crazy.
people should be punished? You think people should be punished based on the way they were born?
Depends on what it is we're punishing them for. I mean, if it's for.
I'm just asking. I'm just curious. Like,
I think
what
if
you meant
it's
by that.
for certain things, absolutely.
I'm not trying to cancel you. I don't give a fuck.
What do you call it? I mean, I think y'all are thinking of like racial bullshit, but like I'm thinking more like behavioral. Like if you're inclined to be more violent, or if you're inclined to be more
Inherent proclivities that are.
yeah, if you have like an inherent desire to engage with lustful activities and you aren't actively seeking ways to restrain yourself and you indulge in them. I mean, I understand that you were born that way, but your what do you call it? I guess your decision to not mitigate those,
You've loaded that question 3 different times. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
Like, the fact that
okay,
they
you want
didn't
me to?
bring
So
this
you
up
want
as
just
a
a? So you want just a
level of
yes or
attention,
no? You just want a yes or no then?
I don't want a yes or no. What I want is to understand whether you think that people should be punished just based on things that they were born with, and then you loaded the question by saying if they're not equipped, if they're
Well,
not able
then-
to not indulge in the thing they were born with, but you've already added sapience to the equation and a decision-making process.
Well, I guess I would ask, like, when you say born with, are you saying that they have like no agency whatsoever? What are you signing for? I'm asking for a clarification.
Sorry, it's not your fault. It's at the end of the day, I'm a fucking determinist, so I don't think anyone really has like significant
yeah, we're
agency,
just,
right?
yeah,
Like,
we're not gonna agree on.
Wait, sorry, you can say cringe, but you're a determinist too, because you're literally saying there are people who are destined to be punished, and that's justifiable. There's nothing they can do, and yet they.
Because you gave me a hypothetical where they're destined to be punished. Yes.
For their
You gave me the hypothetical.
No. Hold on,
You
no,
can-
I
but
can poke a massive hole in this. We just brain
Sure.
scan everyone, and if we see that they're fucked and are just gonna spend the rest of their days raping children and dogs, you just fucking restrain them.
I'm pro eugenics. That's
You
fine.
don't
Sure,
you
do
don't
it in
just
the
have to
womb.
you don't
Do it in
don't
the
just have to
womb.
like fucking liquidate them. You know, you don't have to
Scan
give
the
them
fetus.
some kind of horrible
Scan the
punishment.
fetus. Scan the fetus for evil violence, and then kill it. There we
A
go,
minority
easy.
report.
I'm pro eugenics. I don't give a fuck. Whatever.
How can you possibly be
Eugenics was
determinist?
just done badly.
Don't you think that
because I'm
humans have a
determining
limited
the
amount of
results.
willpower? You got a limited amount of
No,
willpower. You can change your own
to be
situation,
clear-
right?
To be but the mechanism by which you have the will to change your situation is itself determined by circumstances outside of your control.
Well, like I could like force a epiphany or an enlightenment in you that would change your life, right?
Which
And
would
you-
have been destined to happen because I had the brain arrangement predetermined to be receptive to that idea.
I could just exert some willpower in a different direction, and then not do it if I wanted to.
But
So-
that would itself be a decision predetermined by your
This is
oppositional defiant disorder.
No,
It's unfalsifiable. That's why it's stupid.
Hold on, no. This again is the issue of like the notion of like a piece of terminology being like overstretched to the point of meaninglessness.
No,
When
no,
you
I
go-
am
when-
using,
when
I
you-
am
when-
using
when
the
you-
academic term for determinism, like literally, like
then
deterministic.
the academic, if that is
bad? Okay.
sincerely the academic definition for determinism, then it's actually retarded. When you're going like, oh well,
I think you have a colloquial interpretation of what determinism means or used to be, and it's just not related to the academic one in the same way, which happens a lot in philosophy.
yeah, I'm
Basically,
saying
you
it's
can have
retarded.
it.
He's talking
That's
about
fine. You
Catholic
can have-
academics.
Yeah, you can just not agree with determinism. I mean, but it's still determinism.
Yeah.
But like, the point.
I'm superior
my
to your
point is
academic
that I
system,
think
by the way.
that's fine. I'm not.
Why?
an
Because you have
academic.
a based version of
Academia.
you have a
is retarded.
based version of
Alright? I don't
determinism.
care. I hate academia. I don't give a shit. Okay. My point is that the fact that you have willpower at all is something that you never made a conscious choice to have or not have. Your capacity for willpower was determined by factors outside of your control. Your personality was determined for the most part by shit that happened to you before you were 18 and really in any kind of a sapient state to decide what you were going to be. And you have a very, very limited variability that you can kind of, what's the word, influence. Based on how you already are, alright? Pretty much everything that you've done is something that was going to happen based on what you have been predetermined to be.
When you say limited,
some
you
of it's
mean
biological.
non-existent, though, right?
Well, it depends what you mean by non-existent. Like, whether you are able to do something it is determined by things like your willpower. Your willpower is also determined by factors outside of your control, both nature and nurture.
I mean,
They are both coercive
again, I
instruments
think
of
this
determinism.
is the issue of like the reasonable meanings for things being stretched like so far beyond like anything that is like concise and sensibly constrained that it turns into something that is like totally.
You can say that determinism is a term that comes from philosophy, so you can just say I like the new colloquial version more than the philosophical version, and that's fine. And we can talk about whatever the fuck your made-up version is that you feel is the colloquial version, and we can argue about that. I'm just talking about basic determinism.
I'm dead. I'm dying. to
But
know
what do you mean a
what
limited
your
amount?
version-
Because like,
Dung-
don't I have I have willpower, right?
I want to hear Dung Devil's version.
No, you're a fucking chud, bro. I get what they mean when they say
Listen.
that you're a chud.
Oh my! What have I done? What have I done to you, sir? I thought we were friends, sir.
He's been very friendly, even though he's got insane evil beliefs. He's very friendly.
I'm sorry that sounds
Insane
horrible,
evil
but
beliefs.
this was something that was proposed to me by your friend, that you're a chud.
Yeah, what have I done? I want to know what Dung Devil's version of determinism is. I'm
Yeah, what's
curious
your-
as to
what's
where
your
the disconnect is.
What's your fucking headcanon for determinism?
Dung agrees with me. That's what Dung's opinion is.
Well, isn't the general premise of determinism that essentially, broadly, that the entire notion of like self-determination is enormously undermined by the idea that like essentially any sort of like influences that are outside of your control have like such a huge effect that you almost more or less have no real it's almost like an enormous undermining of personal agency, of the almost the entire notion of having any sort of personal agency.
I think you just said what SMUGBUG said.
Yeah,
But
you.
then-
It
then
does not
it's-
feel
then
that
it-
way.
Hold on. But then what you seem to be arguing is that like the degree to which things are like determined in the sense is so broad that that it is almost meaningless to talk about like any degree of like human agency about anything.
Yes.
Seems to be the issue.
I mean, like that's the end part of determinism. It's the idea that you have to create systems that put pressures to guide people because people have already had a whole bunch of shit pressuring them to make a certain decision before they were born. So all you can do is pray that the system pushes them in a different direction, but that still is antithetical.
Hold on. That seems like a particular sort of philosophical and ideological take along the premise of determinism.
Can I just help with that?
One
Just
second.
1 second, sorry.
One
because-
second.
Smug, you need to slow down.
1 second.
Smug, you're getting very excited
Okay,
and
fine.
becoming very difficult to communicate with, alright?
Because what Nihilist seems to be suggesting actually is that we should use our agency to enforce like a greater degree of determinism to shape things as we would wish them to be.
Yeah, but it would be
which seems slightly paradoxical.
Yeah, it is paradoxical. I mean, determinism is kind of goofy because the moment you buy into it, you've kind of given up the idea that you can never make a choice, and that you were never really even able to choose a different path other than believing determinism. You were always determined. It's like basically the what you call it, determinism can be like boiled down to some higher being has created a giant machine, hit play, and then everything that's going to happen was always going to happen because the moment that play was hit, that was the only thing that could ever be decided, and everything else is just subsequently and mathematically consequential of that first like press.
Yeah, so sort of the mere matter in motion issue, and that's kind of the thing that I take issue with. If you want to talk about it as like a totalizing like pure explanation of everything, as opposed to something that is an element of like the experience of everything. Like obviously determinism is a part, but then from my perspective at least, there is also like personal individual agency.
Well, then you would believe in like determinism light, maybe, but not determinism itself.
Yeah,
because there's a misunderstanding that happened that is like throwing the whole thing off, which is the idea that so the systems that you would put in place in order to enact whatever you think the deterministic prescription would be is itself predetermined. That's the whole point of determinism. Yep. The idea is that the people who would create that system, that itself would be a determined system. It's not like you are saying because people are determined, we have to put certain things in place in order to do that. The people making those decisions are themselves determined. So the whole thing is pointless. Free will doesn't exist, and that's fine. It doesn't carry any massive prescriptions. What it should carry is it's really a negative prescription against certain kinds of moralizing. Right, which is why I asked you at the very start, the moral question, which is, do you think people should be punished for things outside of their control, essentially? Right, things they were born with that they can't control.
Yeah, but I also don't agree with determinism 100%. I do.
Which is why we
acknowledge that.
But that's
Yeah,
why
I do acknowledge like personal agency, which is why if you have things that are putting pressures on your decision making and you aren't taking active steps to work against those pressures, then I think that you 100% should be punished. But I don't think there's really any room. I don't think there's any room within our current system for there to be anything else. But if we were to just argue outside of practicality, then yeah, 100%. Just like from the mere philosophical the mere philosophical idea that you ought to be punished for a decision maybe you didn't 100% make that you still made is something that I 1,000,000,000% agree with.
So the issue is that like you can believe that, and that's nice, and maybe there is like some small amount of variability, but I can predict like 100 different very likely measures of your life based on the postcode you were born in, the zip code you were born in, right? Like literally, I can figure out a bunch of shit, or likely medical status, economic status, when you're gonna die, like to a severe statistical significance based on where the fuck you were born against your will. That's kind of the issue, right? Like, if so much of your life is predetermined by even just that one factor, which is location, then how can you say that people really genuinely have the agency to make all those decisions? Are all of these people just choosing to have their lives determined by their location? Well, then why? Is it because they don't have the ability to choose, or because everyone chooses the bad thing? Which itself would raise questions about determinism. So, like, the whole thing's kind of fucked. There's some coercion somewhere in the system.
Once you kind of buy into determinism, I mean, the game's already over. Once your predisposition is that everything's already set, or the majority of things are set, then there's kind of no point in arguing about personal choice, because your idea is that personal choice is already predetermined. That's why I say, like, at the end of it, we're not going to agree at the end of it, but
don't oversimplify. Don't oversimplify. I'm not saying that every decision you make will be predictable from day one. What I'm saying is that the thing that will happen is the thing that will happen. So if I change your mind today, and you change your opinion about everything, that will itself have been a deterministic event, because I was created a certain way, you were created a certain way, and conditions pushed us into this conversation where you changed your mind on everything, or I changed my mind on everything. That itself would have been a deterministic event. So try not to oversimplify it by saying, you know, people are just going to be one way. Like, the point is, even the dynamic interacting systems will themselves be predetermined. Because of course they are, because these things happened without any kind of purpose. They just happened. They are just kind of, you know, wind-up toys all being pushed in different directions that eventually encounter each other.
Like I said, I mean,
you said not to simplify things, but then it seems like that's a massive oversimplification.
I brought it up as an oversimplification after I explained the complex part, right?
Yeah, but you've just restated what I've said. That's the at the end of the day, if you buy into the predisposition of if your fundamental truth of the universe is determinism, then essentially everything is already decided. Now, what you do past that, I would say you decide, but you would say that the decisions upon which you would make have already been determined based on pressures not only in your own biological makeup, but also within the universe around you. Like, as when you carry determinism all the way through, it comes out to every action, every decision, every pressure is already predetermined. And
okay, what's the prescription based on that?
Whatever prescription you would come to would be already determined prior to you making it. So I guess whatever you decide to do.
The prescription, because I'm living my life in linear time, right? Like the prescription
you would still make it eventually. What do you...
But deliberation exists.
Yeah, sorry, bump.
Clearly exists, right?
Yeah, but then you would still be predetermined to deliberate.
Hand wave away the entirety of deliberation. You still have to do that.
I mean, what do you call it? At the end of the day, you're predetermined to deliberate.
You're predetermined to deliberate, but you still deliberate, right? Whenever you wake up in the morning, oh, I'm predetermined to deliberate, so I will choose what to eat today.
Yeah, but every choice that you make is still
go out
predetermined.
and figure it out, right?
Yeah, but
choice to be predetermined, you still have to deliberate, though. The way predetermination works is you have a set of things, a set of reasons which influence your decision making in a particular direction. You still have to do the decision making. You don't have to hand wave it all away.
it's not about hand waving. It's about.
You understand that whenever you like go into your kitchen in the morning and you choose to eat like a bagel or cereal, you don't say something along like, well, the choice that I end up making is predetermined anyway. You still go through the process of thinking about it.
I just stopped.
I don't under. What do you think that I'm discounting what it is that you experience? You would still be predetermined to experience that experience. I'm not saying you're not experiencing or you're not deciding. I'm telling you that if you believe in predeterminism, if you believe in predetermination, those experiences will already be set up to happen. So your indignation over my correct summarization of determinism is pointless because you would have already done it, but you know.
The reason I keep asking you for a prescription is because there isn't a valid prescription. Like, at the end of the day, it shouldn't affect anything other than you'll moralize. I don't think there's a prescription, but like you're moralizing about punishment, right? Is based on the idea that people are making choices of their own free will and they should be punished for those intentional choices. And I'm saying the reason that, you know, a lot of people believe in a more rehabilitative process is because ultimately the conditions that lead people to make decisions that end up being bad for them are predetermined to a great extent, and so we want to kind of make sure that they're not just being punished gratuitously for having happened to be born a certain way or raised a certain way by parents that they didn't decide to have either. Instead, what we want to do is try and fix the problem rather than just say, well, you ended up like this and so you're fucked and you're a bad person, so you're going to get the bad person treatment. Like, that's basically the point I'm making. It's a silly way to moralize.
Like, I understand. I'm just saying we just won't agree. I mean, yeah, we just don't agree on. I mean, and that's fine.
So is the dispute on civic retributive justice?
There is literally no singular disagreement here. I was summarizing determinism. But if you are triggered by my summarization of your predispositional logic, that's fine. I'm telling you, I don't think any lesser of you for believing that. I am just describing the belief itself. So
Yeah,
you can get triggered.
You were strawmanning a prescription onto me that I didn't have.
You were saying that.
Productive because you haven't read anything into determinism. If you want to go philosophy with me, you want to pivot off to that point, I will break you down on philosophy on every single point. You don't want to go there. Alright?
Okay.
All I'm trying to figure out is retributive justice. Do you believe in that? Because of determinism? Some form of hard or soft determinism, I don't really care which way
I don't believe in determinism, point blank.
Fuck, this bunk guy is kind of based.
I believe at the end of the day that you can make a decision about your circumstances or what choices you can have right now.
Bunk is a high power operator.
You can make a decision about the things you have right now. Do you think that's in contradiction with determinism? Do you think determinism denies decisions?
No, I think that determinism just disagrees about where that. Okay, so I think it disagrees where it comes from, but you're the one that got so ass mad. You wrote like 2 paragraphs in 2 separate messages.
Hold on, we're only talking about this because you guys were like quibbling over like definitions and trying to like intellectually flex on each other like soy losers, right? So
I was having fun and hanging out with SMUGBUG, and then Bunk got like upset for some reason.
Oh, Bunk was based as fuck. You can't be upset that he roasted. He cooked.
I was just chilling.
So who here is a determinist? I need you guys to get back on topic. Who here's a determinist, and why are people needing to be policed on their wanking in their bedroom?
Wait a minute. We're not going back to the jerk-off discourse. I won that debate, okay? We're done with that, alright? No one should jerk off, okay? We're anti-jerking. I'm anti-jerking.
Dude, your negative vibes got my Factorio base destroyed and I'm pissed. I don't even know what to do here.
Bad content, I don't recommend.
I got a real question. So, somebody brought this up as a joke the other day to me, like streaming like debates on Chatterbait. I'm wondering, do you think it's actually like in contradiction with any of the rules to just like go on and do a debate stream?
Do I think it's a contradiction of the Chatterbait terms of services?
Yeah, it's like don't people go, listen, dog, you gotta show your dick at some point here. Like,
yeah, literally, yeah. If you don't whip your dick out at some point in the conversation, I'm pretty sure you get banned. Yeah, so you'll have to commit. If you've got a decent hog, I think you can get away with it.
Literally just a naked guy talking about it. That should be funny as fuck.
It's just two dudes. It's two dudes jerking off while debating. That's the new meta. That's the new content. That's good. I like that.
That'd be so bad.
I mean, to be honest, Destiny started it. Destiny started it. He was gooning during debates. He innovated. He's the inventor.
Oh my.
He was literally sent of him like cum-shotting during debate panels. It was crazy.
I got banned from Destiny to Raventon.
Yo, that was Moon Tyrant. Hello. Hello, Moon. Moon, we got new intellectual yappers, and they yap so incredibly hard.
I got banned, Bunk. I got banned as well. It was actually a whole it's a whole conspiracy. Okay, we both got caught in the bandwave. They basically.
Yeah. Actually, how did you guys all end up here? Did you guys all follow Queeman here, or did you get like? Is it because Destiny raid?
Queeman followed me. Queeman followed me.
me.
Wait, no, I've never seen you here, Smug, and now all your friends are here as well. What's going on? Did you bring them in, Smug?
Okay. Bring anyone.
Your friends, bro. They're your friends.
I have no clout. I have no Shadow Cabal. Leave me alone. Okay. I was not involved in anything. I'm innocent.
Wait. What's it called? Let me give you the welcome. Welcome to the JSTOK servers. You can say whatever you want, but take it easy, please.
The service is
true.
This is great.
Just take it easy.
Go ahead, say the N-word.
Can I get a sparkling water? Can I get sparkling water?
We only have steel, so sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah, Bunk, you are like really quiet. I turned you up to like 190 Bunk, and it's still difficult to hear you, but very easy to talk over you, so that's cool.
Yeah, why is Bunk so quiet?
I don't know. He just needs to lean into his mic, have some discipline.
If I talk too loud.
Man, fuck y'all. I told Bunk that his volume was down. Trying to jump on my message.
Yeah, fuck me.
Nihilist Pixie.
No, but what did bring you here?
Nihilist did.
I swear like I've seen Nihilist Pixie here. Pixel here. Oh no, I haven't. You just joined.
I just kind of stumbled into here. Not gonna lie.
Well, it wasn't a misspeak. Well, was it or was it not a misspeak? No, that was on purpose.
I'll take that. I'll take that title.
Oh, you're saying I'm not allowed to call people beautiful names? What the fuck?
I think Pixie is the Nihilist Pixie now.
Oh shit.
Oh, Pixie! I mean, SMUGBUG, my base got fucking trampled. Tell me how to fix it.
Wait, what?
You ever played Factorio?
No, I played it a bit, but I'm not on Ritalin. I can't play those games.
Right, me neither.
You gotta get on Ritalin.
It's great, like, you start playing and you just can't stop. I was meant to stop like 4 hours ago.
That doesn't happen to me unless I'm on meth. I stopped taking meth and Factorio lost its grip on me.
Wouldn't meth really? So it didn't give you like the ability to choose like when you start and stop?
So Ritalin, the only thing Ritalin made me really good at capitalism. It made me very successful at my job, and it made me very good at Satisfactory.
Well, this is like you're a neurotypical. You're just a neurotypical, but you need to go be a politician. Like what the fuck?
No, I max out the. I would be a good politician, but I max out the ADHD shit.
No, what?
The reason I seem neurotypical is because I've got a mix of NPD and ADHD, and together it comes out normal.
What kind of ADHD do you have where you like can start and stop things like Factorio? I guess
I'm maxed out inattentive and hyperactive.
So you just can't like start playing.
I'm just retarded. That's it. So I can't. I mean, look, like okay. First of all, I'm around 30, so I've like kind of figured my shit out, so I can kind of survive having ADHD. It's fine.
You probably have endorphins as well, you lucky bastard.
Yeah, I do. I also don't.
Oh, look at this guy, generally happy in his everyday life. Fuck you.
Literally, yeah. So honestly, it's just really
fucking
easy.
freak.
It's really easy when you don't have depression. Yeah. I literally am a successful, happy person in all ways. I know. I'm sorry. It sucks. I wish it wasn't
stop
true.
telling me about it.
What is it like living without depression? Is it like being on Molly like all the time?
Yeah, I'm on. It's literally like being on Molly all the time. Yeah. So you know how you feel on drugs? That's me waking up.
That's base. That's base.
You know what? I have to push back. I have to brag, okay? Because the default in communities like this is for everyone to be depressed and to bully anyone who's positive about their life out, and then it makes it seem like being depressed is the norm. Okay, I am here. I'm standing resiliently for my happy bros. Okay.
No, bro, I'm depressed and people just tell me to kill myself all the time. That's fucking crazy.
Well, stop being depressed. So they're just trying to help, dude.
No, it's because it would make them more happy, actually.
Oh, right. Remove you from the community. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
it's because I'm depressed and I'm still better than them, and they hate it.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, if you're impressive and you're depressed, that is like it's really easy for me to be impressive because I'm happy all the time. You know?
Yeah.
So, like,
it's the constant. I shit on them, and I'm worse off than them, and they just can't get their head around it.
Literally.
I could be better than them. I just don't see the point, you know. And they hate it.
I was born all fucked up and depressed. I just got lucky.
Weird.
Yeah. I think if
Was
you,
it determined?
I think I'm probably like. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was determined. Yeah, honestly, I mean, like, it's just like
Yeah,
I didn't choose to have like a crazy childhood. Like, it's just
Okay.
happened.
Yeah,
Like,
you guys were sawing out so hard. It's like so hard to have like an interesting conversation with you. But like, how were you reconciling your sense of determinism with? Because it's just soft determinism. Like, I don't get it. But,
I don't care.
but do you actually think that like things were determined from the Big Bang onwards, or like?
Well, I don't. That kind of determinism isn't really necessary for me to like. I'm not a philosophy bro, so I don't know fully, right? But like, my thinking is that like, sure, you know, things probabilistically might change based on quantum mechanics or whatever gay shit. But more importantly, I think that humans are not so infinitely, you know, spiritually and mentally complex that the majority of their decisions aren't determined by factors outside their control. And that's pretty much all you need for determinism, right? Is the idea that, hey, like, your parents, where you live, where you grew up, what, you know, all of the influences on you are probably going to be vastly greater influences on the overall circumstances of your life than pretty much anything that you could theoretically determine. Even if free will was, like, kind of a thing.
Well, that's probably true, but only by like choice and evolution, and even then there's going to be like 1% of their life where they commit like to extreme levels of like choice and willpower, where they're like, no, fuck this. I'm saving the baby from the dying lake, even if it's going to cost me my life. Yeah, like...
Yeah, but then, you know, whether you make that decision or not, is you see the problem. Like, basically, it basically doesn't matter. Like, just live as if free will's a thing, it's fine. Who cares?
Yeah, fair enough. Do you ever read Camus?
The only thing it changes for me...
You read Camus?
Do I ever read what?
Camus?
No.
So he was like a French yeah, he was like a non-fiction, or no, a fiction writer. He used to write fiction, but he was like, and he wasn't trained in philosophy, but all the philosophers like read his work and were like, oh my god, it's so profound and so abstract, and people aren't going to understand what it means, but it is like a seminal philosophical understanding of human nature and like philosophical works.
A bit like Squid Game.
I haven't seen it. But I mean, probably. Obviously, his works were like so amazing. It like disseminates.
I was shitposting. I'm sorry.
Well, a guy like this is like so profound that his work becomes known like worldwide and becomes like common knowledge throughout the population. But before him, it had never happened before, right? So this is like, yeah, like you can be like so great that you like change history and like people don't know who you are, right? Or you even change like consciousness.
I mean, that's what I'm doing with the streamer scene right now.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I've got people copying our content. You know, they're stealing our videos.
Like Drake and
Erudite. Will never be the same again. Literally.
Have we finally settled on determinism is absolutely real, but in actuality, when you come to your day-to-day experience, hour to hour, minute to minute, it does not feel that way.
Meaningless, yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I wanted to get out like 30 minutes ago, but I was working.
Yeah, that's fine, but like the point at the end of the day, the point is just like you need some kind of. I think you need some kind of moral justification for retributive justice.
You're almost at a level.
Have that then.
Oh right. Oh yeah, that was the point. Sorry. No. I was very interested in what the actual point to bring it all back was. But just like in summary, when you guys get like so deep on determinism, you almost can't even prove that like the universe exists. So there might not even be mechanical operations of things to dictate. Well, what is physical matter, right? Like
exactly.
Yeah. You're on that level where it's like, well, if all physical matter is like merely like done by like a calculation that you can't change, and even your like intentions, and then like the fact that you noticed the butterfly landing on the feather, which then inspired you to change your life and then save the lives of 1 billion Asian children from fucking a fascist government, and then you changed blah 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 blah. Even if all that's determined, like you might just be wrong, because like the physical world might not exist, and then it turns out it's actually from the free will of like a god. Like you know, you're just
a little gay text in my Boltzmann brain.
Yeah, you're just on such a gay level of philosophy.
Based on
5 years no sex, punishment 5 years, 5 years virgin.
I mean,
that's what you get for
Jesus.
philosophy talk.
How do I get 5 years
spend 30?
constant sex?
Never speak about philosophy again. I promise. You have to make the pact.
5 years forced to fuck.
No, it's not worth it. The bitches aren't worth it. It's not worth it. Okay.
What if you what
Talking
if you
philosophy
reach the
with the
wizard
bros.
status?
Sorry, philosophy bros, you lose.
Yep. No sex, but friendship. Okay.
Has this community ever interacted with Rem the Bath Boy or no?
Oh God, don't say that name.
Well, yeah, it's like a DGG community, but he's never been here. Is he even online anymore?
No, I don't think he engages in the spaces anymore.
Is he like a philosophy boy?
Yeah, hardcore.
Gay.
Hardcore. It's great. It's kind of interesting to listen to sometimes, except for when you get on that like one point that you just won't move from.
Right.
And then the entire
1,000 years,
discussion
no
is
sex,
about like
1,000 years, no
the
sex.
quarter definition of one word. So it's like using the wrong suffix or like it's shit like that. But like other than that, he can't.
He's the guy that discovered Vaush was a moral nihilist. It was a very funny chat.
Oh. Moral nihilist.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
it's
the
in,
fuck
like,
is
he's
that?
willing to. I think it's you're willing to basically lie, cheat, and steal for your moral prescription.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was his legendary talk. I remember.
That was like the best. That was the best Rem conversation ever, and then everything else was just kind of meh.
Yeah, that's what I know him
think he's
from.
like he has the capacity to be enjoyable if he can get over what he has in his brain.
What was that one panel he did a long time ago where he was just like a rabid dog and he was just like, yeah, like fucking going at everyone? It was like one of the first panels I saw him on. I think it was Prime K's.
Probably that seems the timeline seems right.
I would have
Does anybody know who
Oh.
Prime Kai is now?
I miss panel culture. That was my time. Oh, it was terrible. It was slop. It was bad. It was worthless. But God,
What
I
panels
loved
did you even
streaming
go
people.
on? Stardust or whatever?
I was a big deal. I was a big deal back in the day.
Hey, listen.
I was the guy.
I was
the guy.
I was in the chat trenches, looking at everything, debating. We wouldn't believe the gore I've seen in Heem's chat.
I was a big deal. It was me.
Oh shit, does Haim still stream? Where's Haim
No, I think
lately?
he's just being a professional in this industry now.
Nice.
Okay.
And like he was literally in the middle of going to school when he was doing it, and he was like, "Yo, you guys are crazy, man," and just left.
I was on
Yeah.
like Wick panels and Dylan panels and shit like that. It was.
Okay, I'll say that Dylan panels I didn't always catch, so.
They weren't that good. They sucked. I stopped doing them.
I like Dylan.
I was on
appreciate his effort.
primetime Wick panels back before he left Olive, and we stopped giving him all his good ideas.
Before he fixed his teeth.
Yeah, well, there was a period where Wick was really good at panels, and I promise you, it's because he had like 2 or 3 people who just gave him good ideas, and that was it. And then
So basically he needed the Danabo to
yeah, basically
propel his shit.
he was the worst content cuck imaginable, and you could see his deterioration as soon as the smart people left him. Honestly, like he had like 2 or 3 people he relied on. I gave him ideas for his good panels. Olive gave him a bunch of good ideas for his panels. She used to edit for him. And now, Blatt, he's just garbage. He's trash. He never really had any good ideas of his own, but he always got way too much ego for like a good panel that wasn't his idea. He just took credit for everything, and we didn't care. It was fine. We just wanted the panels to happen, but it kind of broke his brain. I don't think he was capable of handling any tiny amount of success without it instantly going to his head. It's very funny.
Is he really that much of an egotistical guy? I never really saw him as that.
Oh, it's crazy. I
seen a meme on stream every once in a while. I listen. I'm not that deep into it. I don't.
It's fine then.
Wick could do whatever he wants, and I wouldn't give a fuck.
He like, you know, he's basically built his kind of career off of being for a while definitely just a Destiny simp, but he truly thought that it was all based on like his own talent and shit. So like even that fucking meme with him reading out that super chat to Destiny is him getting too big for his boots and forgetting that actually he doesn't really have a platform of his own that's important enough for him to be, you know, risking shit like that.
What was the meme?
That clip was fucking nuts, man.
I don't remember. I don't
Best thing
know
he
it.
ever did, and it was entirely unintentional.
Wait, sorry. Say that again. What do you do?
He read out a super chat I've surely seen that clip. It's insane.
Oh, is it the most recent one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to read it.
Yeah, literally. Like Wick is just so naive. He actually had no idea what he was doing.
I think he did it intentionally.
I promise you, I know the guy. I promise you, it was not intentional. That's why.
Is he like what, a simpleton? Is that what you're alleging here?
He's not a simpleton. He just didn't think about it. Like, you know, people make mistakes or whatever. But like, the reasons that okay. So I think he has this idea that he is like a freedom of speech advocate. That he's a serious platform. That the thing he does is really important and valuable. And so, you know, he'll have a super chat come in and he's like, I'm the freedom of speech guy. I, you know, speak the truth. I do this. The reason that Destiny respects me, the reason these people are around me is purely because of this. And then he does it. And then he realizes, oh, actually, I don't know if he realizes, but it becomes apparent that actually Destiny's just there because it's not a hostile territory. And if you push back on him even a little bit, then your bridge is burned instantly. It's so funny. It's so funny. He thought he was the guy. Oh.
Not a hostile
Also,
territory.
His simping for Brianna Wu is also, like, nightmare.
I mean, I think any PV person is gonna do that.
That's true, yeah, but that's PV is fucked.
I don't know too much about it. All I know is that like they're just basically throwing money at nothing streamers for some reason.
It's not one of our best videos, but we did do a video on Progressive Victory.
Okay, well, if it's not your best, I'm just not gonna watch it. Sorry. Yeah.
That's a good idea, to be honest. Yeah.
Proving the point about the nothing streamers and Project Victory.
Progressive Victory. What relevance does Brianna Wu have? What the woman?
I think she
person,
started
what?
the effort there. I think she started the effort there. She used her real world political credits. What's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, political credit.
Reputation, influence, like
Okay, yeah.
like a resume, I guess, to start to get progressive Victory to start looking at the online space. And as far as I understand, one of the ways that they were trying to do that is to basically sort of, not really on paper, maybe kind of pay streamers to talk about like stuff that's going to be helping Progressive Victory or just Democratic causes in general, or so Democratic Party causes in general. As far as I understand,
I'm sorry, I'm wrong. This video is a banger.
Okay.
I forgot the intro.
So as far as I understand, they didn't specifically pay them to do that, but rather they got paid when they attended certain meetings. That where they then therefore discussed about talked about the content that they might think is interesting to see, or might be interesting to put out. As far as I understand, that's the totality of it. But if SMUGBUG here made a video on it, they're probably more of an authority than I will ever be, or ever care to be.
Yeah, basically, my take on the whole situation is that Brianna Wu has a really long neck and looks kind of weird.
I'm glad that she can't talk anymore.
That was our contribution to the discourse. It's just she looks weird.
Yes, she does.
I think it's okay to make fun of Brianna Wu for looking weird because they make fun of other trends.
She is like a fucking
I think it's based. Mostly because it's funny. It's actually just really funny to make fun of Brianna Wu.
I don't
about it
know.
Like utility consideration. It's like massive expected utility for being funny as shit.
I mean, I don't know why people just don't get immediate massive fraud detection warning when they see her or hear her talk.
It's crazy that she's not just known as a grifter. It's like, ugh.
I don't even want to say grifter. I just want to. I don't even want to push it that far for the person where they have to make some moral calculation about is she doing this just for the money? Is she this? There's just face on the face of it, talking to her and the way she talks. I don't know why you believe anything that she's saying. Regardless of whether it's for money or not.
It's the intro to that video. And we do a little opening sketch for every video, and Brianna Wu attacks us on the moon. That's the opening to the show. With Godzilla sounds. It's great.
The Pond Scum podcast is actually good. I actually listened to that shit.
Yeah, I think I actually ended up catching one episode before. I think maybe Queeman fucking raided into you or something. I don't know.
I don't think Queeman's ever raided into us. I think he
some fucking streamer.
Yeah, Queenman is kind of a he's kind of a retard. I haven't seen much of him, but he talked to me recently. He's a little retarded. just like a tad bit retarded, and he can like
He's,
count.
I think
he has commentary slot brain. He used to be intelligent, and
Yep.
he's getting progressively dumber over time. It's just
It's all soup. It's all soup in there.
I think he can. I think he can debate, but he just comes off as too much like an attack dog, just like unrelenting. And I get it because it puts pressure on the person, and it tries to really eke out what they really think or believe. But man, you gotta put the brakes on sometimes and let someone speak a sentence.
When pressure's put
Rao
on
has that
him,
problem
he
as well.
cracks so fucking quickly. Oh my god, he snapped like a fucking twig. I got him to go back. The way that he ended up hanging up the call with me is I gave an argument for why what he thought begging the question was wrong, and he just went, well, Wikipedia says this thing. You disagree with Wikipedia? And I was like, yes, of course, I agree with it. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's definition of it, not Wikipedia's. No shit. And then he hangs up the call with me. He just does not have a single fucking argument. It's actually terrible. It's a terrible fucking... Talking to him is like... You can't sift through thoughts to like any complex degree. It's a bunch of vibes about things. It's the commentary slot brain, as SMUGBUG said. There's like a vibe about that thing that doesn't like all like link together in any type of way.
I feel like when I was listening to Morale earlier, I feel like it was is like, I don't want to say intellectually jerking off, but just like intellectual exercise, where like part of it's sort of like meaning for him, and he might not really care about the issue too deeply, but it's like something he can kind of argue about for fun, and it lets him like, you know, that's the challenge for him to like come out on top, like, because very obviously he was like kind of whatever with the quid pro quo thing, and I think he knew it, but he wanted to like, you know, have fun, meme about it, and then afterwards he was just like, I won, you know, whatever word you want to he used, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he got ultra debate pedophile on it. Like, it wasn't even a relevant thing to like talk about.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to watch, but it's fun to watch it from a crash out perspective.
And like
it's just.
Yeah, kind of. It's also like disappointing because I like see other ways that I want the conversation to go, and then someone just like, and it's even interesting to see if they can manage to like, I'd be like, oh nice, like Morale's smart, he like managed to like put 2 and 2 together, but instead he just turns his brain off and he's like, I just learned what quid pro quo meant, time for me to like pretend like I knew what it meant the whole time and am now an authority on how you should use it.
No, I think like from like not even 10 minutes in, he understood the idea that you were trying to put forth, but he wanted to contest around the language of using specifically quid pro quo.
Yeah, probably,
Is there a
yeah.
debate with Emra that happened? Is there...
Yeah, it was in the
Yeah, just a second ago.
It's like he was literally just
don't even think about it.
Every time I've talked to him, he just like trolls. He like straight up said in my messages that he's like, no matter what the subject is, he's just gonna like get bitched in that debate, and so he doesn't even like want to try.
The pretending to be
So I
sad
don't
thing
know if he's any good
afterwards
at
was
debate.
like really weird.
I don't know if he's even decent.
I mean, he's unironically kind of needy, right? Like he just kind of fucking needy.
I love him.
Are you saying
Emra, he's a little fun. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
give that to him. I've seen like a little bit of his. It's not like a tiny bit. He's like a little fun. Interacting with him is kind of cancer, from my experience. It's kind of cancer. Not even because like, not even like in some virtue about his like character or something. Just like the way that he interacts with people online for me just doesn't work. I'm so past interacting with internet personalities. I've done that for fucking ages now. I've done that. Like, please just be a normal fucking person. Be a real person who like who has like real person opinions and thinks about things like a real fucking human being does. Talk to me as a real human being.
He's too young. You can't, you know, like.
Yeah, you just gotta.
How old is he? He sounds older than I am.
He's like 20.
Wait, how old's Emra?
Is he literally like 19?
No, he's like 21.
Oh,
22.
that's bullshit. Come on.
Okay.
He's older than me then. He's older than me. Wait.
Look, you're a young retarded kid from my perspective. What do you mean?
Haven't you been here for years, Bunk?
Okay. Okay, SMUGBUG. Haven't I been here for
buddy.
years?
You're like
around
17.
the space? Yeah.
You're a
No, I
fucking
was
twink.
debating
You're a
when I was
twink,
like
bro. You're a
16 years
twink.
old.
Right.
Low key. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I'm the goated philosophy twink. That's me.
Yeah, I feel like being that young, you've got like a kind of agileness to your mind, which is like really useful. For just like.
I'm telling you, cherish it, man. Given I've had sleep apnea for most of my adult life.
cherish your fucking mental, agility, as this guy just said.
Yeah.
It's gonna go.
Yeah, like when I was younger, I would go to churches and just like roast priests on the fact that evolution was real, and all I had to do was just like sit through half an hour class of like learning about evolution, and go to church a couple of times, and then just be like, all right, I know all of what your arguments are going to be, and I can like school you in 5 different ways. And while I'm doing it all, I'm going to sassily be like, all right, that's another point to me. 5-0 to Chris Bletus. Thank you very much. Just roasting priests.
I don't think you got dumber. I think the world got more complicated.
No. My IQ score has decreased by like 15 points. So.
That can't be true.
So.
Unless you went through like an actual period of atrophy, I don't know. I feel like.
I understand.
Yeah, I got amnesia once.
But
so.
if I don't know how old you are. Again, you said you're in your 30s. I'm not sure. Like, I know the world has gotten complicated, so we're probably fairly similar in age. At least personally, anecdotally, I'll say I am not able to do the things that I was able to do before. It has nothing to do with complication of the task. If I want to learn a program, I can do that. I used to be able to do that in my early 20s.
Yeah, Smug, you have a
Dog,
zest
I thought
for
you were
life
20-some. That's
and a passion
crazy. That's actually bizarre
to wake up every morning.
Maybe all these old fucks are actually aging faster than me. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's why I don't feel like I'm getting.
You sound so
youthful.
Yeah. You sound so like happy and energetic. Okay.
I look very young for my age as well. Like I've got good genes, so maybe I just won't feel it for another 10 years. And these guys didn't luck out in the lottery.
You wear sunscreen?
The stress of being like streamer or YouTube people is like degrading, they're withering away before our eyes. Yeah.
You know what? I got my first white hair, and it's an eyebrow hair, and it kind of looks sick. So I'm not getting rid of it.
It is kind of badass. I'm not gonna lie.
It's kind of based.
That's like the one place you can have like you can. I'm not gonna lie. Or like the front of your hairline. You have the front of your hairline. You got like one piece of white hair. That's kind of like okay.
Why would you lie about that?
You're like an action hero
why would you lie about it?
Like,
that's weird.
Cool.
Why would I lie about that?
Yeah, that's kind of weird that you would lie about. Not you, the other guy. Obviously, the guy who said he's not going to lie about it. Why would you lie?
What?
Yeah, why would you lie?
Why would I lie about hair being? Because what if I thought that he was old as fuck? What if I thought that What if I thought he was old as fuck? Okay, this is like one of the times you could be like, okay, you might presumably lie to somebody to like,
Wait, so you would lie to him and be like, right? Well, your hair looks shit?
No, yeah, because
wait, listen,
they got their first like white hair. They got their first white hair. Like, I'm not gonna be an asshole and be like, well, means you're old, buddy. Get in the fucking casket. Get in the coffin.
Yeah, I know that.
What am I supposed to say?
I'm saying, why would you lie? Because you're saying, why wouldn't?
That's why you would lie. That's the reason why you'd lie.
You'd lie to be an asshole?
Because it might hurt their feelings.
Well, you said I'm not. You said I'm not.
The opposite.
You're such a retard. Just calm down.
I'm a retard.
Right?
I'm explaining the concept of a white lie to you right now, and I'm the retard.
Yes, because.
You're rowing so
No. I'm not. Can you let me talk? Let me talk. Just please let me talk. The reason I said. No, yes. The reason I said that you're a retard is because you're screaming over me, right? So you're not even sure what I'm trying to say. Okay. Yeah. Yes. You guys are like very, very excitable. It's actually crazy. It keeps.
I'm a happy guy right now. I'm gonna voice out my best buddy SMUGBUG.
Yeah,
we're having one
Well, I did ask earlier, like, I did ask earlier, like, how you guys all got here, because, like, you're all here being, like, super bubbly and happy together with your own little unique personalities that you've all cultivated. But, like, I'm not used to it, so it's kind of crazy. So before, right, let's just start this from the beginning.
Yeah.
You were like, I'm not gonna lie, that white hair looks sick, right? And then I'm like, why would you lie about that? So for you to say, well, I would lie about it not to hurt his feelings, doesn't make sense, because the lie would be that you were lying and saying it looked shit, right? Because you're not lying and saying it looks good. So I don't need you to explain what a white lie is.
Yeah, I'm not lying and saying it looks good, but getting a white hair is I mean, I can't believe I'm explaining the social cue like this. Getting a white hair is typically something that makes you look old.
But that's not
And
relevant in the conversation that we're having.
Is a place by which people might coddle your feelings. This is not an interesting conversation. I agree. This is not an interesting conversation. I'm getting like my language nitpicked on something that I'm right about.
No. Sorry.
Something like that. Saying I'm not going to lie and say something positive.
You started talking very
sorry,
and you're doing it again. You started talking very fast. You were talking at me with a lot of words very quickly about something that wasn't relevant. So now I'm going to like a lot of effort to say like
that wasn't relevant. You didn't think any of that was relevant? Dog, this entire conversation line is irrelevant. Everybody else in the voice chat's like, why are they talking about the phrase, I'm not gonna lie? What a fucking stupid thing to be trying to debate over.
Yeah. Well, it's relevant to me now because
everybody else is thinking.
It's relevant. It's relevant to me now because I'm upset with the way that you are like spurging and being like really crazy, right? And so like that's why I'm spending a little bit more effort.
Who's throwing a hissy fit over the phase, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, well I'm upset, right? You're upsetting me
right now. You got like Asperger's syndrome.
Well, no.
I'm that's really small and minute.
I'm not spurging. I'm not spurging.
I think that you have the autism here.
Well, I'm not spurging. I'm just asking you to like listen, right?
Prove it to me. Drop the subject. Prove it to me.
No, because now it's like a self-respect thing.
That's right.
Well, this is like self-respect. So is this the way you like generally interact with people? Yeah. Well, yeah. Like I feel a need to like validate.
With people who like nitpick my words really strangely and call me a spurg.
Well, it's not.
If you insult me, I'm gonna insult you back.
It's not. Well, you
I'm
started.
Gonna insult you back.
Okay, Bunk.
When you insult me, I'm going to insult you back. I'm sorry. That's tough. If you don't want to do an insult match, that's cool. Don't start throwing insults at people.
Well, it was just like a little bit of banter, right?
Listen, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we can like fully reset the conversation. I get I get.
No. I don't need to reset it. I don't need to Bunk.
I feel like an asshole because I'm holding up the conversation for everybody else right now.
Well, you should feel like an asshole.
I feel shitty for everybody else.
Well, you should feel like an asshole.
You should feel like an asshole too. You're gonna
deal with it. I do. But I'm doing it anyway.
So stop being an asshole. This is what I'm trying to tell you to do.
No, I don't have to stop being an asshole
to everybody else. Let's have some understanding of social cues. Let's all kind of get it. Let's lock in for a little bit. Let's be normal people.
No, Bunk, I don't need to be educated on this. It's fine. Okay? Just calm down.
I forget. Some people don't have to mask at all.
All right, Bunk. Can you at least let's like engage with me, and instead of like shotgun firing a whole bunch of different points. All right. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds like you're giving me some space. Yeah. Sounds like you're giving me some space. So, the reason why it wasn't relevant when you started talking about the white lie is because I was talking about a very specific dynamic of the conversation, which was a big part of the joke, right? So the joke here is that you're one of those people who's like, I'm not going to lie, but it's just like a very nonsense statement, right? It's a little bit like similar.
Nonsense. That's how it was relevant. The thing that I said was explaining why it wasn't nonsense, and that was the relevant part. Kind of like you gotta lock in. Because I just took my.
I'm fully locked in. I'm fully locked in. I'm gonna explain. I can keep explaining it to you. Yeah. I feel
what
it.
Did I say? Can you tell me my point?
Yeah. You started explaining. You don't have to ask me 3 times, mate. Like, I'm doing it. You literally did. You said, explain to me what you're saying. Do it. Lock in. That's 3. That's 1, 2, 3. Okay?
You think lock in is asking you the same thing?
Yeah, yes.
I'm telling you to do something.
Yes.
See, you actually can't understand. So you don't even know what like asking you to do something is. You don't know what a question is.
It seems like you're hyper defensive and you're trying to take every little W you can, right?
I'm not hyper defensive with you right now. I don't have to be on defense. I'm
Alright.
Suicide Squad right now. I'm be so real.
Alright.
You want to see my Suicide Squad gameplay?
Alright. So
actually, like, I'm the lead
so
I'm like fully willing to let you go on your tangent.
It's not a tangent. Bunk, it's not a tangent because I haven't managed to finish it once. No, it's just a short statement,
it's not
right?
a tangent because you haven't managed to finish it.
No.
That makes no fucking sense. That's stupid.
Wait, it's not a tangent. It's not a. It's not. Bunk. Stop mischaracterizing me when you don't even really know what I'm saying, right? It's just a direct back and forth.
It wasn't a tangent because you haven't gone
Bunk.
it once.
Bunk, I need you to stop like disagreeing on the most random things, all right? I'm gonna completely hold up this conversation.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. That was you. You were the one who started this entire conversation. I've been the one who's been telling you to get the fuck off of it because it's boring as fuck.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm fully happy to
Okay,
like.
so stop telling me that I'm caring about some minute shit. You're the one who's like, I am caring about minute shit.
No,
and
Bunk,
I don't care.
because Mr. Bunk, because of
And
the
I don't give a
passage.
shit how autistic that is.
Right. Anyway, because of the passage of time and the way like that works, I'm gonna keep on the point that I'm on. Right. It's okay to have a tangent sometimes.
Because of how time progresses, you are going to keep being autistic. I understand. I got you.
Well, the reason that I'm doing what I'm doing is different to
No,
you
it's all
doing the
cool.
same thing
It's all
later
cool.
on, right?
I'm saying, go spit it out.
You're
Spit it
not.
out so I can get done with this.
That's not the feeling I'm getting from you, Bunk, which is like a social cue thing, right? Yeah.
Are you gonna spit it out yet? See, this is why it's a fuck. Holy shit! Just get done with it. Say the thing you're trying to say.
I need you to stop being so stressed. All right, just like take a. Let's just have like a
You
quick.
think I seem stressed out right now?
It'll be quick. Just have a quick moment, just to like chill.
That's what I'm telling you to make it quick.
Well, you're stressing me out,
But you
Bunk.
seem
So.
to not be able to. It seems like you don't have anything to say
Well,
at all.
okay,
It
Bunk.
seems like
I'm not like
just
telling you
hold
to
up the
be quick.
conversation 'cause your
I
ego
don't need you to tell me anything. I'm just like communicating a bit of a vibe. All right. I'm just. It's just
Okay,
like
cool.
like
Vibe check
disarming
done. Spit it the
language.
fuck out.
Just this.
No,
That's
now
not.
it's
Well,
actually a
that's
little bit
not
annoying
disarming
because
language.
You're just holding up the conversation to say nothing at all.
Yeah, try.
Like,
you
it's
you
low-key
can.
annoying now.
All right. Try to
Now I'm,
meditate
like,
through that,
low-key
Bunk.
irritated.
Sure.
Try to meditate through it? No, I came on Discord to have a conversation with people, not meditate.
Okay.
Are you gonna have a conversation, or are you gonna continue to hold it up for everybody the fuck else?
That sounds like a little bit derogatory, Mr. Bunk.
Yeah, I'm degrading you.
I don't really think it's like completely degrading,
Yeah, that's
unless
an insult. I was degrading you.
you are kind of. It is
Holy
kind
shit,
of
you are
degrading to talk to me. Okay. Does that feel good?
Good one.
You feel you're
Good
feeling
roast,
great?
dude. Are you gonna spit it out yet?
Sorry, I wasn't
fuck
trying
are
to.
you trying to say?
I'm not trying to roast you. Was that you laughing just then?
I
Did you
don't
just
think you're trying to do anything at all at this point. I think you forgot the thing that you were going on about, and now you're just holding up the conversation because you feel like you need to get a win in the conversation.
Yeah, like I said, I need a
I
moment,
feel like
right?
you feel a little bad about the way the conversation progressed. You feel a little stupid, and so now you want to hold up the conversation for everybody else. So
I don't feel stupid. I do feel a little bit
Okay, then
discombobulated.
spit it the fuck out. Spit the fuck out what you were trying to talk about earlier.
I'm trying to
Go
stay
ahead.
calm.
I'm telling you to
Bunk.
go ahead with the conversation, and you're the one who keeps going. Just meditate on it in between long periods of being silent as fuck.
Yeah, I'm trying to
You
tell
don't
you
got
to.
nothing to say.
I'm trying to tell you to calm down, Bunk. All right.
And there
You-
goes long periods where I'm not talking at all. Of course, I'm a little upset with you now because there's been long periods where I'm not talking at all, and you don't say fucking anything. You just hold up the conversation for everybody the fuck else.
I don't care.
annoying as
You've
fuck.
been upset for a while. I think it's more important that you just like take a moment, right?
Go ahead, ask anybody else in the room if they think that this is not autistic what you're doing.
I don't need other people's permission or like whatever to like.
Actually, I think Chris Bledis is 100% in the correct, and I think you should keep going until you cry.
100%.
Yeah. All right. So Bunk, is this like a pretty reasonable way for you to act right now?
I think it's completely reasonable, yeah.
Do you think you deserve
I think
like
you're
a
holding up
decent
the
explanation from
conversation
me?
for everybody else. You're holding up the conversation for
I don't care.
everybody else.
I don't care. They
You're holding
can
up the
they can.
conversation for everybody. You literally just asked me the question.
I mean you
Literally answering your
you
question.
don't
Why
you don't
you
need to
care why
speak
you asked the
for
question,
everyone in the
dumbass?
room. Well,
You just
they were-
asked it to me. You asked it to me directly. You fucking retard. Lock
Damn.
in. This
You're
is
a
what I'm
fucking-
saying. You like
No,
don't
you.
understand what's even going on in the conversation you were having.
You sound mad, bro.
No, you. You just asked me a question. I pointed out that it was asked directly to me, and you said you don't have to speak for everybody in the room. No shit. If you ask a question to me, I'm gonna respond to it.
But your answer was about
I
everyone
like
in the
actually
room,
feel
right?
bad. I feel like I'm bullying an autistic person for being autistic right now.
Wait, that's a direct response. You know you're not like coherently attacking me. You're casting like
You know, I'm
blanket
not-
accusations about every minor thing that you can.
I'm casting blanket accusations about every minor thing that I can. What does
Yeah,
that mean?
yeah. Do you think there's any way for me to answer in the
Go
way that
ahead.
I want to answer that you would be satisfied with?
No, just go ahead and answer the question.
Can you answer that question?
No, I'm not going to answer the question that you just dodged.
I don't even know what you're asking, because I wasn't listening. Because you're being
You don't even know
unreasonable,
what I'm
Bunk.
asking.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
asking what you meant by a statement you made.
and then accused you of dodging.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
right.
play moderator.
Ask a
Can I
question
play
to me
moderator?
to
Do I
dodge
have
the
your
question.
consent to play
I'm
moderator?
not going to answer it for
No,
you.
no.
No. You don't need to moderate this.
Leave him be.
I think I do
Leave him
actually.
be.
I think I do.
Oh,
No. Because we're just sort of
No.
waiting. All I'm asking for is just a minute for him to chill out, so then we can just like talk about the context of why it's funny about him talking about someone having a white hair in their beard, and then him being like, "Not gonna lie, that's fire," and then me being like, "Why would you lie about
I
that?"
don't even remember what we were talking about. That's hysterical.
Sorry, was it not in his beard? Well, it's been a while, Bunk.
It
and
was
you-
the
You
eyebrow.
actually have.
Oh, it was
I
the
think You were
eyebrow.
talking about earlier how you do actually have, like, mental issues. Like your IQ's been declining and shit.
Yeah,
Like,
this
it's
is
actually
true.
bad for me to make fun of you for not being able to remember shit.
Like, you're making me. It does feel pretty bad.
And hominin.
Okay, I'll stop doing that. Like real shit. I'm sorry. That's just tough.
Well,
I'm
I'd
like
tell.
I'm like being genuine as fuck. Like my grandma has like MS and shit. And like,
I don't care, bro. I don't care.
No, it's okay. You just said that you did care like a little bit.
Well, no, I said that talking to you makes me feel bad. Not that I like am dictating your behavior or you should
then why
care
don't you
or
continue to
that I
talk
want you to tell me about it.
Me directly.
Well, I don't want you to tell me about your grandma, right?
Directly, then.
Because you're rude, right? This is purely selfish from my point of view.
That was you.
Yeah, this is purely selfish.
You started trying to make fun of me. You were the one being rude. I was complimenting somebody else.
Right, so you felt made fun of.
You picked out my compliment to try and make fun of me, and you're calling me rude?
Right, so the whole
Do you
thing is
feel
that
a
you
little
felt made
stupid
fun
for
of.
saying something like that?
No.
No, you were trying to make fun of me. You know you were trying to make fun of me. I was pointing out why it was stupid as fuck. The way you were trying to make fun of me was stupid as fuck.
I feel like it was pretty funny.
Nobody laughed. The only thing that's happened is you've shut down the conversation for everybody else.
That doesn't mean it's not funny to him. That doesn't mean it's not funny to him. He can
Yeah,
be
okay, he can do the
find
comedic form of masturbation that he wants to. Normally when you tell jokes,
Absolutely.
you tell them for other people.
Wait, Bunk, how often do you make jokes just because they're funny for other people but not for yourself?
Well, normally they're funny for me and other people. If it's just funny to me, I keep it in my head.
Right, so you're like the humor gatekeeper.
I don't say shit that nobody else is gonna find funny because saying it to other people, saying jokes to other people, is the intent is to be funny.
So essentially, it's for everyone else, not so much yourself.
Yeah, when I say things out loud, because I want other people to hear them. That's
and
right.
and you think it's a good idea to ridicule me for like this? Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, for trying to make fun of
interesting.
somebody, for trying to make fun of somebody in a way that's only funny to you and doesn't make sense to everybody else. Yeah,
Well,
it's
people-
a little
people-
bit fucking weird.
Did you fucking rape Bunk while I was having a shower? What the fuck?
Maybe a little bit. Not that hard though. It was actually really soft.
What do you think? What do you think that you've done well on in this conversation?
I think I've been
Like,
pretty
your
patient with
buddies
you.
Might be able to be like, you think you've been patient with me?
Extremely patient.
I've been
Yeah.
asking him to say the thing that he wants to say, and he's been dead
Yeah,
silent.
and I've just been telling you to like calm down for like quite a while, right?
Yeah, I'm upset now. I'm upset, and it's completely justified. It's
You
completely
were upset from the start.
like the only people.
Yeah, I think you were upset a little earlier on. I'm not super on Chris
Yeah,
Lentz's
yeah.
side, but I think you were upset a little earlier.
Big guy, why are you making this a
Indicated I was
2v1?
upset earlier on.
I'm just trying to represent reality
No,
here.
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm totally.
damn it.
with
Oh, he
you. What
can
do you
take it,
think
apparently.
represented
Okay.
me being upset earlier on?
Yeah. I don't want to be
go
like
ahead.
too. So
Okay.
the reason I
dead
come.
silence there. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sorry, it's very hard to get a word in when you're speaking over me.
There were
Um,
long ass periods where I was dead silent, telling you to say what you wanted to say, and you didn't say anything at all. Don't act like I haven't been allowing you to say things in the conversation. That looks stupid as fuck right now.
Even that statement itself I hate to be so brutal with like reality, but like even that statement,
not brutal at all. You
even
can't track
sorry,
things
and
before
even
saying.
that statement and this statement again is like speaking over me. You're so defensive.
Yeah, now I'm speaking over you because I realize you have nothing to fucking say. Whenever I gave you long periods of time to say what you wanted to say, you didn't say anything at all.
Unbelievable.
I
Chris.
realize you
got
are
fucking
just
raped.
trying to be a prick.
Jesus.
Wait, well, I don't think people ever have much to say when they only get halfway through a thought, right?
When they only get halfway through a thought? What do you mean? There were long
He's saying you're
periods
interrupting
of
him.
time.
He's saying you're interrupting him. That's
I
all he's
wasn't
saying.
interrupting him.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm interrupting him now
Can
because
you
I
not-
gave him long periods of time. I'm talking 30 seconds of dead fucking silence where he couldn't get a damn word out. He didn't have anything to say at all. Why are you trying to tell me
Crazy
now
monologue
that he
chat.
didn't have any time to say
John,
anything?
you were in the shower. You didn't.
I-
You missed out on like a good portion of this, man.
Yeah, you know what?
Gotta let him go.
Normally I would apologize for the rudeness of my absence, but I think my absence was determined, and so I'm not morally culpable
Sure.
for the rudeness.
Don't worry, Dung. There's a lot of rudeness in this conversation, so you're not exceptional at least. Yeah. So, I don't know if we should like go back further or just proceed from like the part where I think we managed to work up to, but I think I'll just continue working off of. So the guy had a white hair, right, in his eyebrow, I think it was. But I'm a little bit stun-locked by Bunk. I can just feel him wanting to disagree with what I'm saying, so I'm just being a little bit weary that he.
Why be scared of his shadow? He hasn't even said a thing yet now.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, where he like can't get through the thought despite having a long
Peg, you baited him into doing it, bro. It's so like catty. He just can't like. This is what I was talking about, guys. We know. We all heard you. Don't worry, dude. Like we're all here.
What?
Well, like, I feel like if I explain it, you'll just debate me on
What
it.
you would want to say is interrupting, but somebody else talked before me, so you can't say that anymore, can you?
Well,
Oh
you
shit,
just,
that's tough. Go
are you
get to spitting out your
bro,
point.
that is crazy that you just assumed my like words that I hadn't said and then fucking tried to roast
Unless
me
you
on
mean
it.
talking broadly in the conversation, which is no, I'm not baited into talking broadly.
Damn,
I
you
mean
did
the
it twice in a row.
Sorry,
You were talking
Right
to
after
me.
I described it.
He's out monologuing you, Chris.
Yeah.
You're getting raped.
Yeah, it is.
Discount Mauler, please let them fight.
Discount Mauler? No. Mauler is the discount dumb devil.
Oh shit.
I would feel like shit if I had all my friends in a voice chat trying to hype me up, and I still couldn't think of a point in between the times where they're trying to make fun of the other person.
I don't
I'd
have
feel
any.
shit.
Well,
I feel dumb as fuck.
it's actually quite a lot like I'm doing exactly the same thing you're doing, but from like a place of like friendly.
No, I've been
rooting
making
rather
actual
than, like,
points.
insane.
I've been making points. But nothing's even saying.
No, actually, my
I'm happy-
points are the real
can't spit
points.
out a point with
That's
long
I'm
crazy.
happy to bully
silence.
the fuck out of my friends because it's like it's jovial, like friendly rooting, but
Right.
You seem really fucking mean about it. Jesus.
Yeah, that is kind of the whole thing going on. But yeah, Bunk, so when we're like specifically talking about something and then you are saying that it's like, well, you would white lie about like not telling an old person that their white hair is ugly. Well, no one, even in the situation we're in, would be doing that, right? So that's why that's not relevant. And
Presumably, if somebody says,
well, and wait, let me compile on top of that. The only reason I think you like started ranting about the white lie really loud with really fast speaking and like cutting me off and not letting me be like, oh no, that's not what I meant. Sorry, bro, is because you were just like mad, upset. Your ego was like a little bit hurt, and you got a little bit fucked up. And
using my insults back.
that's not an insult. No, that's, you need to like not view it as
Saying
an.
your ego was hurt. You don't think that's like a little bit of insult?
Well, I don't know what else happened there, and no, if
Saying
like
that
you.
your like ego is fragile in some sense. You don't think that's an insult?
No.
Okay.
I think some people might use it as an insult, and maybe that's
No,
like
you
the
don't think
spaces
saying
that you're
your ego is
from.
fragile is an insult. No, that's cool. It's all good.
Wait, what did I say after that, Bunk?
I think you said that it's only in the spaces that I'm from. That broadly, that's not how it's used. That's retarded.
No, that's... I didn't say only in the spaces you're
no, it's
from.
like, that's actually so retarded, I don't feel the need to address it.
Yeah, that is retarded. Then that is retarded. That's why I didn't say
I'm not
it.
gonna I'm not even gonna dignify it with a counter argument. You can just
Okay,
move on.
well, you don't have to dignify it. You can just stop talking. It's fine. Just like pause.
That's what I was trying to do. Then you just trying to prompt me to talk again. You might have
I'm not. I'm not. I'm trying to finish my sentence, right?
Yeah, you did. You asked me a question. You said, "What did I say?" You
Yeah,
asked me a
yeah,
question, prompting me to
but
talk
then
again.
no,
Holy shit!
no,
Talk in.
Bunk, I did that, and then you gave an answer, and then I tried to respond. Okay.
What was your response?
You cut it off, so there wasn't a response.
No, what was your response?
What was it gonna be?
Yeah, what was it going to be? What was the thing that you think you said?
Well, I didn't say anything, Bunk, because you cut me off.
Oh,
what I was
cut something off when you didn't say anything at all.
What I was
How the fuck do I cut off a sentence that doesn't even start?
Just because I'm not saying anything doesn't mean I didn't start saying something. Sorry, Bunk. You're gonna have to give me like a little bit. You're gonna have to Bunk. You're gonna have to give me a little bit. Bunk. You're gonna have to give me a little bit of charity on like the common perception and intuition on what normal human communication requires. Okay, buddy?
Normal human communication.
Look, I'm sorry, you just have to fucking learn to accept that those little pauses that you're taking between words, you're basically saying nothing at all.
Between words?
He was the one who was saying that he was saying
Look,
nothing at all.
I'm the retard here who can't communicate full ideas simply remotely through brainwaves, alright? Fuck me. Anyway, Bunk, what my response was going to be was I didn't say only...
Remember how this conversation started?
Bunk, I'm gonna forget if you keep interrupting. What I was about to say is when I said about maybe people use that in insult in your spaces, I didn't say only in your spaces, I said maybe in your spaces. Maybe in your spaces, people have used that as an insult. He thought that insult was that you're maybe taking this like to your ego.
Fragile.
I didn't even use the word fragile. I didn't even use the word fragile.
That's what we talked about. You
See,
said yes. That was what I was saying.
No, Bunk. It is a reflection of the way you are taking this.
Whatever you say, something.
I literally was like, hey.
Was bruised from me. Your ego was bruised from me. Listen.
Bunk, I get that's the way you're seeing it, because you were very upset, right?
What you are saying is that something very small...
Alright, let's just give him space. We'll just give him... I'm holding space.
I want you guys to understand that I'm virtually functioning as a child with a penny next to a railroad track. And I am successfully hitting every time.
Let's go. Yeah, sorry, I'll just try to give this guy more space. He's young. He's been upset the whole time, and you just all I said. Yeah, it does sound like he has a fragile ego. I didn't mean that like an insult.
No, I'm insulting you. I'm insulting you back.
I don't mind.
Listen, nothing you say is going to be able to get to me. People insult me routinely. All right, people have said some vile ass shit to me. I'm a political content creator. That's how it happens.
I bet you take it personally when it happens to you, though, bro.
Nah, I hardly stream. I hardly do anything. I actually just don't look at shit often.
Well, that's not relevant.
I take it personally. I clearly don't take it personally. I don't even look at it.
Well, the reason I said that was like an offhanded comment because you're taking this very personally.
What have I taken personally?
This whole conversation.
What in the conversation have I taken personally?
The whole thing.
Me being frustrated with you is not me taking it personally. You can get frustrated about things you don't take
No,
personally.
it wasn't even. I think you weren't even frustrated.
Right?
You are frustrated. I'm not saying you're not frustrated. You didn't. What? Sorry.
You get upset about things that you don't take personally.
I don't really think so.
You don't really think so? You think that if I get upset at like not being able to open a pickle jar, I'm taking it personally? Clearly not, right?
I don't know. I'll have to think about it, Bunk.
You get upset at things you don't take personally.
You're a weak little boy.
Yeah, it's not something I think about too much, Bunk, but it's really not like a key part to like us communicating right
too
now.
much about anything at all.
Hey, good for you for getting that W over me on the pickle jar. It's fine, Bunk. You got the W on the pickle jar. It's good, bro. Don't even worry about it.
It ties into a broader point. It's just an example. There are many examples of things that you get upset at that you don't take personally.
Yeah, I'm sure you could think of lots, and they would all own me.
I'm frustrated with you for holding up the entire conversation. The reason I'm frustrated with you for holding up the entire conversation is because I just want to chill and I just want to talk to people.
Okay.
The way that we started this conversation was you trying to make fun of me for the way that I talked whenever I was complimenting somebody else in the conversation.
Yeah, true, right?
And I repeatedly told you that this held up the conversation for everybody else. It held the conversation for everybody else. I said, just spit it out, get out what you want to say about it, and we can move on. And you would refuse to say anything at all.
Okay.
And you think I took it personally? No, now I'm just frustrated. I've been talking to you about the same shit for like 30 minutes. It doesn't fucking matter. Well, I'm just trying to hang out with people.
No, you did.
It's just
you did
boring
take
as
it
fuck.
personally. No, you took it as like a little like a dig at you.
Personally?
The wee dig about like why would you lie about that? Remember, that's what I said. I was like, why would you lie?
You were trying to make fun of the way that I spoke. I just think you're wrong about it, so I don't take it personally.
No. It was the follow
But
up.
the thing that I'm upset about is not you insulting me. I get insulted all the time. The thing I'm upset about is I want to talk to the other people in this voice chat. I don't like being hostile with people. I don't like it when people try and be hostile with me.
So this is a little bit like how you misheard when I said ego. You reframed it as me saying that this only comes from the spaces you hang out in, as if I'm implying your spaces are bad, and then as if I'm implying that having an ego is bad, and all of those kind of add-ons, right? So and wait, let me finish, please, let me finish, Bunk. So the same way that you like read, let me finish, please let me finish. So the same way that you let me finish, so let me finish, just let me finish. Yeah, I'm very calm. Just let me finish. Let me finish.
If I'm
okay,
upset
let me
right
finish.
now,
let me finish.
You are certainly
Bunk,
not
let me finish. Bunk, let me finish. All right. So the same way that you obviously took that kind of personally, where you misread like my fairly passive, like not passive aggressive. It was like trying to get through to you, trying to help you understand the situation thing about like the ego thing, was probably the same sort of emotional reaction you had to the wee joke about why would you lie, like about like the white hair and the eyebrow thing, right? And your response to that was to aggressively rant at me for a long period of time, and I was kind of stun-locked, and I was like, I wasn't sure how upset you were, or if you were like reading the situation well, or if I should comment on whether or not you're like being upset, which might be like a little bit too close to reality, because I know that being like too real with reality is a bit fucked up. But you've become incredibly hard to communicate with. You're increasingly ranting about things, trying to get little W's to make yourself feel like intellectually superior. This is like fairly marked by you like constantly calling me a retard and needing to communicate to the rest of the room that I'm a retard, calling me autistic, projecting like other insecurities onto me. I think you then started assuming that I was trying to take digs at you, but they were weak digs, which then justified your digs as being better than my digs. You know, all those kind of things, like, kind of fucked up. And now you're giggling like maniacally, as if I'm like being ridiculous, or I'm so pathetic.
No, I'm giggling at the GIF I sent. The GIF is just like really good for the situation right now.
Right, yeah, you can move on to like a phase of denial where you just pretend like none of this ever happened and none of it matters.
I'm listening to every single thing that you're saying. I promise.
It's
I swear to
fine.
God, I can repeat back every single thing that you've said. I am listening to what you're saying. I'm gonna be so real with you after you're done with this, okay?
I don't need you to like aggressively prove it or anything.
No, I'm not gonna be like aggressive with you even. I think that you're like presuming a lot of things.
Yeah,
about me in the conversation.
okay.
Because of the way that it's been previously, I think that we can both like reset the tonality for like a second.
Bunk. Just let me control the situation a little bit more. I need to wrestle a little bit of the control away from you, right?
Well, you're the one who commented rather than
Bunk,
talking about what you
don't
wanted to
argue
talk
with
about,
me.
about
Don't
me
argue with me,
giggling.
Bunk. Don't argue with me, Bunk. Don't act all defensive.
I'm sorry. Maybe,
Don't stop.
to, like,
Stop. No.
I feel like
No.
this is-
No. 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 Let me
this is a
finish.
little
Let me
strange.
let me monologue. Let me
I
monologue.
was letting you finish.
Bunk. Let me
I was
go.
letting you
Shut.
monologue,
Stop.
and then you start talking
Bunk.
about me.
Stop.
You started talking about what was happening in
Wait.
the moment. You got like distracted, like a
No,
little butterfly
Bunk.
flew past you in the P.E.K.K.A. from like Clash of Clans.
Bunk. Look, you put on your little voice, and now you're fucking put
I'm
it.
gonna mute
and now you're
myself
flipping
on
it.
Discord, and then please continue.
Yeah, Bunk.
I want to hear
Instead of arguing with me or dictating the control of the conversation, I want you to. You don't need to repeat to me what you said. I just need to hear how you internalized it. All right. What did you think about what I said, Bunk? He ran. I mean, he ran the whole time. He got up.
Run.
He
There's
he
nothing
got
to
upset.
run from. If you want me to talk now, I'll talk to you now. So, I am not super upset with you. I understand that like I might be a little aggressive because oftentimes I think that whenever people are saying things that don't really link to the things that I'm saying, or I'm asking them questions and they're not like really quick to respond to them, I kind of assume that they're being dishonest with me in some type of way. That just comes from doing a lot of debate stuff online. I don't doubt that. I do think that there is like certainly a place for me to be a little upset about us going on this side tangent about how I talk whenever all I was doing was complimenting somebody in the voice chat who like is a buddy of mine. Like, do you understand where that might be like, okay, that's a little bit of a slight, and then also we're now on this side tangent and I can't talk to anybody else in the voice chat? Do you understand why that might be like a little frustrating?
Yeah, I get it. So how you feeling now?
No, it's just like it's like a little frustrating. Right now I'm feeling like there's probably some place because like I'm like so fucking past this at this point. I'm gonna try like all of the ways of getting you off of the subject matter so we can just talk about like some normal shit. Because I just want to be like a normal person. I gotta like go fucking return a PS4 or whatever later today. Like I'm a person. I just live a fucking life, dude. I'm not trying to have like a big argument over the phrase "I'm not gonna lie," and it gets frustrating to me if I ask you something like, "Just say what you want to say. Just say your point," and rather than saying your point, you go on a tangent about how like I'm super totally mad. Like that feels to me a lot more like trying to get a dunk on somebody, even if it's like poorly done. You understand?
True. Yeah, true. I wish I was more well spoken to find a more eloquent way to avoid being so brash with the, abrasive reality of how upset you got with it, or even right now, maybe pointing it out as a little bit rough. But
So right now, I think I am being super reasonable with you. Do you disagree?
Well, glazing yourself like that after so long of being so abhorrent and like, yeah,
I
just
think that you were being
abhorrent.
really abhorrent in the conversation for the reasons that I pointed out.
Sure.
But right now, I think I'm being very reasonable with you. Do you disagree?
Yeah. Well, I don't think moving on to like the glaze
so then
is.
why are you? Then
Oh
why
shit!
are you?
He doesn't want to hear it again.
Going on to. Oh no, go on. Did I interrupt you?
You did.
Okay, go on.
I forgot what I was saying.
I'll give you a second to remember it. Okay, buddy.
What did? No, it doesn't matter. Oh, I think I was saying that the glazing was a weird way to take the conversation, right? Not that you're weird or anything like that. It's just I would rather like set an example of like moving on with these conversations in like a reflective, controlled manner.
That's really big of you, Crisp. Big respect.
Thank you, bro. Stop glazing. Don't fucking. Wait, are you ironically glazing me now?
What?
Nah, that's kind of nice.
Yeah,
though.
we should all learn some deep existential Discord lessons today, guys.
Enjoy the compliment.
I'm ironically glazing you as a little jab at the like the weird narcissistic Zoomer commentary loser who sounds like he's about to cry.
Oh yeah, I'm about to cry right now. Real shit.
I mean, I
It
actually don't know
sounds
how you
like
guys
it.
got here. You
So-
did sound pretty close. I
You
don't know,
joined the conversation midway through, so you didn't get to hear
Oh,
any of
well,
the lead up to any of that.
I was here from the beginning, and I don't
yeah.
care about it.
Yeah,
Yeah, you don't care about it. That's so real. That's why I've been saying. I've been, who the fuck cares?
I do trust Moon Tyrant though. He's
Yeah.
a good call on this. It's probably
Yeah, Moon is best. It is. Yeah.
Bunk.
Yeah.
Wait. Let me talk to Bunk a little bit
Why?
more. Sorry, Moon.
Okay, go
But
ahead.
yeah. Bunk. So like, that's just like a little bit of a ribbon. That's a bit of a ribbon from Dung Devil that you got. But like.
Yeah, I don't care. The person joined in the middle of the conversation.
It's okay. You don't have to tell us you don't care. You can just not care. And I don't mean that as like an insult or anything like that. But like, it's okay if you want to have like an emotional outburst, and it's okay if you like want to cry or anything like that, right?
Why are we doing this? Who cares? The least point.
Well,
Whenever you're
because
the one who brought this subject
from
matter.
from your personality, I feel like when he is like, oh, this guy sounds like he wants to cry a little bit. Sure, that's like a bit of a ribbing and kind of abrasive and kind of rude, but it doesn't have to be like a slander of like your personality or anything like that, because you're just a dude.
What did I say? It was a slander of my personality.
Well, no, I'm saying that.
Kind of imply that.
I preloaded like me saying that by saying this is just like the way I'm viewing your personality and like your reactions to other things. So you might get a little bit upset at him saying that, but like it's okay. It's okay to have like emotions, and like I cry like every day, right? Get really sad about shit, and yeah. So like don't worry about like any of that, right?
Hell yeah.
And it's probably like even a good analogy for like a lot of those general ribbings. But then in a similar way, like I'm a little bit internet pilled, right? Where when Dunk glazed me a little bit after I said let's not do glazing, and at first my reaction was like, oh, that's really nice. It's okay for me to like accept those nice things, but then also be aware that like he was maybe being ironic, and then also be aware that like be consciously aware that me being aware that he's ironic is kind of silly in itself. It's all just like a very silly situation. You don't have to get too upset about it. Because like it'll put you through a long emotional turmoil where you'll put a lot of energy into silly internet situations. And I'm not saying you're like this, but there are other people on the internet who will like dox people.
Oh yeah.
You know, yeah. There's just people who will like. I feel like you took that a little bit too seriously, and there's other losers on here who will like dox people and fucking what's his name? Shroom Lord. Shroom Lord was like hiring lawyers in other parts and in Europe. He's like an American who's in America, and he was hiring English lawyers to try to sue other people for defamation, while also like making death threats and then doxing like other people in the server and shit. And it was all because someone like made a joke about him being weird to women, but they were like close friends, right? Yeah. And this is just like it's and that kid is just like some loser who made a bunch of money off crypto, and then is so full of himself, and cares so much about it. And you are a debate god, right? I'm pretty sure I've heard of you before for being like a young debate lord. And just now you got like a bunch of Dunk debate owns on me. But you don't really need to. You can just like be pretty happy and be better than me and know it and not need me to know it, because I don't really matter.
So this might be I'm like real shitting something out like an olive branch, because I do feel like sometimes I do kind of snap in to like a little bit like what people would call like a debate mode. Real shit. I just like I think it's just like a lot of environment stuff.
Sure.
It's not like a thing I do for like debate stuff on the internet. I like took like a fucking whole year break from this shit. I'm like so fucking out of this shit at this point.
Right.
And I kind of like get the perception, but like sometimes it's like what kind of gets frustrating is like I'll be trying to talk to somebody, and it kind of felt like that with you for a little bit, and it's totally fine. That's not your intention. I'm just misreading this shit. It felt like for a little bit, rather than like it being like I'm a kind of like a normal guy, and we could just have that conversation and you can make whatever comment, and we can like move on from that.
And then I just bully you out of nowhere.
Yeah, and like now I'm expected to do like the debate thing where we're starting to like argue about some shit. Like now I actually this has to be like a subject of conversation. Does that make sense? And it's like I'm certain it's not just this server because I like hang around different servers and shit where like people will try and debate me for the sake of like just the sake of debating, right? Like not even debate over something that you disagree on. You like debate the person because you disagree on this subject. Like let me find a subject to disagree with you on. So
yeah. Well, that happened a lot tonight.
To take a position so we can argue. You know what I mean?
That happened a lot tonight, and people like soy real hard, and then I just like don't enjoy it that much.
Yeah.
But then so my olive branch is that I am just like an asshole. So I'll just like I just shit on people sometimes. And so when you were like, you're like, not gonna lie, and I'm like, why do people say they're not gonna lie?
Yeah.
And I'm like, why would you lie? Right? I do this to
I get you.
do you know Micromonix?
No, I don't. I've never heard the name.
Oh, he makes a lot of dad jokes, and there's a joke where he makes dad jokes, and then everyone like giggles because he's pretty good at it, and then I'm always like, I don't get it. But you know, like a dad joke, you always get the dad joke, right?
Like you have to get it. Like that's the point. The point is that nobody doesn't get it. Right?
Yeah, so and then everyone's like, "Oh, nice one!" Yeah. Like that's like so dumb, so obvious.
Explain it.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get the joke. Stop. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't get it. What's funny?
we're just enjoying being over the fucked up moment.
Yeah, we're just enjoying being normal people.
That's why we're giggling, I think.
Back in.
Oh, did some
we're
shit
back
happen?
to being
My
normal.
bad.
Yeah.
Brigade,
Right.
how are you, buddy?
What's up, man?
Yeah.
Good. How's Hardcore Wild going? Wild.
It's going alright. Everyone's still alive as far as I know. Servers are down, so.
Okay. And somebody mentioned it to you. Just say Moon Titan says I'm okay. Your voice is low, but keep going like that.
Yo,
I can't fix it until I get a new mic. It's unlucky.
So don't matter.
Yeah.
Tell people Moon Titan says it's alright. So.
Alright.
When everybody asks, somebody asks, put your mic up. Moon Tyrant says it's alright. So fuck off.
Chris, are you alright? You sound dejected, bro.
Nah, it's alright. I'm okay, and so are you. Everybody is okay.
Okay.
That's good.
I was just learning African American history, bro. What's up?
Oh, really? Tell me something. Did you find what the nigga means?
Jesus.
What does the M word mean?
Which one, Moondar?
I was covering African pop culture, not slavery, brother.
The Spanish one.
What's
that, Moondar? What did you want to know?
No. He's studying African American history, so I asked him, does he know what the nigga means?
Then plays a little game with you.
That's crazy.
Don't you know what that means?
Yeah, I do. But do you know what it means?
Yeah, I know what it means, but I want him to tell me.
How
are you, Ken?
I'm good. How about you?
Very good, man.
Style of personality.
Working in the morning is good. I can finish my morning job and then do whatever I want.
So this basic mistrust and so on, and they don't plan and premeditate and hold clubs over themselves to inherit their
Nice, good base. So, Brigade. Oh, where were we? Do you know what nigga means, Brigade?
And other things move together as if they were and indeed are one and the same motion.
Come on! I thought you were talking about music. They say it all the time. Have you ever heard that song? Nigga. 100% nigga.
Meditation.
I think I've heard that bar, yeah.
Yeah,
you're trying to say
direct,
nigga, not nigger.
Having got to meet each other on the road, they need no introduction.
No.
Please recognize one another instinctively.
I'm gonna go up in the game.
I haven't got that off my chest. Yeah, it's the same.
Sorry, Brigade.
I'll follow you, bro.
I was trying to run you
Don't sit here in silence for 5 minutes.
It's just me black.
Way.
Brigade, do I need the standalone things that Pickle just linked?
It's not impossible.
If I downloaded the one that Cyclone?
Catholic mystic.
I don't think.
We really don't.
So what are you talking about? Like I don't know what the
We
context
do know what it is.
The add-ons.
because we do all sorts of things every day of our lives.
Well, some of them are in
The-
here,
of a
some of them aren't.
horse,
So I'm just gonna grab
the
them.
man or the man
Yeah, I mean,
riding
you
the
can just
horse,
grab them. There's
his
no
own
fault. Like,
organism,
it's not gonna
inside your
hurt anything
skin,
grabbing extra.
and
But,
the outside
I would
world
just,
outside your
whatever
skin, going out
Cyclone
as
tells
far
you
as
to do,
anything
I just
can
do
go
whatever he does.
into galaxies beyond galaxies.
But
It's all
servers
one
are
world,
down, so we can't play for another 4.5
and all one
hours.
being, one
Yeah, so-
domain of nature.
Why? Oh,
These end people as
the hardcore
chronically
ones or the
concerned
normal ones?
All
with
of them.
protocol.
All servers are down at the moment.
And is it just?
Oh.
And so
Well,
this,
what's it
if
called?
I don't watch myself, I'll make a mistake.
You have 3 hours before
One's own
you
spontaneity.
become a what's it
And
called?
yet, they are perfectly spontaneous.
Watch on South Park to entertain yourself.
What are you guys up to? Just fuck all?
In a world where we're taught to preserve.
Pretty much.
What's it called? Chris let us Buck a simple question, and Buck took it too personally, and we just have a conversation for almost an hour about it.
Was it an hour? What the fuck?
Fucking magical. It was magical.
Right. Wait, Moontorrent, did you watch my stream about Alan Watts, where we talked about like the Zen Buddhist guy? Did you watch that?
Sounds familiar, but no. Can you refresh me about it?
Oh, I was gonna link it in side chat.
Oh,
There was
link
just
it. It's alright.
yeah, there was a few comments in our back and forth just now, which were like so mirroring what this like Zen Buddhist dude says. Like with the whole like yeah you're an asshole. Like yeah you're upset. I'm like yes we both are. True.
I get it.
Some of the Buddhist stuff.
What have you?
Classic.
What did I link? Yo,
I'm trying to find it.
that's what
though.
Nino linked earlier. She showed me that video. That video was hilarious, bro.
Jesus.
You guys need to search it.
Okay, check it. Nihilist, that song is very good if you're still here.
Oh, you're welcome. I was trying to find a funnier GIF, but I couldn't find shit with the word "hold" other than that damn song about 30 or 40 times. So.
Yeah, it's a nice song to listen. I say, well, this is a nice song. I thought it would be, what's it called, sending me something funny, but it's alright.
I don't know what you call it. I kept seeing your like thing go green when they were talking, and I was like trying to tell you to shh.
Oh, sorry.
Yo, Moontar, you need me to take this guy out?
No, it's alright. You don't need to. What's it called? They would take out the things go bad. They would take down themselves.
Yo, face up, Moontar.
Nah, everything is alright, my friend. What's it called? Or they either get bored, or they will have a super fight with somebody over here. It's either, I think, those two. I did tell them all the time to take it easy. They can go as wild as they want, but please take it easy. Oh, it's alright. What you were saying, Chris?
I already forgot.
Somebody about the video you were watching.
Yeah. In the video, if you were there, you might remember there's the part about like the guy riding the horse and how like the guy and the horse are like in sync and acting together in like a very zen state where they are simply not doing the things that they know would be like bad for them and easily moving in the way that's like good for them. Because
I see.
yeah, and it was all about the difficulty of like describing Zen, and in fact there is no point in describing Zen. One of the funny parts is that the guy who's like telling the story wrote all these books on Zen, and one day he met like a Zen master, and when he met the Zen master, they're both pretty well aware that there's no point in writing books about Zen because it's something that you like live or experience, not really something that you teach people. You can give people like a series of lessons and prescriptions to like help them learn Zen, or you can like watch someone else do it and like eventually move into those things. But so when he meets this other Zen master, Buddhists have like a very black humor, because the point of that is that like when they are both they're both like personally invested in themselves, but that's like a whole other complicated thing. But basically they want to be like a better version of themselves, which is like very selfish, but it's not nihilistic or bad. But so the other Zen master, when he meets him, he's like, oh, I heard you wrote like some good books on this thing. You must be really happy with yourself. Which is like a bit of a dig, because it implies that the guy like is feeding his ego by writing these books. And Alan Watts, the guy who wrote it, is like, he's just like, oh, actually, I didn't write anything at all. And then they both have a giggle. And the part of that is, you know, like Brittany Simon has like the level 5s and stuff. The idea is that when these enlightened people meet, they just sort of want to fuck with each other, like really hard. They just want to like poke and prod at each other just to like see if they can create some like fun situations. And that's basically the way they interact with the whole world. When they meet normal people, they will probably like respect regular people, need their boundaries, and I mean they probably respect. They're not just gonna like, grab each other's dicks like as a joke, but like yeah, when these dudes meet each other, they always like poke and prod and like make fun of each other a little bit because they're not taking things too seriously, which is funny. But
I get it.
Yeah. Kind of funny. You're actually a lot like that. You are a lot like that, Moon. Maddie can be like this as well. Maddie has like a very natural sense of like zen to him, which is really funny. I remember questioning him about like him being upset with like breaking up with his girlfriend and stuff, and I was like, "What? You have like the most like naturally chilled out zen mindset towards this stuff. Not just that you're like a chill guy, but like your way that you engage with people is like I can't exactly remember what it was, but he'd never heard of any of these ideas or theories, and I don't think it's like super easy being that way. Like it's probably way easier to like become that way after being like taught by someone how to do it, rather than just like living it and being like, fuck, why am I like this? I kind of wish I was like a badass. But you probably wouldn't have those feelings of like, I wish I was a badass, if you like intentionally like pushed your ego down or something. I don't even that seems weird to say. I don't even think.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I just feel like a lot of people are like inspired to be that way. But yeah, do you remember the stream like that, or maybe you weren't there?
We were talking about it, but I don't remember the stream exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I probably just talked to you about it, and maybe we watched a video together or something like a while back. I did an actual stream on it the other day, and it went pretty well. And like a lot of the chatters were like, yeah, those videos are like very dense with information. In fact, I should add that in.
I remember you were playing Factorio doing some very hard mission, and you put some guy over there to talk us about something. That's how I remember something.
Yeah, I just put it in side chat just now.
Okay, thank you.
You should all watch it, yeah. There's like when I tried to cover this on stream, there were parts of it that I didn't realize other people would not understand, but then when I like broke it down, which was it was way easier for me to break it down when I have the actual video playing and I can like reflect on it piece by piece. But yeah, breaking it down piece by piece, like these like small conversations can pretty easily, for me at least, like I can turn it into like 40 minutes of content out of like a 9-minute video. And fuck, you remember Book Smarts? Book Smarts used to take like a 1-hour debate and just analyze it for like 10 hours. That dude was crazy.
Oh my god. Yes, he was.
Isn't that what Adam and Sitch do as well?
The fucking forgotten wizard, Booksmart.
Jesus. Yeah, he was crazy. He would make hundreds of dollars off his streams.
What
and shit
happened
as
to
well.
him?
He
I
got
know
a real
stopped
job.
Streaming, but like, is he online anywhere?
No, he kind of did like a depressed stream where he was like, the internet is a bit too much for me, and like I hate all the trolls, and he's like, I hate working as well. Yeah, and he's like, I've just been like, oh, he's like, I'll do a stream, I'll make like $1,000, and then I'll just like go travel, but it's not like making me happy because I'm like still poor and still fucked and still not going anywhere, and I never finished my uni degree.
He wanted to go on like a fucking cross-country road trip on his motorcycle.
Oh, that's cool. As far as I know, he used to travel a lot. And like he was crashing on Cherry's couch, and then he asked her if she was black enough to say the N-word. She kicked him out.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
Booksmarts was crashing on Cherry's couch, and then on like day 2 of him staying at her house, she dropped she was like, what's going on here, nigga? And he was like, are you really black enough to say that?
Well, why did you drop a hard R? No.
Bro, I didn't drop a hard
yeah,
R.
No,
Stop saying I'm
I know,
dropping hard R's.
I'm joking. I know, I understand. I'm joking.
No.
That's fucking
Yeah. It was wild of Booksmarts to fucking care enough to ask. Like, Jesus.
That's fucking crazy, man.
To care enough to ask and to even think that thought. Like, was he trying to be funny? In her own house, in her own kitchen, like.
It sounds like brain rot to me, to be honest.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, that is some.
Oh yeah, I love brain rot.
Some crazy lefty shit.
Alright, yeah.
How black do you have to be to say the word?
It depends. If you're in New York and you're literally not white, you can just say it. No one will stop you.
No,
I'm
you
gonna
weren't
say
here
in
for
real
the punk,
life,
dude. He
it's
told us.
happened all the time.
You have to be like as black as him.
I hear the N-word more from Hispanic people than I have ever heard it from black people in my life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, as long as you're from New York and you're not white, you can say it.
The concept that like floats around America that you can just punch people who say it
that's not
as crazy. Like, I get it that you can like punch certain people who say fucked up things to you, but like if you just think that you can like punch anyone
I feel
who
like
like
most people don't actually. That isn't an online take, in my opinion.
I always see videos like high school kids like punching each other in the face when like
Well, to be fair,
they're like,
high
oh, he
school
said it.
kids
Here's my opportunity to like be violent, like, because you know, like a high school
Yeah,
kid just wants to punch someone and they want any excuse to
Yeah,
do
that's
it,
what I was saying.
and then so like that becomes the excuse. That's what I mean. It's not like a reasonable
Oh, okay.
thing, but just for like even high schoolers to like have that thought is like,
They
fuck.
just want to literally cause violence because they're
Yeah,
fucking terrible fucking human.
yeah, and like I don't know, somehow getting to the level of like that level of excuse. It's kind of like the gun thing as well. I get it though, guns are best, and the N word is also like a pretty sick word. That's why.
I honestly.
That's why it's in all the songs,
I
bro.
think it's kind of a mid word, to be honest. I hate music that like I listen to a good amount of hip hop and rap. The people that say the N word a lot are usually mid. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I guess sometimes.
Kendrick Lamar.
But they get so hype.
Kendrick does not use it that much.
I mean, it is just a word, so it feels weird for me to say it's a hype word. But like the rappers go so hard that you're like, "Fuck, man, that guy's having a great time, and he looks so cool." And now I want to like be like him, and I want to say it. Like, fuck.
Black people
like
made the mistake of making the N-word way too fun to say.
They didn't make the word though.
Yeah, but they made it fun to say.
They made
Yeah,
black
they-
people cool. That was the first. That's like their downfall right there. They made black people so cool.
Yeah. Well, black people must have been really cool already to like, or maybe it went hand in hand. They made it cool, and then it got cooler, and then they got cooler, and yeah, fuck.
Isn't the whole thing the rappers made the word super cool and everybody wants to say it? Yeah, before that, who
Yeah.
wanted to say it?
Well,
I guess
local made
90s black
rappers
guys.
cool. Wait.
Yeah,
have you seen
weren't
that
that
video
cool.
of Moon Tyrant of like the first guy using like a...
Oh, I think I know the one you mean. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
The first guy ever using the N-word.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the side chat as soon as I find it.
I saw a video that well,
Yeah,
no, I think it was a
it's a
sketch. They
Yeah, it's
said,
a sketch.
Yeah, they said
Okay.
we had to say it to take it back the word and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's that video.
Ah, yeah, he said that video. The first black guys who started saying
Like
the
he
N-word.
says it, and then they're like, "Oh, actually,
That's pretty. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, Dante, link it to him. Yeah, I don't remember the name of the
Ooh.
guys who did it.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh, he has 2 videos on this.
Oh.
I don't even know about the second video.
Dude, who was the guy who like went to the convention in the South where they all like pretend to be Civil War people?
Yeah.
Gideon.
That's Gideon.
Yeah, fuck.
That's the
Hey,
first video on side chat.
Is he still doing stuff? I thought he just quit the internet.
No, he went Christian. But he's like
Yeah.
Christian
He went
and he
Christian.
like does stuff.
Didn't he delete like his entire online presence, kind of, or at least he privated all his videos?
Yeah, he went to
Like,
Christian
pure, like-
faith, bro.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, born again people are wild.
I think he on private though.
Is he still doing that, or
He's doing like kind of like he's kind of in between right now, where he's doing stuff, but he's not really doing it.
Because was his thing before like was it prank videos or like debates or something? I genuinely don't know. Like
Prank videos most
It's
likely.
prank
on
videos.
Turntable.
Yeah.
But he kind of pivoted it back a bit, but he still has that Christian like slant.
Based.
Well, he got a woman and he discovered God, so good for him.
Yeah, I mean that is kind of nice.
Also, I think it costs some guys their job, so that too.
Yeah,
Wasn't
yeah,
that the
that's
whole
why he stopped
ordeal
doing
with
pranks.
Pokimane as well?
No,
Oh,
It
yeah.
was the Petsy. I think he went to Petsy court or something like that, and he cost the security guard his job.
No, he's talking about the whole thing with Pokemon on Twitch.
Oh yeah. But
He had his viewers go spam L ratio to Pokemon.
Brutal.
And he
Oh,
got banned because
Pokemon.
that's the hate rate.
I mean, you're just gonna get yeah. Don't ever go after like any of the Twitch babies. Like they will get you banned from the platform. Can't do it to Hassan. You can't do it to Pokey. You can't do it to the weirdos. Stop.
Oh, we got another bot coming in trying to sell me viewers on bot Zoom. But thanks for hanging out tonight, everybody. If you did hang out, I feel like Imro and all the other streamers have gone, and it's a bit weird for me to still be streaming in here when people are like coming and going. So I'm gonna end the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I don't think Bunk even knew we were live. I can't remember if he was here when we were talking about going live. But thank you everyone. Thank you. If you enjoyed the content, don't forget to like and subscribe. And most of all, have a good day. And I'll link those Alan Watts videos in chat because they're good. They're good stuff. There you go, dudes. UP and RV. You don't have to pee. I know you guys do pee. I'm not being weird. It's just the name of the link. Alright. Alright. Good night, everybody. Sweet dreams. Peace.